If Ghanaians are not good, they will not be able to accommodate Nigerians. Yeah, the Ghans have a similar lifestyle, cultural display with the Yorubas. The Ghana Traditional Council played a wonderful, great role inducting Igbo throne in Ghana. President Mahama also close to him. He loves us. He loves Nigerians. The current president of Ghana, President Akufo-Addo, he loves us. He loves Nigerians. We know him, also close to him. So we are submissive to the authority. The priority of every Igbo man is his wife and his children. Even where you never expected to see an Igbo man, he's there.
You see them. Eyes will be on Qatar as the Arab world prepare to host their first ever FIFA World Cup on November 19. This is GhanaWeb's official coverage of the 2022 FIFA World Cup, brought to you by Kempon Travel and Tours and then dubbed GhanaWeb Mundial. Today we are here to discuss the squad. We've been hearing that the GhanaWeb Black Stars coach Otuado is preparing to name a 55-man squad. We are going to discuss all of that. Which players are we expecting to make the squad? And which players will make the squad, that is the provisional team, but will make the trip to Qatar. My name is Joel Leshen, and this is GhanaWeb Mundial. When I come back from the break, we are going to start the discussion with the GhanaWeb managing editor, Daniel Odro, and GhanaWeb sports editor, Perez Ezwakwa. We'll be right back after the break. Welcome back from the break. This is GhanaWeb Mundial, beginning our official coverage for the 22 FIFA World Cup, brought to you by Kempon Travel and Tours. We are about to talk about the squad. We've been hearing news that 55-man list has been submitted to the Ghana Football Association and the Black Stars Management Committee. To join me do the discussion today is GhanaWeb managing editor Daniel Odro and Perez Ezwakwa, sports editor for GhanaWeb. Good morning, gentlemen, and thanks for joining me here.
Thank you, Joe, for having us on the show.
Yeah, 55-man list. Let me start with you, Mr. Joe. Which players are you expecting to be in a squad?
Well, I think Otuado had made it very clear that the players that he called for the 2 friendly matches in September were about 70 to 80% going to make the final squad for the World Cup. So I think if you are a keen follower of the national team, those players, majority of whom have been in and out of the national team, are definitely going to be in the squad. He seemed to have a fair idea of which players he wants. I think there will be room for maybe 5-6 more players that he's unsure of. And so I don't think, I was even surprised that he named 55 players. I think he could have gone with about 35 players and put it to the 26-man final squad, because 55 then makes it very difficult. But of course, it's not an official position. These are informations that we are picking from the grapevine and from our sources within the FA. But I thought that with only a month or less to Ghana's first game, today is what, 24th? If today is 24th, then exactly a month from today we'll be playing our first game against Portugal. I don't see why in 4 weeks' time you want to have 55 players, because there won't be a lot of friendly games to play to pick from those players. So I think by and large, the players who played in the games against Brazil and Nicaragua will make 90% of the squad.
All right, let me come to you. When you heard that we are going to invite 55 players, what was your initial reaction?
I was surprised and I wasn't disappointed. I thought it was normal, because the official 55-man squad that will be submitted to FIFA, it's out of that squad that he will name, I think, the 26 or the 30 for the World Cup itself. Now, we have to look at the current season going on in Europe, and we have to do that because most of our players are based in Europe, and almost every day a player is being ruled out because of injury. So you won't have the luxury of, should in case you name, let's say, 30, and out of the 30, maybe 2 of them drop out. You wouldn't have the luxury of picking from outside that 30. Okay. So I'm sure that's the thinking that went, and that's the same thing that the coach of the Netherlands, that's the same excuse he gave. He was like, he knows the 26-man squad, he knows the players he's sending. But here lies the case where we have a packed season. Players are playing almost every 72, 36 hours. So they are getting injury almost every day. So what you have to do is that expand the scope of the call-up. Make sure you have as many players as possible, so that in the event that there are injuries, they can just pick one from that pool and add it to the main squad. So you can say, okay, it's a case of indecisiveness on the part of Otuado, but you also have to look at it from the point of view that maybe, just maybe, he wants to have a large pool, so that in the event that our team is robbed with injuries, you can just pick one from any of them.
All right, so let's go into the specifics. Yeah. Goalkeeping, defense, midfield, and then attack. If you look at the pool of goalkeepers we have, others are making case for Brahim Danlad. There is Razak Abelera, who is playing in the Moldovan League. We saw him in the Europa League and then Champions League qualifications. We have Razak, what was that? Orlando Pirates goalkeeper, Richard Ofori, and then Jojo Walcott, Nordin Manaf. We are supposed to pick 3 goalkeepers. Who will be your pick?
I think if Richard Ofori is fit, Richard Ofori, Jojo Walcott, because of how he's performed with the national team in the qualifiers, and then I'll throw a wild card named Danlad, because he's a local player, because you won't have a lot of goalkeepers making their debut or playing if your first 2 goalkeepers are really up to scratch. So I would take Danlad because he has the talent, and also because he's a local player, and because you want to make a case for a local player. So these will be my 3 players for the World Cup in terms of the goalkeeping department.
As well, the goalkeepers.
You know, the thing is, I think of all the positions in the Blaster, it's the only place where I feel we are heavily short. Maybe the striking department also come close, but goalkeeping wise, I look at the current crop of goalkeepers we have, and not just the 3 that we've been using, but on the larger scale, the goalkeepers we have around, and I think we don't really have a lot of good goalkeepers. Richard Ofori was the #1 spot, lost it to Jojo Walcott. I think he was impressive in both games against Nigeria, but I'm still not convinced that he is that person that, you know, can take us to the next level. So you speak to players who played with Olele Kingston, and we spoke to Laia Kingston, and he said that whenever Olele was imposed, the players were rest assured that they had someone who could stand between them and the opponent. I look at the current crop of goalkeepers in the Blasters and ask myself, do we have that number of goalkeepers? And I doubt, but nonetheless, that's what we have, and that's what we have to make do with.
I think Richard Ofori, until his recent injury, was a very commanding presence at the back. I mean, so he's got the physical presence. I mean, Jojo, he has abilities. If you speak to, not to cut you, if you speak to the experts in the field, if you speak to somebody like Fatah Dawda, if you spoke to somebody like Samir J, I've heard him on radio speak about the qualities of Jojo. He's a modern day goalkeeper. He may not have the physical presence and attributes that Ofori has, but in terms of technique and his abilities, he has them. I also share in the same, not having the physical presence and commanding presence like Richard Ofori and the goalkeepers we've had in the past. But I would just hope that Richard Ofori is going to be fit. He's been off color. He's been ravaged with a lot of injuries. If he is fit, he's going to be my first pick. But even without him, I think if we worked on Jojo Walcott to be more vocal, to command his defenders, then he can do sometimes it's more of a cultural thing because of where he came from. Adam Kwarasi suffered the same thing because he's not vocal, and because he may not be friends with these players and is unable to command his area and arena. But if he's psychologically tuned up for it and is able to command his area, I think he's somebody who can do a decent job for us. But yeah, I agree that, I mean, if you look at what we have had in the past, he may not be up to the standard of Olele Kings or Samir J that we had in the last decade and a half.
All right, okay. Could it also be that because you spoke about him being able to command the boys in front of him, could it be that where he's playing could also be a factor? Because if you look at the profile, maybe we are going to have Tariq Lamptey, Brighton, we have Jiku, Salisu, Amate, and then probably Gideon Mensah. The kind of profile in front of him also intimidates him quite a bit.
You can make that, but I mean, when Richard Ofori was playing the Black Stars, he was a local player. He was playing in the local league for Wow Stars. But he was able to demonstrate that he has the presence and to command his defenders. And we're teammates. And this is my office. And I'm able to arrange the players and the defenders in front of me. They first of all need to trust the goalkeeper. If they do trust him, it's automatic that they are going to respect him and respect the direction that he gives them. But if they don't, then they are second-guessing the direction, and then the advice is given to them in terms of how they should arrange themselves. So I don't think necessarily because of where he plays. I mean, he plays in the what?
League 2.
The League 2, the third tier. But he's been imposed against Nigeria, in the two-legged tie. He's been imposed for some of the games. They've seen his qualities. They need to trust him. If they trust him, I think they are going to respect his opinion.
Do you share the same thing?
Well, I agree. I think it's more of the kind of person he is. He looks like someone who is not your regular talkative person, very reserved, very conservative, but all these things for me, the coach needs to speak to him. If we have someone working on the defense, they need to talk to themselves and say, he's the coach, he's the goalie. That area, the 6-yard box, is his office. And he needs to show authority. He needs to show that this is where I command myself. And that's where you have experienced defenders in the likes of Daniel Amata, who I'm sure will understand him and work with him if he brings somebody. You can't just be a goalkeeper and say, okay, once the shot come, I save it. And no, you need to be able to command the area. You need to be able to be the leader in their box. And that's what I haven't seen from Jojo Wallacko. And that's my biggest issue, because if you watch that game against Brazil, a few of the crosses that end up in the post, I feel if we had a goalkeeper who was in charge, or if we even had centre-backs who were in charge and were understood what was going on, they could have headed clear or even cleared those ones before they became dangerous. So yeah, I agree perfectly with him, but I feel one, the coach needs to talk to him. He himself needs to believe him. So whether he likes it or not, he's the #1 goalkeeper for a country that has won the AFCON 4 times. For a country that is going to the World Cup 4 times. You need to have the confidence to be able to man the post of such a country. And I think from the coach's perspective, the likes of Otto Addo and Crisabel Dosi, they've spoken highly of you. Once a coach gives you public praise, it's the biggest endorsement you're ever going to get as a goalkeeper. And if that cannot push you enough, I don't know what else we can do. But when it comes to my goalkeeping, for me, my first choice would be Nuruddin. I feel that, one, he typifies what a modern goalkeeper is. And if you watch the Black Stars, they are training in the games against Brazil and Nicaragua. He trained more with the players with his foot because he is very good. Apparently, he started as a striker before he ended up as a goalkeeper. So he's very comfortable with playing with his foot as well. And if you need a modern goalkeeper, in the modern game of football, you don't need someone who just sits in the post and catches them. You need someone who is a distributor as well. The attack now starts with the goalkeeper. And I think Nuruddin has shown the few times I've watched him that, aside being a good shot stopper and a good penalty saver, which is something that we clearly lack in the Black Stars, he's someone who can distribute the ball, especially for a Black Stars team that sometimes we like ideas building from the back. If you are such a goalkeeper who can just pin the ball, hoof a nice one to the wings, then we are good to go. So I'll pick him as my first choice. Ofori will be my second choice because I think, one, he's the leader. I think he's the second deputy skipper also. Yeah. He's someone that whenever I watch the Blacks, I think he's the Jamal leader. So in terms of morale and other things, he brings things to the fore. Jojo Wallacko for me will have to go because I think he's earned the right to be at the World Cup. Danlad, well, maybe we have to add it because we need some local players. He's a young player, a young goalie who can go in there, understanding the experienced one. But my top 3 will be Nuruddin, Richard Ofori, and Jojo Wallacko.
All right, so before we go on a break, let's look at the defense. I think that if you listen to majority of Ghanaians, especially on the street, the defense is an area they believe we have the men who can compete against the very best of strikers we are going to face in the World Cup. Which players will be your pick if we are supposed to go with 6?
I think the defense picks itself. I mean, it's a competitive area, but I feel some players have, over the years, been very consistent. Daniel Amate will be at the heart of the defense with Jiku, and then Salisu. The 3
will you fancy a 2-back or a 3-back system?
I think we realized that even in the Brazil game, when we reverted to a back 3, we were better off. A back 3 because you have wing backs in our team that can add to the attack and also solidify your midfield, because in the modern era a lot of coaches are using the back three system because they want to start the attack from the back, because your wing back must contribute to the attack. So if you have Tariq Lamptey, who I think if he's fit who should start, even though Odoi has demonstrated that he's got a cool head and experience, but I don't think he has the legs at his age. I think it's about 32 or 33.
Yeah.
And in the Brazil game he was exposed badly. Obviously the Brazil game with the wingers of Neymar and Vinicius was a whole different level, but it exposed him very, very, very badly. So if we are going to go and play Portugal, which would also have a lot of pace in their squad,
wingers like Referrals and the likes,
I would play a Tariq Lamptey, who defensively is spot on and also can contribute to the attack and has the legs to run down and up the field. So Tariq Lamptey start for me on the right wing back position. You've got Salisu, you've got Daniel Amate, and then Gideon Mensah. I know Baba Rahman has been in and out of the national team. He has experience, but I don't think he contributes a lot with his offensive play. Yeah. And even defensively, sometimes he's suspect. So I'll play Gideon Mensah as the other option on the left wing back. So those are 4 defenders we have already. And then obviously you have, if you are playing Daniel Amate and then Salisu Mohammed, that's 2 centre backs. Okay. You've got Tariq Lamptey, you've got Gideon Mensah. I'm sure Baba Rahman is going to make the squad. I am sure again that Jiku is going to make the squad. That's 6 defenders picking themselves out.
All right. Will Andy Yadom make your squad?
Squad Ben.
Yes, because
every squad Ben.
Because if you look at the informed Black Star players who are getting minutes in the ongoing season, you cannot take out Andy.
The unfortunate thing for Andy Adam is that the other players in his position playing for one better class and even playing better and even offer more to the coach than he's doing.
But why do you say 6, by the way? Because I mentioned 6 and I didn't even mention Dennis Odoi, because that would be a player who makes the squad.
Because
let's means that we might take eight defenders, because the final squad will be 26.
Yes.
Yeah. So it means we might take 8.
Because you see, if I'm Otuade and I'm going for Dennis Odoi, I have in him a very experienced defender who is a centre back, a right back, has played this season. He has played left back, has played left wing back, has played defensive midfield. That's about 5 positions in one person. We saw that against Nigeria. At some point he was on the left. At some point he was shifted to the right. Can Andy Adam give you that? Has he demonstrated in the Black Stars that he's that guy who can give us that? No. I'm looking at Tariq Lamptey. Tariq Lamptey has played as a full-back, wing-back, and a winger for Brighton this season in the English Premier League. We can all talk about the minutes, but I prefer someone who gets 30 minutes in the EPL to someone who gets a full time in the Championship. For Tidal struggled last season. He was their best player, of course, but I can't compare the two. Now, even Ali Seidu. Personally, for me, I feel that he's one of those guys who has worked his way into the conversation as one of the players who should pick for the World Cup. Yeah. And if I'm given the choice, honestly, whether it's Pilates and all the things I've said about Dennis Odoi, I'm more tilted towards Ali Seidu than, because for me, he's also a centre back. He's a full back as well. And offensively, he offers you a lot. Way younger, way faster than Dennis Odoi. So, yes, you know, and the other might be playing well week in, week out in the Championship. Might be making the Championship team of the month. But you look at the options we have, and can he come in? No. Again, that performance of the AFCON, we know they forget to. Tell you, the guy was horrible in the AFCON. You see, there are games that define players.
Yes.
Whether good or bad. There are certain players that, someone like John Boy, for all the things that John Boy has done for Ghana, the moment you mention John Boy, maybe the cash you remember. Yeah. Do you understand? Yeah. When you mention the Adam, it's that AFCON game where he was, you know,
it was bad.
Bad. Yeah. Extremely bad. So you don't want to have such a player, especially with the options we have. So Andy Adam is a no for me. I don't think he's one player that Otto will be considering. No, not at all.
Andy Adam is a no for Perez, but don't also forget that there are other players who decided to switch nationality for the Black Stars, that's Stephen Ambrosius, will he also be in a conversation for the World Cup? We're going for a quick break. When we come back, we go on and then we talk about the midfield and our attack. Asamoah Gyan, looking at the strikers we have in Ghana, will it be prudent for us to take Asamoah Gyan? Like the former Black Stars midfielder has spoken about that. When we come back from the break, we'll talk more here on GhanaWeb Mundial. Welcome back from the break. This is GhanaWeb Mundial, official coverage for the 2022 FIFA World Cup. On your screen, you are watching a short video put together by the GhanaWeb production crew about the players who featured in the 2014 FIFA World Cup. Only 4 players remain, and then they are in a conversation to be in a squad for the 2022. There is Andre Ayew, there is Jordan, there is Wakaso, and then there is Abdul Baba Rahman, former Chelsea defender. Which of these 4 players would you want to see in the squad for Qatar 2022? Now, before we talk about Lai Kinson's conversation about Gyan and the important players, midfield, there's been a lot of conversation. Bring in Schlupp because of what he has been doing in the season. There is Partey, there is Baba Idrisu, there is Kudus. Who will be your pick for midfield?
I think Schlupp will play as a wing back if he is drafted into the team, but he's also one of the players like Perez describes as versatile. He can give you an offensive side, he can play in the midfield, he can play defensively if you need him to play. So Schlupp has been one of the consistent players in the EPL. It won't be surprised if he's in the squad. I would love to have him in the squad because of his versatility and the different positions you can play him with. But I think in the core midfield, you are looking at Daniel Kofiche, you are looking at Mohamed Kudus, you are looking at Thomas Partey, you are looking at Andre Ayew, if you want to consider him as a midfielder, that is. You are looking at, have I already mentioned Kofiche?
Yeah.
So yeah. Kofiche, I think Baba Idrisu will make the squad. But I think because of the inconsistent performance of Baba Idrisu, Wakaso would have a big shout. I know a lot of people feel that he shouldn't make the squad, but Otuado clearly seemed to like him, clearly seemed to rely on his experience. And when he's on a good day, he can give you a performance. His legs and his age is not favorable. But I would understand why Otuado would take him to the World Cup because of the way Baba Idrisu is played. In terms of the defensive midfield, we haven't had a player who is defensively, as a defensive-minded player, really stood out for me. In the Brazil game, in the absence of Partey, you could tell that the midfield was broken. It was a big void. And the question is, which player would come in and do the job? And Otuado would rather rely on somebody he knows who's been at the top level before. And because he started playing again, if he was not playing, then there's a case. He started playing again.
Even when he was not playing, he went to the AFCON.
Yes, and because he started playing again, I would understand why he would take him. So for me, it's Kofiche, it's Thomas Partey, it's Mohamed Kudus, it's Baba Idrisu, Wakaso, and then, like I said, if you want to count the Ayew as a midfielder, then the Ayew.
All right, so it seems we have a lot to say about the midfield, but let me take the GhanaWeb trivia for the 2022 World Cup. When we come back, we talk about your midfield options ahead of Qatar 2022. So you just saw the GhanaWeb trivia for Qatar 2022. Before we went for that quick break, you were about to talk about your midfield option. It seems you disagree with Daniel Odro about Mubarak Wakaso's inclusion in the team.
Why?
Nobody more from.
Oh, Charlie. For move on. See, that we just for move on. The guy, when was the last time he recently go get like some 3 or 4 matches?
Okay.
So they had gone like 1 year without playing a game. I'm a huge Wakaso fan. I feel that he's one of those guys who has shown commitment, dedication to the national team. But we've gotten to the point where I feel we don't need him. And we can make the argument about Baba Idrisu and all the other guys. I don't think that Wakaso should be in the team. Talk less of starting. Our midfield, and I agree probably with Danny when he talks about Baba Idrisu. I think he's too conservative for my liking. I like, yes, he breaks play, intercepts, but in the modern age of football, you need your defensive midfielder to not do the break and pass. He should contribute more to the game. You look at Thomas Partey, he's a defensive midfielder for us now. He doesn't just sit in the back for break-up play, intercept them. No. He orchestrates almost everything. What Baba Idrisu gives the blaster is a block, pass, no. You need someone who is able to impart play. Someone who can just sit at the base of them, spring a 40 or 55-yard pass to someone on the flanks. Baba doesn't give you that.
But talking about those long-range passes, Mubarak Wakaso can give you that.
If the guy play, if the guy play 5-4, they go out. It's the truth. If you like, go and watch it.
No, but we've heard Asambojan talking about his partnership with Mubarak Wakaso. When Wakaso picks the ball,
let's go. And how many goals did Gyan score from those balls from Wakaso? In his last game for the Blazer, we saw he tried doing those things. Chalo, boom, Beam Nation. Why? Chalo, Beam Nation. No.
You see why I tilt towards Wakaso, not because I feel he has to necessarily start, but he's going to be in the squad because he's one of the very few players who plays better in the national team than plays at club level.
Yeah.
There are some players who can play very well at club level.
A typical example is Eduardo Vargas,
yes,
for the Chilean national team.
There are some players who come into play very well at club level. And the typical example in this squad is Schlop, is Kamal Dean Soa.
Yes.
Kamal Dean Suleimana. Yeah. He plays well at club level. He comes to the national team.
And he's all over.
He's out of sorts. And you can imagine that I've been mentioning the midfield players, and I didn't mention his name because he really doesn't strike me as somebody who is contributed. At the AFCON, he was very poor. Yes, you can say that he had COVID, he came in late, he didn't train with the team, and all of that. But even in the qualifiers, which of the qualifiers has he been very prominent? But Wakaso is the type of player who in the national team plays well. I understand. In the 2 AFCONs ago is when he said he has to start thinking about his future. It was about we need to think about 2019. 2019. Was it 2019?
Yeah,
2019.
After the exit in the
I think he was our best player in that time.
Yes. In fact, from 2015, when I went to the AFCON with the Black Stars, when we lost to Ivory Coast, where he was crying when I was interviewing him when he had lost his child in that period. Even from 2015, he had been talking about having a conversation about his career, about having to give way for the younger players. But the truth is, he will make the squad based on what he's done in the past and based on the fact that when push comes to shove, he may not start, but when you need an experienced head, he could come in and help you because Baba Idrisu is so inconsistent. And with Partey's injury record, you need another experienced head.
I still do not agree. I feel that there are options.
Options like?
We've seen Schlob thrive in that role for Crystal Palace. He's played as a defensive midfielder.
But he's yet to show us that performance whenever he gets an opportunity to play in the Black Stars.
Unless you want us to go into the Schlob issue, which will also be another conversation on its own. Because there are a whole lot of reasons why it's not coming. And one of the reasons was that he's not been played in the preferred role. And the role he prefers playing is a midfield role. And when it comes to Ghana, we don't give him that role.
But does he play in midfield for his club? All the time?
Most of the time. Mostly.
He's a wing back.
But
he's a wing back.
At Crystal Palace, he performs in every position they put him.
Mostly he's your left-sided central midfielder.
But the wing backs always contribute. The wing back is literally like an extra midfielder.
There are difference between a wing back and a left-sided central midfielder. Granit Xhaka is a left-sided central midfielder now.
Okay.
Martin Odegaard is a right-sided central midfielder now. So if you watch Arsenal, people say we play 4-3-3. No. It's more like a 4-1-2-3 kind of formation with Partey at the base and the two of them. So you see Xhaka roaming. That's what he does. And the reason why I will go for Schlupp in that way is because Partey is not as mobile. He likes to sit in the middle, spread the pass. Now you need a runner in the team. I look across our midfield, and who is that runner in the team? Who is that person who can give you energy in the whole 90 minutes, run around, intercept, affect, offensively make impact, defensively make an impact? Schlupp.
But this Schlupp is the same person who's played in the national team and has really not.
The thing is that because it's a conversation we can have whether it will try. But I'm looking at current form, and I think
you are choosing a try and error.
Not a try and error.
A system that somebody knows. It's like saying that I should play Kudus as a false number 9 in the national team. He's not played there before. Even though he plays as a number 10 and behind the striker, he's not played as a false number 9.
But the question is, how reliable is the option? And even if even if we are to ignore the Schlupp option, Salis for me is the next in line. I feel Salis actually should be starting with Partey in our map. For me, my midfield 3 for our World Cup, if I were the coach, would be Salis, Partey, and Kudus.
Salis, Partey, and Kudus for Perez. Now, the part where most Ghanaians are afraid, and that is why some people are calling for our all-time top scorer and Africa's top scorer at the FIFA World Cup to be included in the squad. They say, let's give him 5 minutes. In 2019, when he came against the Carthage Games of Tunisia, we saw what Asamoah Gyan did. Former Black Stars midfielder Laye Kinso had this to say about Asamoah Gyan's inclusion in the Black Stars squad for Qatar 2022 in an interview with Perez on GhanaWeb Sports Check. This is what Laye Kinso said.
We spoke about the striking line, and this will be a controversial question. Your friend Asamoah Gyan, he said that if he is able to prove fitness, we should add him to this, but he would like to be part of the team. Do you think that Asamoah Gyan at this stage or at this time is someone that should be considered?
First of all, he has to be active, and he's not been active for some time now. So adding him to the squad, it wouldn't be fair on the country and then some of the players at all. And then again, football, sometimes you can play football at home. You've been out for some time now, you can play football at home, but when you get to the bigger stage, you need to be 100% fit. Not only fit, but you should have match fitness, because the energy you put in a game is even different from what you put in trainings. So for me, that question, I don't think it should be possible, because he himself knows that it's not fit if he's not been playing actively, and we need active players to be called to our national teams.
Okay. Now there are some people also argue that we should have some local players in the squad in the final 26. Do you think we should just pick players just for the play in the local league, or should we based on quality? Or you think that because it's a national team, if there are certain players who have proved in the local league that they can play, we should at least have 1 or 2 to the squad? Yeah,
it's a Ghana thing, and every Ghanaian player is qualified to play. And you talk about our local league, if someone is performing well and the coach in charge believe that he have what it takes to help his squad achieve something, why not? Philip Bandia is part of the squad now. He's a local player. We can still, if another player is there in the coach field, he can help. Why not? They are all Ghanaians. If you can go outside Ghana and bring players that grew up in Europe to come and play for us, why not in our league? We should also do that.
So that is former Black Stars midfielder Laye Kinso. He said Asamoah Gyan is not fit, so shouldn't be included in the squad. Now the attack, we brought in Inaki Williams. We saw in the Brazil game, Asamoah Gyan complained that a striker makes the move and nobody gives the pass. There is Jordan Ayew, there is Andre, Joseph Pinto, Kamal Dean, and all the other guys. Which strikers or which forward will make the cut for you?
You mentioned you're referring to Kudus as an offensive.
So I'm adding, because it seems if we are supposed to go with Kofi, maybe Salis and then Amate, it means the coach will have to make do for him as a number 10. That's the place maybe he prefers to play behind the striker.
Salis no about how many games.
No, but before we took Prince Boateng to start the game, now he just like Salis also trying to get into the team and he performed. So our front three, to many, if you check their stats now, the most informed Ghanaian attacker is Joseph Pentel. So if you add Pentel and all the others, which attackers are you picking?
I love Joseph Pentel. I think at the AFCON he really was one of our best players. I really enjoyed watching him. But it doesn't look like the coach fancies him a lot. And sometimes you should understand the coach's philosophy, whether or not you fit into the philosophy. I think he has some issues with him. But I think for people you can bang your hopes on, Kudus, Andre Ayew, Jordan Ayew, because of their experience. I know their legs are gone, but between Andre and Jordan, if I am looking for a player who is going to do some shaggy in a match,
give us the goals.
I will always pick Andre Ayew. I don't think he's built to last 90 minutes anymore. I mean, he himself would admit that he doesn't have the legs again, but he would always be in the conversation because of his experience. He's one of 4 people in the squad who's been at the World Cup.
Yeah.
All are very experienced players. I've never been at the World Cup. And the World Cup is a different animal altogether. And I've seen too many players, talented players, reach the world stage and freeze because the occasion is too huge for them.
And then not in 2014.
Not because they are not good, but sometimes the pressure gets to them. And you need players who have seen it, been there, done it. Andre Ayew has that. So Andre Ayew for me. I think Inaki is he's our best bet because Wabeme, I mean, and for what he's doing in Europe, you'll want to give him a chance. I saw the tweet by Samajan during the Brazil game, and his movement is good. He was not getting the passes, but you could see that he was able to, pick his channels, pick their pockets and everything. But the passes were not coming. But also because maybe he's not played with these players before, so they don't know his movement, and it will take some time for them to understand him. So for me, I hope that Kamau will come to the party this season. He has pace to burn, which should be an advantage. But I will look at him, Kamau, I'll look at Bukari, I'll look at Joseph Pentel, and I'll look at Andre and Jordan, and Inaki.
All right, let's talk about your best friend, Isahaku, in the squad.
Charlie, Isahaku was still under 23 then play. So let's call up, then for Kolam, Afinajan.
They actually called him, his team didn't.
They should add them. That's their level.
So Afinajan won't make the squad for you?
Oh, he will make the squad. The final squad, he will make the squad. As to whether he will start is a different conversation. I don't think he will start, but I think he will make the squad.
Personally, if you leave it to me, Afinajan, Isahaku, under 23.
No, but you don't always take experienced players. Sometimes you need to give them experience.
And I agree because if you check the Brazil documentary they did on Plea, even in the 1957 World Cup, he was not supposed to start. He was just going to observe.
When you see generational talents, you see generational talent.
You don't think Ishaku is a generational talent?
I'm not convinced.
Oh, come on.
I'm not convinced.
I'm not.
Cutting and shoot.
Oh,
come on. Cutting and shoot.
You don't judge a player based on when.
I see my issue.
Perez and I had an issue about Vinicius. I remember how he rubbish Vinicius. Today Vinicius is
my issue with
and he was 17, 18-year-old. You don't rubbish a player based on their bad days.
Charlie, my issue with Isahaku is simple, and that's my issue with Christian Achu, Patrick Razak, and a whole lot of Ghanaian players. 2 seasons ago, we watched Isahaku and it's cutting and shoot.
And it's still the same thing.
2 years on, cutting and shoot. 5 years ago, we watched Patrick Razak, speed, waste. Today, you watch Patrick Razak, round the ball, waste. Years ago, you watch Christian Achu, the same thing. And that's my biggest worry with a whole lot of, you see that there is the potential, you see that there is the talent, you see that there is that gift. But for some reason, they don't hone them, they don't even find them.
Sometimes it's coaching. Sometimes it's coaching. Perez, both of us are Arsenal fans. Do you know how many of us wanted to see Xhaka out of the Arsenal?
Yeah.
Today he's one of the best players in the team because they changed his position for him. Sometimes it's coaching. A coach must. Yes, I have a problem with.
I had a same issue about Matiwenim Kujo. I thought he was on that same path.
Yeah.
But watch that guy now.
Yeah,
you see that the guy is learning. The guy is growing.
It's coaching.
So are we saying that someone playing at Lisbon?
Yeah.
Someone like Christian
not being coached
are we saying they didn't go through there? So let's under 23 make them coach them small. No, if Abua Kukotiba, if they don't grow, Blasters.
Gyan is a star. So,
Charles, somebody Cremonese, you know, where they know. Even he's not even getting first 11. Even cup matches, boy, the tab bench.
I know it's a new team. Sometimes you need
Charlie,
time. I mean, there's a guy who was playing.
For someone, you see, when you drop from
coach like Jose
Mourinho,
Mourinho, who has very good words to say about him.
Yeah, but some people have raised the objection that any young player who used to play for any of the big teams in Europe, when you go for like a small team like Cremonese, you should be starting them.
See, I have no.
You don't know what is happening. It's the same thing with Ishaku. I have seen Ishaku first, and he's an incredible talent. There's some disciplinary issue there with him, and then there is the coaching bit, but the talent is there. Do you know the same thing happened to Kobna Owusu? He's a player who may gate crash this squad. Excellent footballer, but he has disciplinary issues. You need to get him on the straight and narrow, but the talent is there. Nobody can tell me Ishaku is not the talent. Nobody can convince me that Ishaku is not.
We can't say that he's not, because we saw what he did at the under 2011, even with Dreams FC in the Ghana. He's good.
Afinajan, Ishaku, they are great talent. They are players you can't overlook. They are players that in the next 2-3 years, if all things go to plan, if they apply themselves, work hard, and they can live up to the potential that we all see. But for a whole lot of time, for a long time, we've seen players with similar qualities, similar potential that have faded off. And I'm worried because for 2 seasons, I'm not seeing the difference in Ishaku. That's my worry. You see, I said, like I mentioned, Anim Kujo, I had the same problem. I felt like the guy will dribble. But you watch him now, the few times he's played for his side. And I would rather have him in the squad ahead of, because I feel he has shown that he's someone who is learning. And if you put in the Blasters, he can pick some, some nuggets from the experienced players. So I have no issue. But I feel that for a player who hasn't shown to me that he's learning, I'd rather have someone else who is either ready or who is that willing to learn, or who is showing me signs of someone who is being taught at training. And I'm not seeing that in Ishaku. For Afinajan, I feel, what are the options in the striking department? In our game, in the call-up we had for the Brazil team, our striking force combined had scored only 3 goals all season. Okay. And we had real issues. And that's why, me personally, I feel that Coach Otuado should be thinking of playing Kudus Mohammed, or even calling Asamoah if only he's fit.
Oh, baby!
Oh, no, you see, the baby is Asamoah. When you see people get emotional and you mention Gyan. But Charlie, see, our squad, this is our squad. Our forward line. There is none that we can look at and say, wait there, I thought the idea, you can just sneak in some goal for us. When you mention baby, all-time African scorer, 6 goals.
This man is so inconsistent. This man comes to talk about Wakaso that he's not been active. It talks about Tamaja, who last played in the Ghana Premier League how many years ago.
That's
unbelievable.
That's a caveat.
He is not fit.
I said if only
we have one man to the World Cup.
Asamoah couldn't play.
Or a tennis player.
The position.
Okay, let's wrap up.
Whether we like it or not, Wakaso doesn't solve any solution in midfield. A fit and an informed Asamoah solves the problem.
Is not fit.
He's not fit. Kudus, and that's I think I disagree with that when he says that we shouldn't try Kudus in that midfield. For me, one of our biggest problems is goal scoring. Whether by luck or by the grace of the Ayers coach, we have a player who is thriving in that number 9 role. You have a need. There's a solution at club level. Just pick him and put him there.
Yeah, but there is also the supply. As it stands now,
we don't get the supply.
He's the only supply in our team.
And he's the only ball carrier in the team. And he's saying you should go.
Are we saying Chere can't do that job? Are we saying that Chere can't do that job?
Good.
I don't think there is any player aside Kudus now who is more economical, who is more efficient with the ball than Chere. So if you can have the 2 on the field, interchange, and luckily for us, Chere also has goals in him. Okay. So why not have those 2 on the field? If Pate is striking from 35 yards, those guys can work their way. I will start Kudus as a number 9 for the Blasters because he's striving.
Kudus plays as a 10. Chere will play as an 8.
No.
Pate will play as the deep line midfielder, as the number 6.
No. And we might still be. For me,
and who will strike?
Inaki will strike.
Inaki will there. You see, for me, before you go, my only problem with Kudus is that at Ayers,
He doesn't hang on to the ball.
He doesn't hold on to the ball.
It is coaching.
It is coaching. Okay, so before we go, 30 seconds. Perez, let me start. Who is that one player you believe in the ongoing season he has been exceptional, but he will make the trip to Qatar?
That's a difficult one. I feel
all factors considered, you think that he's been good.
But he mentioned Kwabena Usu. I mentioned Bernard Tepete. Not because they are not good, but see, one, there is the issue of the position they play. We have a lot of options on both wings. Yeah. And unfortunately for them, they are wingers. Of course, they have goals in them, but they are wingers. You look at the coach's philosophy. And someone made a very good point when Fatai Sawaku was called for the bar. I didn't agree with him, but I understood it that he was the only left winger in the team. You look at all the players, Itepete, those guys, none of them has that left foot in him. None of them has that player who you can say is left, a natural left, so can make things work for us on the wings. So these are some, again, they are not versatile. They are just wingers. Okay. So I think maybe I'll go for Tepete. In as much as he's been good this season, I don't see him making the squad.
All right, so one player you think he has been good in the ongoing season, but all factors considered, he will make the trip to Qatar?
Joseph Edu.
Joseph Edu.
Yeah.
All right, so that's how we wrap up this edition of the GhanaWeb Mundia, brought to you by Kempon Travel and Tours, the official traveling agency for the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar. Which player do you think has been exceptional in the ongoing season, but will not be able to make the trip to Qatar in some other editions before the start of the World Cup? We will also talk about the players who switch nationality from their birth countries to come and play for Ghana and will not make the trip to Qatar. My name is Joel Leshen, and thanks for staying with us on this episode of the GhanaWeb Mundia right here on GhanaWeb TV. I was joined by Daniel Odro, GhanaWeb Managing Editor. Thanks very much, Danny. And then Perez Ezwakwa, GhanaWeb Sports Editor. Until we meet again, it's bye for now.
If Ghanaians are not good, they will not be able to accommodate Nigerians. Yeah, the Gyans have a similar lifestyle, cultural display with the Yorubas. The Ghana Traditional Council played a wonderful, great role inducting Igbo throne in Ghana. President Mahama also close to him. He loves us. We love Nigerians. The current president of Ghana, President Akufo-Addo, he loves us, he loves Nigerians. We know him, also close to him. So we are submissive to the authority. The priority of every Igbo man is his wife and his children. Even where you never expected to send Igbo man, he's there.
See them.
And we are back with yet another episode of eForum on GhanaWeb TV. Of course, we are seated for a perusal of issues relating to the arts and entertainment with a touch of weight. Today, our fixation will be on the Tidal Rave that was organized at Kokrobite. It was a very nice event, but you know, a lot of security issues that have been raised as a result of people being attacked at the event and then on their way to the event. Later on, we'll focus on Abiana. Yes. Some time ago, she was here for an interview. Well, today, she's trending, and that's because of a comment or her posture as a judge during an audition. Welcome to eForum on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for joining us. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. Today on the show, I have the man who is a tourism, arts, and culture advocate, Ismail Akwe. Akwe, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. Did you rave?
I didn't.
Okay, we'll talk about it later.
I didn't. You know, unfortunately, I was at another event.
Okay.
But I've watched excerpts of the event, including Black Sheriff's performance.
Cool,
of course,
cool.
me a Black Sheriff boy, so yeah, forgive me. Ama Bruni is also here with the entertainment desk, GhanaWeb. She's the host of Moons and Cuddles, Talkatainment, and then Nkomo Konkonsa, Papa, Konkonsa, Ama, thanks for joining us.
You're welcome, Abrantipa.
And Otiden. And I said, I'm going to equip them. Now I just say,
Patrol me huye.
Me huye.
Maybe I boko ye jinem.
Olele Salvador is an entertainment journalist. Olele, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So, Tidal Rave. This is an event being organized by Echo House, and it's always at the beach, yeah. Olele Salvador was there. I wasn't there. Like I mentioned earlier, I watched on social media and I've seen a number of things. But Olele was there. He's going to share with us his experience, and then we'll zoom into the conversation and you know, Olele.
Well, I think I sound like a broken record now because I've had to re-narrate the story over and over again, but I'll try and summarize it because obviously I did a thread on it via my Twitter account. But basically, we left Accra after 3, between 3:15 and 3:20. I can't remember the exact time, but I know it was after 3. Headed towards the venue, which was held at Kokobite. Forgive my knowledge when it comes to the constituencies and the districts, but I'll try and see if I can paint the picture properly. Just before you take the U-turn that takes you inside Kokobite, that is where you meet the traffic jam proper, you know. So from Accra to the Bawe Malam Wager stretch, Kaswa stretch, it took us close to about 45 minutes, right? But when you take the U-turn and you actually start the journey from that junction inside Kokobite, it took me or it took us an extra 2 hours because obviously rivers were moving in, you know, their numbers via Uber, private cars, what have you, and so on and so forth. We got to Bojo. This is where I got to know that it was that serious. When we got to Bojo Beach, from Bojo Beach to the venue, because it's the first time I'm going there, right? So I'm using Google Maps. So from Bojo Beach to the venue is about 800 meters long, right? Now, before we actually got to Bojo, the time was actually shorter than we got to Bojo. I don't know if I'm making sense. So if you are coming from that junction that leads to the main road, the time is suggested to you that, oh, you have about 15 minutes to get to the venue. When we go to Bojo, the time actually went up to about 50 minutes or 51 minutes, which is an 800 meter
traffic.
Exactly.
Okay.
And you could see, for those of you using Google Maps wherever, you should see that the thing was red hot, going like that. You gave, I think, like, okay, red. You know, and so I was already getting fatigued, you know, because I'm like, I have driven all the way from Accra, and I get it, you know, it's a part and everything. At the back of my mind, the event was slated to start at 12 and end at 10. And I also do know that Tidal Rave, based on what people have said in the past, it's not just a party. The road trip is part of the experience. You get it. And they also have activities, you know, at the beach. So you go and, you know, either play video games, you know, some arcade games as well, and so on and so forth. So I understood that at the time I was heading into the rave, I definitely was going for the performances, because obviously if I want to play FIFA, I don't have to drive all the way to, you know, that is my personal opinion. So we finally got to the event, not even at the event grounds, just around where cars were asked to park. All the car parks that were designated for the ravers were full. So we now had to find somewhere to park. So other ravers had parked their cars, you know, behind us somewhere, you know, safe spots to park your car, and you walk towards the venue. Luckily for some of us, we had a portion around the school area, which was equally part of the designated car park, but that area wasn't part of Tidal Rave's designation. So the locals themselves would want to create those spaces for you to park your cars for some cash, right? And I said, okay, cool. So far as I get to park my car and I know that my car is in a safe spot, I will pay. So we paid 20 cedis where we parked our car, and then we walked to the venue itself. It was about a 3 minutes walk. You know, of course, there was vehicular traffic and there was human traffic building up because people were still walking, you know, in droves. So we get to the main, venue, or shall I say, the compound of the luxury beach resort, where the thing was held, and there was a mammoth crowd there. Now, people were there for several reasons. This is not a security check. This is just like the outside of the main gate. And the main gate, whether you have a ticket or not, you can still go through, because when you go through that gate, that is when they check for your ticket and all that. So people were standing for various reasons. It could be, oh, I'm waiting for maybe Amma to come so we could go together, or I'm waiting for someone to bring my ticket, or someone is inside there who's supposed to bring me something, you get me? So they were there for all sort of reasons. People were also trying to buy tickets. You know, Ghanaians, like, we like to buy tickets when we get to the event. And so there was a sign board, or shall I say an art board, where you could scan, you know, the barcode and get a ticket directly, or you could use a short code. So all sort of interesting activities going on. But even though the people were chow, you know, I was like, okay, what's happening? There weren't any security personnel around that perimeter. However, there was a security personnel behind the gate, manning the gate. So in this case, I would say a guard, right? Because I couldn't identify whether it was a police personnel or he was a private security personnel. So let's just say a guard. Now, there was a clarion call that, oh, for those of you who don't have tickets, stand on this side. And those of you who have tickets, come in, right? Then all of a sudden, there was this rush, right, through the gate. Now, if you've been to any of these events where stampedes have happened, through the gate, you will know. Case in point, Little Havana, not too long ago, I think about a couple of years ago, they had the same thing where the gate actually broke down, you know. So it's just one guy behind the gate. He gets support from another guy, and then we are literally rushing through the gate. So now it is survival of the fittest. You're right. So you literally have to, and that is where I had to empty my pocket because I know it's about to go down. So I empty my pockets and I bring it up my chest area because I need to protect my goods as well. You know, it's not like now I'm going to struggle and enter and I go in there and then I can't find my phone, I can't find my wallet. You spoil my, because already now tire. You spoil my whole process. So I was going with someone, and you know when you're going to such events with someone, you also have to be aware of the person you are with, so that they also don't get left behind. Because I can make my way through, but what of this one? You get me? So we tried to meander our way through and everything, and bro, it wasn't easy. You know, then people were pushing, and you know, so the guard thought it wise to press the gates against incoming crowd. Yes, because he was trying to wait, like, oh, take your time, one after the other. No, they all want to, and unfortunately, I can't blame him because it's like a human character, human behavior. Like, we want to get in, so we are going to get in anyhow. You get me? So this guy is trying to close the gate. So in his bid to close the gate, he's also being pressed against. So it's like a push and pull situation. You get me? I finally made my way through the gate, but it wasn't easy because I had to do all of the armpit smell and spits and stuff like that. Because Charlie. Plenty things going on there, you get me? We finally made it out of the stampede situation or near stampede situation, and then we get to the main barrier where you check for your tickets, whether it's complimentary, VIP, whatever. There I spotted an ambulance, I spotted National Fire Service, I spotted a couple of policemen who were around that area where the checks were made. We went through our checks, obviously got our target and everything. Then we had to cross a bridge. So there was like an estuary there where the bridge was obviously constructed to get people moved from one side of the beach to the other side. We get to the other side of the bridge, or we cross the bridge, and there is like a metal scanner, detective scanner, whatever there, and you have private security men standing there checking people as well. They check your bags, they check your pockets, they do all those things there and everything, and you go through. Now, this is a funny thing. When you enter the grounds, people are jamming. Like, there's so much fun going on. You are like, what's happening? Like, what's happening outside, what's happening inside? The contrast is very, very vast. Like, do we forget things so easily, or people have to just jam their pain or their issues away. Nonetheless, we are still here. We are here to see Black hole. We are here to see this. They're having fun. They're all rich and guy. They're no munsa. Everybody, in fact, condoms were all over the place. Now, I the Bachabanjibi because me I got
I just use condoms or just
no ebony condoms actually.
Or they were sharing.
So they were sharing condoms. I'm sorry, they were sharing condoms all over the place. So people were having fun. So when we got in there, I was obviously dehydrated, so I had to get some water just to prepare myself for the show. At that same time, I could hear Kojo Manuel hyping the crowd, working together with at the time Virosky. Yes, they were just trying to help people charge the crowd up. So I'm thinking, okay, it's about to go down because at the time I got in, it was 7 something, getting close to 8. So I'm like, okay, I mean the event was supposed to end at 10 anyways, so we are going to see the black holes and stuff like that. 30 minutes, 20 minutes, Mano is jamming, then Sean Bills will come. You come and jam, and another MC will come and jam, then the DJs are rotating. The same playlist over and over, and as usual, all I do is win, will pass through. All I do is win. Like, I feel like that's like DJ's like safeguard. Oboana, after Obra, all I do is win actually. Watch a crowd, 8:10, 8:15. No sight of, or even no announcement of maybe the next act you're going to see is this. No. So I started rolling out the opening acts, right? Now for the opening acts, unfortunately, that was when I realized that there was a technical challenge on the stage because some of the opening acts will come on stage and the sound is not working. For whatever reason, the sound is not working. So they come and give us a cappella performance, and to be honest, some of them,
But with the issue of the sound, it happened to Blacko. The video that I watched when he was performing Soja, the microphone went off.
Yes, we'll get there.
Okay.
So the opening acts, some of them would come and do a cappella performances, obviously come to shout and scream. I'm like, bro, we are tired. The scream is not going to help. Perform and go so that we can come and see the people we came to see. For others who had their sound working, they performed beautifully nice. They do the job and go. Opening acts had finished. The roster was done. Even J-Bad, I don't think he came as an opening act, but I think he just came to fill the gap. He came, performed, charge the crowd, Saka, all over the place. So the crowd was now ready, the food done. We're ready to see our destiny. Then another DJ comes and he's taking us through the same playlist again. Kojo Manuel will come. You could even tell from Kojo Manuel's voice that he's been like, you're draining him because he's been hyping the crowd since 3 p.m. You get what I'm saying? And he did the same thing for Global Citizens. People don't know this. Kojo Manuel has a way of doing his best to hold on to the crowd, to buy time. But for how long will it continue? I don't want to deviate. I'll get back to that. So I'm telling my friend, if it's 9 p.m. and none of the headline acts come, we are going home. You can choose to stay, but for me, I'm going because I'm coming all the way from Accra. We have driven how many kilometers to come here, and it is just DJ. If I want to listen to the DJ playlist, no disrespect to our DJs, they do so well, they do fantastic when it comes to these things. But to hear the same songs recycled over and over again, I can just stay home, connect my phone to the Bluetooth, and jam. Because Spotify, if I put it on shuffle, it will give me fantastic playlists. I came to see performances. That is why I paid for the ticket. That's why I was given the opportunity to come. 8:45, 8:50, nothing. 9 o'clock, nothing. I said, let's go. So I left. Now, I get to the car park where my car is parked. And the exit, which serves as an entry point, has been blocked by another river. Then I'm looking for the guy who parked the car. The guy has gone to another spot.
Inside the data.
He's gone to another spot, go to park other people's cars. So I was like, where's the wisdom in this? Like, how are you going to move our cars? Then this guy comes and says, boss, we are there here. So right now, if you could move your car, if you pay something, I say, but I've already paid 20 cedis to the first guy who parked my car. He said, boss, what should they talk? They say, they're plenty English and they talk. They listen. The car, you go, if you move on, I just go bring bridge, then go move on. I said, okay, cool, no problem. How much you go take? So that was why I realized that they actually park your cars and they charge you based on the type of model, the car model you have. So if it's a Mercedes-Benz, best believe you're going to pay more than 20 cedis. We took a Corolla, manager and also 20 cedis, and we moved. Now, when we were moving out of the place where we parked our car, that was when the likes of Sarkodie and I'm sure RTBs were coming in a convoy. Now, this is the situation here. The road is a narrow road, and it's a 2-lane street. I haven't been to Kokobitu before, so if anybody lives there, do you understand what I'm saying? It's a 2-lane street. You're either going or coming. If there is a provision on the other side of the road, it's because, oh, maybe you want to park your car. And there were a lot of double parkings. So that also contributed to the traffic. So Sarkodie and his team are coming with a convoy. They have taken the road that those who are, the ravers who are leaving the event, are supposed to use. So they block it. Now, if Sarkodie is coming with a convoy, a normal raver with a Range Rover or maybe a Honda would want to be a part of it because the cars are nice. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you're not careful, you wouldn't know where the convoy even stops. Now, mind you, there's no MTTD, there is no police. So who is going to say, hey, you, move out from there? So we, the human beings, in fact, the locals themselves had to find a way to redirect the traffic. And boy, it was so tedious because he has rolled up his glasses, he's in the AC. You don't come and tell him what to do. We stayed in that traffic for another 2 hours. When I left the vicinity, I am telling you, when I left the community to hit the main road and go towards a Dansoman, whatever, now about 11:16. There was some point in the traffic where I was actually sleepy. So I had to play music, do a lot of things because now my break. You can see that I have really suffered. I have paid 100 cedis. I didn't get to see my artist perform. I have gone and come. The only thing I paid for was the traffic. In fact, if you do the calculation very well, I've actually paid more than 100 cedis because the fuel. And the food that I bought too was ×2 because obviously, if on a normal the chicken guy was 5 cedis, because chicken got 10 cedis. Because I want to come and see my artist perform at Tidal Rave. When I got home, that was when I tweeted Tidal Rave, never again.
So you know going.
Oh, but I'm not bluffing. When people you will go, I'm not bluffing. Because it's become a thing. It's become a thing with our events in this country. Me and I don't like going out to events because of some of these things. The reason why I went to Global Studies is because I wanted to make a point or prove a point that, or more or less, let Global Studies prove to us that is it our country that's the problem, or is it human beings? Global Citizen came to this country in this same Black Star Square where we held events. They finished before midnight. So that was why I went to, unfortunately for Tidal Rave, it's the first local event after Global Citizen. So there's no way you can even control the foresight of ravers who are coming there to say, oh, they're not going to compare. They're definitely going to compare. And that is where we are today.
I see. So we try to get the organizers to, appreciate what they did. Of course, it was a nice show, at least the videos that I watched.
Oh yeah, I must admit, I'm just a quick one. I must admit because when I left, as at 11, that was when the first headline art came, and from the videos that were sent to me in their bid to make me feel bad for leaving, people were jammed. They had fantastic. I think for some they believe that was one of their best performances for the year, but for the Black Sharif Gaff. But people really jammed. So now it was a bittersweet feeling for me because I was like, oh boy,
why did I leave?
But I had to go. For me, leaving at 9.
That was too much of a work. But yes. So as I mentioned earlier, we wanted to speak with organizers and appreciate the job that they did because it was a nice show. But these security issues and other things seem to have taken over. But we wanted to ask a few questions. We even asked if we could do a phone interview, and also lie. The thing is that some people shared their experiences on social media. Some said they were robbed, their phones were taken, and then they were asked to reset the phone. So if you have any password on it, you do the reset, the thing, you go with that, then they will take it. Others said they were, their mirror, the car mirror was taken, their cars were broken into, things stolen from the car, a whole lot. So these are the issues that we wanted to see. Amal, you were not at the event, but have you heard of these experiences of people who have been there? Any relative or a friend?
Great. So I have a friend, Z. seeing as she worked with Amia TV. She WhatsApped me, and I could see the distress in the tone. Like, you know, she was like, Paula, please, I've written a piece. I really want you to publish it on GhanaWeb for me. So and I gave her the editor GhanaWeb, send it to us, and then we'll look at it and we'll publish it for you. And she also declared that that was her first and last. She had
Liberty team.
It's crazy because she's a woman. You, of course, you know, women, you know, you can defend yourself. But from the accounts, the social media trends coming from women saying that they were robbed, they were attacked, wigs. Then they will snatch it. More of what we heard from the Sakasaka, because
they snatched wigs.
Of course they did. Wigs. It's detachable, so you know they just pull it off.
Yeah, but the police
and then now wigs
as part of the items, 42 items.
Yes, Stone Boy's own. Wigs are expensive. Into Oshimu 1,005 Biokoton, he will definitely make profit. So with Z, she was talking about the whole stress, right, from traffic, getting to the event, and people not standing, the organizer not standing the show on time, and a whole lot. But I'm just saying, it's a big deal. Ladies want to go, they show their bikinis, you know, their dressing was on point, some killer wild looks, like, you know, because they are ravers, it's a beach certain, so of course those who went there were blessed to see very nice things, and of course it was wild and all that. But then the security issue is one thing that's topped conversations. Everyone is talking about the fact that they could have done better. First off, we know that such mammal crowd, you cannot say that, okay, you cannot provide security for all of them, but at least vantage points, you know that at the end of the day, after enjoying the show, when you are leaving, that is when all these crimes and all these atrocities are done. So as hard time organizers know that, okay, fine, maybe on the event ground, there's a lot of crowd. If you try to snatch someone's phone or whatever, they'll mob you and then something crazy could be done to you. But when you are leaving, that's always the case. So are you going to say that, okay, just like maybe you go and park at a bank, they tell you that whatever you do, when your items are stolen, it's not our business. These are people who pay to enjoy the show. So why should I go for enjoyment, and at the end of the day I'm going out with a cat and all that? People sustain injuries, and then Sakasaka Park, we said no show, we are still here. Tidal Rave today done. I've not seen any release or anything. So at the end of the day, you're just thinking, should I stay home? It's even COVID time. People did not care about whatever it is. COVID is in the season. See the crowd, they still went there just because of enjoyment. And at the end of the day, your stone will be how do I say? Your phone will be stolen. You hurt, you get hurt. You see all this. It still lives in your head rent free. The next time when they say Tidal Rave, you don't want to go. But this thing is a big deal that we go for enjoyment.
I have a very funny experience. I mean, I sympathize and empathize with the people who were attacked. When Shatawale was doing, I think after the storm, at Independence Square, around that time I was with Pauls. I had gone to cover the event, and just when we had closed, at the time there was no these car services, the Ubers, the boats, and the taxi drivers were charging exorbitantly from this was when, like, I've forgotten the year, but 2006, 2016 or 2015, thereabout. And from Independence Square to Adenta, they were taking, at the time, they were taking 100 cedis. Wow. I said, 100 cedis there, I'm a far away. So I said, okay, let me walk to the roadside, at least I'll get some Trotsky B. Menam Cemetery, side, we have closed, we are all going on. Then I see my back is heavy. And I thought he was a friend because we had agreed that we'll live together. But I didn't find him, and I was calling him, his phone was off. There's no way I could find him, so I said, let me go. My back was heavy. Then I saw the person go down a bit. I thought it was the friend trying to play a fast one on me. Then someone held my hand. Hey, Fabra. Because I'm always holding my phone this way. My phone is always in my left hand. So when I turned, I see this guy, and I see some 6 people behind me. The picture is like, oh, the American so I look at them. I value my life. I just gave the thing to them, and then I left. So for those who were attacked, it's a terrible experience. But with this, to what extent can people hold organizers accountable for this? Because, I mean, in my case, we had closed, and from the Independence Square to the cemetery, close to the Parliament House, is How many meters? That's a very long. How can organizers be held accountable for such instances, for such occasions?
So first and foremost, I am happy these things happened. I'm happy, not without any malice. And for Olele saying he spent 100 cedis to go and be in traffic and all of that, I think it's his fault. You should have stayed. You should have stayed to watch the show. But he left. He left. You should have stayed to watch the show. However, anybody who has attended any event, any concert in this country, would not tell you there was no traffic. Cannot tell you some of these things didn't happen. They happen. But normally, you know, people don't go on Twitter wholesale like the way we have it now happening. Because this is, in quotes, Africa's biggest beach event. It was advertised as such, and then everything was, there was even a communique about security. Yeah, but that communique about security didn't cover security outside the event venue. Who is responsible for security outside the venue? I mean, any guess? Who is responsible for security?
That should be the police.
Thank you very much. Is the police aware there was an event? The police is aware, because he saw policemen there per his account. Yeah. But the police were nowhere outside. They were just at the event. And MTTD mentioned them. They are the ones in charge of traffic. Even if you are not told, you know there's an event because they got a letter for that. So the event organizers, yes, they also have a certain responsibility because the people went to their event. You know, but definitely they may come up with some PR that, well, we can't even say they are really people who went to our event. Maybe they were just around there. But yes, they have a responsibility to let or give the people some kind of hope. But now, the reason why I was happy this happened, Ghana is known for our December events. Year of Return came, and then after every December we have people coming in. We have so many events, and all these events we're talking about, they are night events. Some have time, some start in the day. You know, Afrochella, it starts in the day, there's this art and these other things. Later in the night, there's a concert. Do they start on time?
They don't.
They don't. They don't. Almost all of the shows don't start on time.
And we have 50 shows that have been approved according to the GTA.
They all don't start on time, one. Two, security, the same issue. Because getting to all these venues, going to Elwak, you will be at 37 for 1 hour. You won't get to Elwak if you are driving. True. And what made me a little bit uncomfortable with the Tidal Rave was that they promised, you know, you get a ride and all that. Imagine people, or imagine Olele joined the Tidal Rave ride from Accra Mall. Let's put aside the issue of starting late, and then he went there with the bus. Definitely wait and then use the bus to go back. That's right. So he may be in traffic, but you won't encounter these people who are on the roadside taking phones and the other things. These people are everywhere, whether you are in Osu, whether you are in Madina, or you are at Kokrobite, everywhere. And we know they have dens in Kasua, they have dens in the Liberian camp, Buduburam, they have dens all over the place. And they are all there, and it's like a cash out season for them. They always do this everywhere, even those who go to clubs. And then, I mean, I'm sure now clubs, a lot of clubs are not operating anymore. But when clubs were really operating, you have to get someone who drives to us a car so that you go with the person. I almost went for Tidal Rave. I didn't go because my car didn't start. I'm sure maybe I might be in his position. I might be in his position. But right now, you know, it has happened. A lot of disgruntled party goers are not happy, like him. A lot of people paid for the event. Yes, inside it was great. We'll talk about the hitches in there. But it was great. Security was good because you have like 3 different windows where you have to go through in terms of security. But outside, where they thought they didn't have any, how do you call it? Control. They didn't have any control, and also they didn't have any responsibility. But you still have a responsibility because it will mar the image. Even the image of your brand. You know, you can have a company, and then outside your company, you say if you park here, you park, and something happens, it's at your own risk. But if something happens and I go online and say, oh, I parked in front of, let's use GhanaWeb. I parked in front of GhanaWeb office and I was robbed. And GhanaWeb said it's not their responsibility. Yes, you may go to court if you want, GhanaWeb may win, but next time, do you think someone will want to park there? No. So this,
especially when it's recurring.
Yes. So this is what Tidal Rave has to do. They need to come out and say, yes, we understand your concerns. We are sorry. They need to apologize. However, the bigger apologies will come from the Ghana Police Service. I think you called them Tidal Rave, but you need to call the police. The police in the area, or even the Greater Accra Regional Police Command, and ask them, didn't they hear these things happen? What's their statement towards it? How come it happened? Because we have other shows coming. Same thing might happen. And then later we'll talk about the lateness of our artists. These are things that have been said so many times. I mean, you had a point with the time because they give to 10 p.m. and all, but it's a Ghana problem. It's a Ghana problem. Global Citizen Festival.
I hope we all learn from Uncle Igbo White.
It
starts on time. And interestingly, if you go 30 minutes to the start of the show, you will be late because the place is full already.
Because Ghanaians know that about Uncle Igbo White. He says something very important. That's why I would want to beg the question that how did we get this far with absolute disregard for time and even for the audience that have paid to come and see you? I get the fact that there's some, you see, there are different classes of people that come to these events. You have the early bloomers who want to be there and then put it on Snapchat and tell what people was going and everything. You have the mid to the, late bloomers who want to come in where everybody is seated, so you don't want to see them, so you want to go and be in a discreet, position or something so that they can enjoy in peace. Then you have the bombers, the late ones, the one who are like, they want people to know that,
nightlife,
Jabba. Because when I was leaving Tidal Rave, when I was leaving Kokobite,
that was when people were coming.
The kind of cars I saw, it's not like small cars. Range Rover, Benz. Just say, so I'm like, oh, okay, it's Muka home. You guys are the reason why our event started late because you guys are bringing the money. Now, if it is an event where tables are being sold, obviously these are the guys who buy the tables. But at the end of the day, you can't just build your event around these people because these people sit in cars, they drive and they go home. The people who actually come to the event in their numbers don't have their own cars. They come via Uber. Now this is what I mean by the money. You have paid 100 cedis for a ticket. You take an Uber, not knowing how bad the traffic is going to be. You are going to sit in this Uber in the kind of financial crisis we are in as a country. So the country is 5 cedis. Even the Uber drivers are complaining that the kind of charges or prices the app is giving them, it does not match the fuel they are spending money on. Do you get me? So you sit in this Uber. Maybe your trip from Accra to Kokobite is about plus or minus 60 cedis. And you are there, you are sitting in the Uber because you want to get there safe. Because you are afraid that when you walk, something happen to you, you are going to be attacked. You get to the event grounds, you are paying close to 120 Ghana cedis. A budget you did not, money you not even budget for. So if event organizers can think about all these things in their forecast, especially with Tidal Rave, before the event, if you paid attention to the trends, right? People started saying, Charlie, if you don't go, if you watch yourself, because Charlie, it's like people know, say, when you are going to a place like Tidal, like, all respect to Stoneboy. Stoneboy is my man. I'm a Beam native. But anytime a shaman to the world comes up, after all the good PR that we hear, the next thing you know, Charlie, if you don't go, Charlie, watch yourself, because that place you go, question you. It shouldn't get to that point. That is what I'm saying. It shouldn't get to that point. If you have to work with the police, work with the MTT, let there be a trust of confidence that when I come to my event, when I come to your event, I'm not going to go back wondering, hey, will I get back home in one piece, or will I get back home paying more?
Okay, so
I just want to add a little to it. So I've seen how concerts are done outside. It's been more than 4 days since Tidal Rave, the whole show went down, and no official statement. Same as Sakasaka Park, Ashaman to the World, it happened. Artists went to perform. So if the organizers haven't done anything about it, now let me talk about the artists. You have fans pay money to come see you. You've seen the account that people have posted, shared on their Twitter pages, Facebook, whatever. You have seen it. Can't you sympathize with them? My fans who paid money to come see me, I've seen all the... Say something, put in a word. See me, sometimes people have to take responsibility. I think the artists should have said something. If you care about your fans, you ignore the organizers. That's what happens. They will never comment about us. What about the artists too? They are the ones they are the reasons why Olele said he went there for a black sheriff. So has he said anything, or he feels like that's not his responsibility?
Sharif Nankasakra, he suffered a hit on stage. But quickly, you want to say something?
I want to say that I can bet half of my salary that no artist will say anything. Because first, they disrespected everybody who was there. They come late themselves. The time that was given, I don't think Tidal Rave told them to come at 10 p.m. or 12 p.m. and perform. But they all come late, and that's something that we've become used to. And it's something we need to take out of our system. But how do we do this? Where does it start from?
Let's do this very quickly. We need to go for a break and talk about the Abiana thing. The beautiful aspect of the program. What would be your take on that?
Well, the beautiful aspect of the program was the young people attended. You know, we have a culture. If they say culture, normally Ghanaians are always thinking about Adowa, you know, all those things. But there's also a contemporary culture where we have young people showing their beauty, showing all the talents that they have, showing art, and also showing some form of entertainment. And that culture was there. If you look at the pictures, you look at the images, and also the whole setup. I was happy the beach is a gated one, and it made it even more secured inside. You know, and besides that, the performances. I mean, despite the sound challenges, which I think there shouldn't be any excuse for that, they should have brought back up. But however, the performances were great. The artists they had, the headline artists, you know, we have R2Bs, we have Sako, they're all big artists. Mr. Ju was there, and all these guys. Even, I mean, Blacko was there. Blacko is a very busy man now, but he was there with his, you know, soldiers, you know, backing him up.
I like his stagecraft.
And he danced. He said he was a dancer.
So solid, like
they were, and he looks very simple, and he's putting Ghana on the map. And we put this event on the map. I see these events as a Ghana thing, you know. And I was happy when I read that they were taking it to Liberia on December 10th, and that means it's becoming an African event, and that's why they are going with the tag Africa's biggest beach event. I believe we should support them, because if Ghana makes it, or if any event organizer from Ghana makes it, we've made it. And if they're able to take it to Liberia and other places, let's support it. However, these issues need to be solved, and they need to bring out a statement. They need to. They need to. If they want, they can, you know, I mean, hire our services to do it for them if they don't have someone to do that. But I mean, this thing has to be done. It has to be done.
Right. So, unfortunately, I can't take your thoughts on the brighter side, but I guess you fused it with your submission. You mentioned the fact that they made it you regret, in a way, leaving the event because of what you saw, how nice the event was. In fact, event in the NFA Mashebi was nice, but for these security issues. So, big ups to Echo House, and hopefully we find a way to curb all of these things, including the time we start our shows, the security issues, and all of that. We'll take a quick break. When we return, there are two things. We'll look at Abiana, why she's trending, and then we'll also have Doreen come your way with Vogue. It's eForum on GhanaWeb TV. Don't go away.
Are you a rapper, singer? Lisa, singer. Singer. Okay, let's hear you. Girls wanna have fun. Try the ass back, machine gun, bang, 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 bang. Hey, you are out. Hey, the machine gun.
All right, that's Abiana. She's a judge. Mentor is ongoing. Audition. Hello to this Godwin. Yes, Mentor 6 winner. Myself and him were in a group those days. Until Legon, maybe 2 muna, I say, yes, on course mentor has will be winner. And yes, when he went, he won. So maybe a mentor winner by affiliation. You understand? So that's the video you just watched is Abiana, and then episode. They were judges for mentor audition, and for some people she was too hard on the gentleman. At least she could have said see you next year, but the way bang 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 bang, especially when she has had an experience with Our own. So this is going to be a very straight conversation. I'll begin with Amabruni because Oyoba. Say Nkofo throw in the feminine argument. Bema na ye chire oba nka de ne besi na de de. Ama, what's your submission on this one?
So when I saw the video first, I was like, hey, Abiana. Because I watched her interview with on United Showbiz and she gave her experience. But we always say, when you are put in the position, the things that you say, oh, why did you do this? You didn't do that. When they put you in that same position, I said, I'm going to say, Scabbard chest, oh boy, be faithful. Ghana boys, let me throw that shade. That is the same way. But then I want to give Abiana the benefit of the doubt. Just maybe she's had some bad people pass throughout. Because mom baby, like, see, the guy did not even cough up the first line. I don't even know what, because she could have handled it way better, I would say. But then I don't blame her because I've also suffered same. Some years ago, I went for a Miss Malaika audition. I went to see Bella Mundi. I went there with like 6 girls, introducing myself, and I mentioned my name. I was from GIJ. She just said she's had a lot of GIJ people pass through, so that was how I was disqualified.
Oh, really?
Wow. Simple and short.
How?
So for years, I was like Bella Mundi, but now I let go of that situation. So when you're put in that position, sometimes they are stressed. They've seen maybe someone come and perform, maybe mom baby a couple of times. I'm not saying no. You get what I'm saying? So it's a whole different ball game altogether. But then after Abiana out bones him now. Oh, what then? Just as you said, Kwekumante put in a word and then it really weighed you down.
But she was able to pick up because she came back and she's won the female vocal.
You saw the guy, if you watch the video carefully, the guy was stunned, like I said, a ton, so he was like, hey, you know. But he could have just said, okay, maybe your voice. No, you could have not even judged because you didn't even let the guy sing the first or second line. So, Charlie, all in all, Adriana could have done better.
How should we handle people who come for audition? Should we tell them point blank, Charlie, are you with it? Because Okrekumante, I mean, he's the popular judge when it comes to mentor. There were instances, or it was, yes. Some of them sleep when you are singing, like, me need time, I'm wasting time. Some say next year. Some say, my friend, go and find something. How should the communication be? Should we be as blunt as possible?
Ghana for mupe kasa too much. You know, it's a show. And with shows, mostly they direct it. They script it sometimes. We are here applauding or mentioning Okrekumante. At that time, people were just attacking him. Oh, he's a rude person. He's rude. But today, I'm mentioning him. Simon Cowell.
Oh, me, he was my favorite judge.
Simon Cowell. What's he famous for?
For being very critical.
Yes, but
people don't know he's a record producer.
You know, but it gets you to watch the show. Because people watch it just because they want to see what Simon will do or will say. And we have another show in Nigeria which is being showed on DSTV. One of Nigerian Idol. Yeah. We have the good person, we have the bad person and all that. It's because it's a show. So why isn't there anything Ghanaian? Then every Ghanaian, everybody who likes entertainment wants to judge and wants to, you know, nitpick and say, oh no, this is wrong, you have to do it this way. Is it yours? Is it your show? You know, it's not your show. Allow the show to go on and the show to be nice. And the niceness of the show is what you're watching. Out. And you're fair. That's a show. That's a show. Allow the show to go on. But now you attack Abiana this, Abiana that. But it's good for
a lot of people didn't know that Mentor was running. Up until I saw publicity is bad.
It's a show.
And even Abiana is originally. You get what I'm saying?
But to whose expense? To the young man who is looking to, you know, become someone through these auditions. I mean, when do we draw the lines? When do we nitpick on the ones we choose to use for our showmanship? Unless of course you're telling me that the young man himself was told actually, how should they go? I better go do out.
But you know they've signed a lot of agreements. I get to say that they are going to be on video. They've agreed and consented to them being on
out.
It's their performance. It's their performance.
Reaction.
No, that one is staged.
The thing is, I understand where you are coming from. For me personally, I haven't seen the full video, and knowing our culture where we comment on short videos, I have decided personally to always look out for the full video, because maybe, just maybe, the out did not come as a result of
So you think it's edited?
I think that Abiana may have commented further. You see, sometimes when the contestants leave the room, the judges banter and say, "Nah, I think it's because of this and that." We didn't get to see that part. We've only seen him saying out. And the episode was trying to like, "Oh, Charlie," that kind of thing. That is what helps the virality you're talking about. Do you get me? But maybe if we watch the full video, we will understand the context in which Abiana was saying out. Now, Abiana is a vocalist. This is the best female vocalist last year.
Yeah.
Was it last year?
Yeah, 2021.
VGM
2021.
So we can't say she's not fit enough to sit to judge people who are coming to sing. It's not a rap show.
Yes.
She's sitting there in her authority as someone who has won an award in that regard, a national award for that matter. So you don't get to determine whether she's fit enough to judge a mentor show. Marco Krokumante, when I was a child, I didn't know that Marco Krokumante was the one producing that Crisabel Dosi. I only saw him as a mean judge. But as I grew up, I got to know that this man has actually been in the music business for long. There are a lot of people today. It's because of the way social media has been positioned in our country today. People are now assertive. People are now online. There are more people online. So you have various degrees of reactions that come up of it. Did Abiana try? No, she didn't try. But we can't base our judgment just on what we saw. And people should not be quick to say you are not fit enough to be a judge. Bro, on a normal day, you were a judge. We came to sit here to listen to Black Sherry music. We all was sitting right here. We all judge Black Sherry music from different angles. So you don't look at someone and say you're not fit to be a judge and what do here and you have not a hit song. Give us a hit song first. I'm sorry, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
TV3 knew, and this is not a small industry or small media whatever. They know, like he said, they know what they do. When it comes to reality shows in this country, we know what TV3 them can do. We know how they script their shows to give it that oomph. So if we are looking at the situation, let's look at the situation holistically within context, and that way we can judge whether she did well or she didn't do well. But if indeed it was scripted to the guy's expense, I don't think it's a great idea.
Didn't try for him.
Bongo ideas became bongo ideas after what
Something
happened.
like
The guy, there's nothing like
I
expense.
saw
You
a
can come
post
out
that
and
they
say,
were
oh,
looking
I'm
for
the
the
one.
guy. They were looking for the guy. So as I stated in the newsroom, it's definitely going to happen. They'll be like, oh, very soon he'll grant an interview and then he'll become a celebrity.
If he's watching us, he should record himself. He should record himself and sing, and then we'll give him another chance.
I have a problem. Well, like, someone will say, I'll be a star. I have a problem with how we make people stars. Because people are hurting people to become stars. And for a country, or an African country, where we are so intertwined with our culture, you know, where we are the first, we have a lot of moral rights. It's very interesting and ironic how these stars are made. Like you mentioned, bongo ideas. I have no issue with bongo ideas. I personally think whatever he's doing to help him survive, he should go ahead and do it. But what I have a problem is to the expense of someone's father, someone's mother. That is not you being whatever. That's you being, I don't want to use the word, but that's definitely you being somewhat, you know, reasonable. Because you're the yawa and yawode.
But in his case, the media gave him attention when it was more like he was subjected to bullying.
It's the same thing that just Abiana conversation.
But after it came out, he's bullying people.
Yeah.
You see nobody this day.
Exactly. You see, and that's because we were feeding into the narrative, because we were feeling empathetic.
Yeah, that.
You see, we felt empathetic with your situation. Now, when you had opportunity to also express that same empathy, what are you doing?
Life.
I mean,
if you want to judge this standard by that measure, I think we end up not having pageants, we end up not having talent shows.
No, but you see, the thing is, Ghanaians have seen how these things have happened. No disrespect to Marco Krokumante, but you can't be Marco Krokumante. Mark would tell you, see, if you listen to the interview Abiana gave on UTV, she stated why Mark told her she doesn't think she'll make it out of the industry. But in this case, Abiana did not. That's what I'm saying, that the difference is linear. You have to watch the full video to see. Because we didn't get to see if she spoke about the fact that the guy needs to check this, check that. Some people may think, oh, maybe she should have said it on camera. All right, but we haven't seen that. Whether she did or not, we don't know. So it's a knee-jerk reaction, if you ask me. But of course, is we are living in a digital world. It's the internet space. These are the kind of contents that get the people talking.
Right here.
Look at it, not to catch you, just quickly, not to catch you. It gives Abiana some kind of mileage and exposure, like she said, bad PR.
She
whatever.
just had her concert.
Exactly.
And she has released a song.
Exactly. You know, so it's a win-win.
Yeah. TV3 is also doing it.
Because TV3 themselves actually posted the video and said, we are sorry. So that's why I'm beginning to believe what he's saying.
Everybody's talking about mentor. But Abranti, I saw one. I've seen couple tagging Abiana as an underground. Please, I want to say it on record.
That's what I'm saying.
Abiana is not an underground artist. She's won an award, female vocalist.
She's the best female vocalist of the year.
She's one of the best talents we have currently. In Ghana, when you're not part of their top 5 artists.
Yeah. Entertainment Desk, GhanaWeb TV. She's the host of Talkatainment, and she does Nkomo Konkonsa. When you said the course win Friday, and Moons and Cuddles. Ismail Ni Akwe. Akwe is a tourism and arts advocate, and then Olele Salvador is an entertainment journalist with 3 music TV.
Music, yeah, 3
yes.
networks,
Yeah. But we are not done yet. I mentioned to you that Doreen will come your way with Vogue. Now, for those who, if this is the first time you are watching Vogue, we go for events. We cover events in Accra and in Ghana. And so if you are having an event, just reach out to us. We are very active on social media. We'll come and cover, So, Jacinta had her event. So event, if I'm coming to mention the name, then I feel some way.
One night stand.
How can you have an event and say it's one night stand? Like how? Jacinta. One night stand. Let's see how the event went. Vogue is next with Doreen Abanima Abaya.
Back at it again, and today it's Jacinta's comedy show. Today it's a vibe here at the National Theatre. Today is gonna be full of laughs. Today we are going to be laughing until our jaws say, oh my god, you need to stop. We are having a show right here at the National Theatre by Jacinta, One Night Stand. But you heard me right, One Night Stand. And we have some big names on it. Clementa Suarez is performing, Obi Amponsa, and so many other people. Don't let me talk too much. Let's get right into it, and then you will enjoy yourself.
Well, you know, I'm a Christian, I'm a believer, hallelujah. And I read the Bible a lot. There's a part of the Bible that says that, Matthew chapter 5 verse 28. Oh, hallelujah, hallelujah. It says that when a man looks at a woman lustfully, he has already committed adultery with her in his heart. Who writes down nonsense? Who writes down? You dey tell me, say, you dey compare ordinary looking to doggy.
Something interesting happened. Football star Samoa Gyan splashed money on stage, and MC Clementa Suarez tried to be smart.
It's okay, let's help the needy. It's okay, go. No decorate. Clement to me and Igbo, you they interrupt my set. Go. Why you don't come?
Who did this? Keep Ghana King, who did this?
I will pause my performance to claim my rights. As a mother, only you have to perform for now.
What a woman can do better. Miss girl, do something. I'm not looking. Linda is here in the national. Give it to her.
So, after the event, we spoke to some patrons who shared their excitement.
It was great. Jacinta is an amazing performer already, but tonight was power packed. Like, aside her, every other comedian did. We'll keep coming. Yeah, we'll keep coming.
Do you have any thoughts?
Oh, everything was okay. That's just it. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
A female comedian doing this for the first time, everything went well. The production was great. The production was amazing.
How did you enjoy the show?
Okay, so it was a great show. Hugely anticipated. It's been long coming. Jacinta has paid her dues in the industry, and I'm so excited to see the number of people here who came to support her. I can say, and I could say, she would have gone over 4 hours on this show non-stop. She had not even a boring joke. She was flawless. She was eloquent. She's raised the bar, and I'm so proud of her. And I hope we support our female comedians, knowing very well this is a male-dominated industry. She's done so well.
Okay, I think it's great for Ghana. Comedy. Ghana comedy has come a long way, and I enjoyed myself.
Right. So, are you expecting anything next for the coming?
Exactly. This is the maiden edition, so I think going forward they will do more. Yeah, I'm happy. Yeah.
I really love the show, and particularly I was here for Jacinta because one, she's feminine, and I like to promote women who are in fields that are like male-dominated. And so for me, I was here to support women, and I'm in for women who really want to make it in the male-dominated field. And it was fun.
We're currently here with the woman of the moment. She killed the show, and she's going to be telling us her experience because everyone that was here says they love it. Jacinta, how do you feel?
I feel great. I feel fulfilled. I feel happy. I feel like a burden has been lifted off of me.
Tell us about it. What was the burden? What was it? Were you tense? Planning, being in this male-dominated field? How did you feel? Conquering it.
I've always had this fear of doing my own show, but today it's like, yeah, finally I got to do it. Even planning it, putting it together. I must say I have a solid team, Charlie. The guys I worked with were just mind-blowing, and they made sure that we did it. There were so many times that I was like, Charlie, are you sure we're going to do this show? And my producer actually said, Jacinta, relax. The show we do and finish. And I'm happy today that, we've done it. We've done it. I had so many down moments, especially when sponsorships were backing down. Also, especially when some of the sponsors promised you and then at the last minute, they backed down. It was very disheartening, but Charlie, we do them.
It's been an amazing show, and from the background, you can tell the people trooped in Indian numbers to support Jacinta on her one-night stand show here at the National Theatre. My name is Dorina Banmabaya.
You see some men, you go not say God they create. What? Then you tell me say I will just look, suffer, and go eat. So that when I go on judgment day, when God say, what did she do? The Goalkeeper will say, oh, she eats, she look and she eats. She didn't just look and pass. God is a merciful God. He likes honest people. This is the secret I'm telling you. I'm a child of God. God likes honest people. And so, God is going to be like, did you do that? I said, yes, Daddy. I did it because you said it that once we look, we have done it. So I did it, Daddy, so that if you will punish me, let me know that I did it. Let me not suffer. God will say, you are honest, enter heaven. And that is why today, I decided to have a one-night stand with all of you, so that I can eat all of you. Are you not enjoying? Are you happy? Thank you so much for coming out to support me. Some of you wanted to come to this show. You waited and seen it. I don't perform this show. You see, they don't go.
All right, thank you, Doreen, for the package of Vogue. So next week, we definitely will come your way with yet another riveting conversation and also a package of Vogue. Like I mentioned, if you have an event, let us know. Our cameras will be there. It's a time as well. Say my uncle, my director will teach you. I know who's a Biana, and why am out. You see, they also me call. So thank you for watching. We had Ismail Akwe, ni Akwe, Ismail Akwe. Akwe is double, like Kanayo. So will you also do that to your kids? Will you out. No, the kids. Ismail Akwe. Akwe is a tourism, arts and culture advocate. Amabruni is an entertainment journalist. She's with GhanaWeb TV. Olele Salvador. Yeah.
Shalom.
Olele Salvador.
Shalom.
Is with 3 Music. He's an entertainment journalist. And so we wrap up on this episode of eForum. Thank you very much for watching. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
Executive members, yeah. We have 8 of them going through. Now, the first we have here is Hawa Dramani. Then we have Justice Lamte. She has 119. Then Bashiru Bano 109. Then we have David Nikwe, also 109. We have Hegan. Hegabil, okay, 107. Then we have Janet, Yvette, Montani, Moti, also 106. Faustina Tete, 104, and Safiatu. Safiatu, yeah, Sahiru, 85. They have been duly elected as executive members. We have the Deputy Communication Officer. We have Nancy Ama J 590. Then we have William Enyonam Amenuvo 1039. William is duly elected. Communication Officer. We have Mark Atto 682. Then we have John Brown Kofi. He had 936. John has been declared the winner here. Then we have Deputy Women Organizer. We have Mrs. Doris Anyomi, then Victoria Dodu. Mrs. Doris had 96 and Victoria had 89. Mrs. Doris is duly elected. Women Organizer. We have Sylvia Na Ade, 93. Then we have Alberta Sharp. There's no Sharp here. Ayoko, 89. Sylvia is duly elected as the women organizer. Other youth representative. We have Maud Doku, 75. Farida Khalifa, 105. Farida is duly elected. Deputy Youth Organizer Emmanuel Banini, 82. Emmanuel Dorona, 98. Emmanuel Dorona is duly elected as the Deputy Youth Organizer. The Youth Organizer, we have Daniel K. Ofori. He had 80. Theophilus Kwe had 102. Theophilus Philpe is duly elected as the youth organizer. Deputy Treasurer, we have Rahina to Isifu, 735. Paul Kwame Mensah, 875. Paul is duly elected. Treasurer, we have Richard Ni Ama Okan, 653. Albert Robertson, 955. Albert Robertson is duly elected as the treasurer. Deputy Organizer, Rochester Botry, 708. Achimon Roxin, 918. Achimon Roxin is duly elected. Organizer, we have Albert Mipali, 510, and Albert Mipali, 510. Then Alfred K. Alote, 1030. So Alfred Alote is duly elected. Deputy Secretary, we have Benedict Crab, 710. And then Eugene Kwame Yafi, 914. I declare Eugene as duly elected. Secretary. We have Robert Okwe, 805. Peter K. Agbeli, 814. Peter Agbeli elected. Vice Chairman. We have Theophilus Alute Mouse, 719. Then Paul Ade Kujo, 889. Paul Kujo is duly elected as the Vice Chairman. The Chairman. We have Jofu Atikli Panini, 635. Then we have William Ni Amudodu, 983. I therefore declare Wisdom Ni Amudodu as duly elected chairman. Thank you very much.
Previously on People and Places.
We the Igbos traced our origin from Israel. Most Igbos are fair in complexion.
Okay.
Most Igbos have forehead.
Okay.
Most Igbos have flat kind of hair.
Ghana, Nigeria, Jollof. Which one do you prefer?
Every time this question comes to me, if I give this answer, people will shout. If I give this answer, people will shout.
Again, Thank you for choosing us. This is still People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. Now, in our last episode, we had a conversation with His Royal Majesty, the King of the Igbo community in Ghana, with focus on their traditions and who they are as a people. Now, we continue that conversation, but this time we focus on their stay in Ghana and their relations with the people of Ghana. Join us right after this break. My name is Wanda Amihagan. Thank you so much for staying with us. We are going to have another very interesting conversation with the diasporan king of the Igbo community here in Ghana. I'm speaking to His Royal Majesty, Dr. Eze Chukwudi Ihenetu. Eze, welcome to the second part of the show, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
So, how much do you know about Ghana?
Ghanaians are great and wonderful people. Ghanaians are very welcoming people. Ghanaians are people that have human sympathy. Ghanaians are people that like to share ideas. Ghanaians are people that give their life to a true friend. Ghanaians are people that you can trust them at all times. Ghanaians are people that maintain their culture. Ghanaians are people that then we
1990. You came to Ghana in 1995.
I came to 95.
So you met your wife 3 years after you came to Ghana.
I came to Ghana 8th of February 1995. That's my first trip to Ghana.
Okay.
I don't forget it. So we started dating. We did it like 3 months.
Okay.
And I love her so much. Then I went in for marriage.
Wow.
I married her 3 months after the date. So we married August 1998.
In Ghana or in Nigeria?
In Ghana, here, okay. 1998. So from that time to now, 24 years of our marriage. So, and she's been a very great woman to my life, a backbone, an advisor to me, a strength to me, a prayer warrior. Things about my wife is so great, you know. So since I met her, life is good, and we love each other till tomorrow. And I have only one wife.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
No other wife, because she's so great.
I'm sure she'll be smiling when she hears everything you said about her.
She knows I talk about her everywhere. I'm so much proud of my wife.
So talking about love, I mean, you've spoken about so many things you've observed about Ghana, but I'm sure you've interacted with some of your people. What do they usually tell you that they love the most about Ghana?
If Ghanaians are not good, they will not be able to accommodate Nigerians. Sorry to say, the Nigerians, we are very fast people. You know, maybe what you are not expecting of a Nigerian will just get it down quick and move his way. So it's only somebody that loves you must have patience for you. If a person don't love you, he will never have patience for you. So something I'm telling you, something every Nigerian, every Igbo man in this country Ghana will tell you, that Ghanaians are good. That's why they can accommodate us.
Wow.
Yes.
And how easy has it been blending in since you came to Ghana?
Life can never be easy. Jesus did not even find it easy living here on earth. God in heaven didn't find it easy from the devil. The devil fought him. So as long as life is concerned, if anybody's saying that life is easy, I tell the president know what you're talking about. Life is not easy and it can never be easy. So before you get to a certain level in life where you relax, you have worked so hard to get that stable level of life. And even at all it is stable, there are still challenges on top of that stable you are. So life is not easy. You cannot get it easy anywhere in the world. But all I know that Ghana is a blessed land to me, to my family, and to every Boma in this country, Ghana.
Are there any similarities you've noticed between Ghanaians or any tribes in Ghana and any tribes in Nigeria or the Igbo people?
Yeah, the Ghans have a similar lifestyle, cultural display with the Yorubas. And by the history we'll learn, the Ghans came from Ilife, from Yoruba land. Now the Yam festival that the Yam festival will display in Ghana. Same thing, the Asogli Kingdom, that is my friend and a father to me, Togba Fede. Also, he celebrates Yam Festival. And many other tribes here in Ghana celebrate Yam Festival and different things. So there are a lot of similarity. The only difference here is the language.
Okay. Languages
are different, but African history, African tradition is a similar thing. Remember that as I'm sitting down here in this throne today, the Ghana Traditional Council played a wonderful, great role inducting Igbo throne in Ghana. That's why every time I always give very big thanks to Ninde Rosaki, the acting president of Ghana Traditional Council during the time of my coronation.
Are there any specific traditions that you think are here and there?
There are so many kingdoms here in Ghana that celebrate the Yam Festival, and something that we do. There are some kingdoms here also around the Volta North that celebrate Rice Festival. So, similar things, yeah.
Right.
Then the masquerade dance will display. There are so many areas in Ghana that display also cultural dance. Okay, even the airways, they display the Mau we saw at that place. So there are a lot of similar things, you know.
As I would want to take a quick break.
Okay.
We want Enam to give us some facts about Ghana. Quickly, we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Now, let's learn something interesting about Ghana. Mole National Park, located in the northwestern part of Ghana, is the country's first, largest, and most prestigious wildlife refuge. It is best known for its elephant population and other primates. That's all for this week on Facts About Ghana. Until next time, let's get back and learn more with Wanda and her guests.
Welcome back from the break. That was some facts about Ghana from Enam. And we are still having an interesting conversation with the king of the Igbo community in Ghana. Eze, since you came here, I'm sure as a royal, you have interacted with some other chiefs and kings in the country from different tribes. What is your relationship generally with the traditional leaders of Ghana?
Okay, I have a very good relationship with a lot of Ghana traditional rulers, both kings and queens. By the special grace of God, I'll first of all talk about the Ghana people. I am very close to the entire Ghana kings. Like I said, from 2012 when I was coronated, Ghana Traditional Council played a major role. Then the president was Ninde Rosaki, who was the acting president of the Ghana Traditional Council then. Him and all the Ghana Paramount kings were all here, and after that they inducted me inducted Igbo throne in Ghana to Ghana Traditional Council. I give him very big thanks on that. And we moved on to then the president, Regional House of Chiefs, so Showmanship, that died, may so rest in peace. We moved on also to the National House of Chiefs that we also met with Togba Fede, of which we are very close with him. We are very close to so many paramount kings and non-paramounts in Ghana. Also very close to the Ashanti Hene Kingdom, His Royal Majesty Osei Tutu, the Ashanti Hene. We're also very close to him. So we are very close to so many kingdoms in Ghana, and also close to Yana at the north. In all the 16 regions, even the current president, the National House of Chiefs, we're also close to him. The Nungwamanche, Professor Willinty, yeah. So we are close to so many of them. Both Queen Mothers are very close to them. And Ghanaian Traditional Institution, I would say, is one of the best in Africa. I cherish them a lot. They know how to handle royalty. They know how to promote culture. They know how to speak the language. They know how to display the language. And they know how to welcome visitors in their land traditionally. So I so much cherish, and I also learn a lot from the culture and tradition of Ghana. I learn a lot. More especially, there's a lot of patience in their traditional culture, and a lot of communication with each other, and coming together. So it's one of the best.
Right. That's on the part of tradition or traditional leaders. Have you met or interacted with any of the country's presidents or past presidents?
Yeah. To the glory of God, from the time we started this throne, we paid courtesy call to President J.J. Rawlings. May so rest in peace. May so rest in peace. May so rest in peace. Paid a courtesy call to him, and he adopted this throne as a shared. We're very close, and sometimes he invited me. Even when the mother died, he told me, "Igwe, I want you to bring your masquerades," of which I displayed the masquerade there when the mom died. We are very close to him. Also very close to former President of Ghana, Arthur Mills. May so rest in peace, in Jesus' name. Also, from there, we also know the former President of Ghana, President Kofo. We're also very close to President Kofo. Very close to President Kofo. He loved us. You know, President Kofo loved Nigerians a lot. He loved us. We're close to him. We also do receive advice from him sometimes. President Mahama, also close to him. He loved us. He loved Nigerians. The current president of Ghana, President Akufo-Addo, he loved us. He loved Nigerians. We know him. Also close to him. I can remember 2017, one of our young festivals that's so big like that. After the festival, he hosted myself and the president, Nigeria Traditional Ruling Council, Esunupe, right in his house in Nima. And a couple of times we've also met with him. He's a great leader and a father to the nation, so whom we are submissive to his authority as the President of the Republic of Ghana. So we are pleased to the entire leadership of Ghana, from traditional institution to government, to the, by the special grace of God, they know of our existence. and we are submissive. The entire Igbos, this throne, we are submissive to the authority of Ghana. We are submissive to traditional institution of Ghana. We are submissive to government institution of Ghana. We are not challenging any authority in Ghana, but rather we are submissive to the authority because we are foreigners. And anything that we do must be according to the rules and regulation of the land. We cannot dwell here or having Igbo kingship without the approval of the land. If the land owner, the landlords, the host nation, if they don't want the existence of we Nigerians or Igbos in this country, we will not function. But because they gave us the opportunity, that's why we're functioning. So we are submissive to the authority, and we promise to be loyal to the authority of the land at all times, and not to violate the laws of the land, rather to add more to the value of the land by doing business in Ghana, bringing investors, having our own properties, building in Ghana, developing businesses. We add more to the economy of Ghana. So we respect the land.
Really good to know. Now, your relationship with your fellow ethnic groups. There are Hausas, there are Yorubas. I don't know if you have any other ethnic groups in Ghana, but what's your relationship with them?
We have 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria. So within the 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria, the ones that are functioning very, very well is the Southeast, South-South, Southwest, and the North. So all these ethnic groups, but in Nigeria, the major ethnic group is 3 groups: Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa. And we are very close to each other. I believed you were at the Gyan Festival last Sunday on the 18th. Yorubas were there in full, both their kings and their chiefs. Hausas are there in full. South-South, they are there in full. All tribes of Nigeria that live in Ghana were there. So we are very close. We walk closer to each other. Nobody is walking to leave his brother behind. We are all walking close to the glory of God.
What unique things are there about Igbos that maybe Ghanaians or other people around the world may not know about?
The unique things about the Igbo is well known. I don't think there's a unique thing hidden about Igbo that people don't know. Everybody knows that every Igbo man is a hard-working person. Everybody knows that every Igbo man is an entrepreneur. Everybody knows that every Igbo man loves education. Everybody knows every Igbo man loves doing business. Okay? Commerce. Everybody knows that every Igbo man wants to live in peace with his wife or her husband. Everybody knows that every Igbo man loves children. Everybody knows that every Igbo man, the priority of every Igbo man is his wife and his children. An Igbo man can decide to go barefooted, but the wife and the children are in the car. The happiness of Igbo man is, oh, that is Chuk's wife and the children. They feel good, feel buga. You know what I'm saying? They feel buga. So, the priority of them is, oh, my son is in Lagos, my son is in America, my son is here schooling, my wife is there and that. So these are unique things about Igbo man, and everybody in the world know, because Igbos are all over the world, even where you never expected to see an Igbo man, he's there.
You see them.
So because of our lifestyle, people know everything about. There's no unique thing about Igbo man that is hidden.
Okay.
No lifestyle of Igbo man that is hidden.
Right. Now, we've spoken a lot about your stay in Ghana. You've spoken about your relationship with major people and even the ordinary people in Ghana. But what challenges what challenges have you faced, if any, since you came to Ghana? And even, I mean, from interacting with your people, what are some of the challenges your people have told you they face living here in Ghana?
Myself, I have never faced any challenges in Ghana. All my years in Ghana has been very smooth, very cordial, very sweet, very profitable. At least your sister has given me 5 children. The benefits, right? But yes, my subjects, some of them face challenges. That challenges is at the area of trade. But my father in the Lord, T.B. Joshua, said, if you don't know the root cause of problem, you will not be able to solve it. The root cause of the problem is not a thing to blame Ghanaians or to work against the people of Ghana, but rather the root cause, we Nigerians are the one that's supposed to look into the root cause and solve the problem ourselves. Now, second solution would be pleading for mercy. Okay? Pleading for judgment for mercy. What am I saying? In the area of trade in Ghana, the laws of Ghana prohibit foreigners not to be into retailing in their local markets. Either you register your company as a foreigner by declaration of either goods or money through the Bank of Ghana, $1 million. You register your company with 0.5% of that money as Registrar General, and also the GIPC documentation certificates and all that. Then you can now trade as a foreigner, but still you need to employ about 25 Ghanaians. You can trade, or you open your company by having a Ghanaian as the chairman of your company. Now at that level, you're not gonna do all those kind of declarations anymore. But the question is, how many of our people here can raise $1 million to put in the bank as a share capital, or that can import goods that are worth $1 million in Ghana? How many of them can do this? That is the question. That's where we're having a problem that's hanging on our neck. You understand? So those that are capable enough are doing this. Those that are not capable enough are hustling to survive. Some of them, maybe their shop is not even valued up to $5,000, $10,000. Where on earth can they raise such money? The other way around, those that also have Ghanaians as the chairman of their company, they're also flourishing. So, but remember that a little drop of water makes a mighty ocean. Most of the people that are well-to-do right now, that have those documentation, started from somewhere, and they grow up to a certain stage where they are now today, that they are dwelling at that level of having all these documents. So I always tell the government of Ghana and the Ghana Trade Union to temper justice with mercy by looking at we Nigerians, that we are brothers and sisters. As we are trying to survive here, Ghanaians are also somewhere trying to survive. When we look at all these areas, we can see the way to accommodate ourselves. And when the shops of these people are locked, it affects their feeding, house rent, light bills, water bills, children education, and their health. Because if the shops are locked and the business in there are locked, let's for instance, someone is sick in the family. How can the father take that child or that woman to hospital? Maybe the children are hungry, crying for food. But there's goods in the daddy's shop, but it's locked. How would they eat? And these things also generate crime. When the children are hungry, the father look at the kids, they are hungry, crying. There's no money. If somebody brainwash him to go and do something silly, evil thing to make money, he will go. Because the kids must eat. The children are in the hospital. They need hospital bills. Men need to pay hospital bills and there's no money. Then you see crime climbing more and more. But when out of mercy and they allow them to trade, that occupies their mind. Every trader is thinking how to sell his goods, how to get credit from wholesalers to put in shop, make money, make a return and send back. Thinking on where to send their goods. They're not thinking anything evil. They go to work in the morning, come back in the evening, they are tired. They are sleeping, wake up in the morning, go to work. But an idle man is devil workshop. When they sit one place and there's hunger at home, there's no food, people are sick, their minds start, going to different direction. So, and if they are here and their documents, maybe their resident permit is in order, or they have 90 days to stay in Ghana and they are doing business in Ghana, their wife and their children are here. I lock their shop. You can't expect them to quickly go to Nigeria, immediately lock their shop, right? They are still living here in this country, Ghana. How would they survive? So that's why I keep pleading for the government and the Ghana Trade Union to look into this matter and tamper justice with mercy. The other way around, the same people, the same Nigerians are adding more value to the economy of Ghana because most of us that are married, our children are schooling here. From kindergarten to primary to secondary and to university. These things are also adding money to the value of wealth already in Ghana. As we are here, we're also talking good about Ghana back home. And people are also coming in from Nigeria to Ghana to come and live in Ghana because of the testimonies we are giving about Ghana. Just look at the concluded Yam Festival. 520 people came from Nigeria. And some came from America, some came from Israel, some came from other parts of the world. They're all lodged in a hotel. And hiring cars and Uber is involved. They all do shopping in Ghana. And most of them that came from Nigeria flew African World Airline. That is the Ghanaian home base airline. And those that come by road and the whole lot. So at the level of tourism, they have also added money. Many of them went to Almina Castle to see Almina Castle. They also pay money to go there. They buy petrol to that way, hiring cars and all that. So the same traders, as we live here, we promote the goodness of Ghana to Nigeria and attract people in. So I am not saying that Nigerians are right fighting over Ghanaians to open their shops for them. But I'm pleading that they should tamper justice with mercy. Every country, a sovereign nation, they have their own rules and regulations, bylaws, and constitution that rules the land. So based on the laws of this land, Ghana, that prohibits foreigners not to trade, we cannot persuade them, no. And I, as a king of my people, I am pleading for government to tamper justice with mercy and Ghana Trade Union to see us as one of them and allow us to please trade with them.
On that note, I want to say thank you very, very much.
Welcome.
For speaking to us and for sharing a lot of insights about your people, your story, your history.
With the people of Ghana. We're grateful.
Welcome.
So that is how we wrap up the show. It's been a very insightful one. We are very happy you could do this with us. You spent time with us. I'm I'm sure you learned a thing or two, and now you know more about the Igbo people. If you meet them out there, you'll be able to interact and understand them better.
We'll be speaking to His Royal Majesty Dr. Eze Chikudu Iheletu, and he is the diasporan king of the Igbo community here in Ghana. We'll see you next time. Stay safe. My name is Wanda.
August 2022, and it reads, Mr. Speaker, appointment of minister and deputy minister for the Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Protection. I hope this finds you in good health and spirits. This is with respect to the new team at the Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Protection. In accordance with Article 78(1) of the Constitution, I am submitting, through you, to Parliament for its prior approval, the name of the Deputy Minister for Gender, Children, and Social Protection, Honorable Lariba Zuwera Abudu, Member of Parliament for Waliwali, for appointment as Minister for Gender, Children, and Social Protection. Given that the intended elevation of Honorable Lariba Zuwera Abudu to the office of Minister for Gender, Children, and Social Protection, I have, pursuant to Article 79(1) of the Constitution, nominated Honorable Francisca Otin Mensah, Member of Parliament for Kwabre East, for appointment with the prior approval of Parliament as Deputy Minister for Gender, Children, and Social Protection. I would be grateful if Parliament would expedite the process of prior approval of my nominees so that they can take up their positions in government forthwith and assist me to deliver on my mandate for my second term. Accept, Mr. Speaker, the assurances of my highest consideration. Yours sincerely and best wishes, Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo. Adaptation Summit to be held on Monday, 5th September 2022 at the GCA headquarters in Rotterdam. I will also, at the invitation of the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, His Excellency Mark Rutte, undertake a working visit from 6th to 7th September 2022, and after this, I will travel to Paris, France, at the invitation of Her Highness Sheikha Moza bint Naza, founder Education Above All Foundation, to participate in a high-level event to commemorate the third observance of the International Day to Project Education from Attack. I'll return to Ghana in the evening of Saturday, 10th September 2022. During my absence, the Vice President, Alai Dr. Mahmoudou Baumia shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, act in my stead. Yours sincerely and best wishes, Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo. The fourth, dated 14th September 2022, reads, Mr. Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the Constitution, I write to inform you that I will be traveling outside the country on Wednesday, 14th September 2022, on a personal visit to Dubai, United Arab Emirates from 15 to 16 September 2022, on my way to London, United Kingdom, at the invitation of the British government to participate in the state funeral service of the late Queen Elizabeth II, to be held on 19 September 2022. After the funeral, I will travel to the United States of America on Tuesday, 20th September 2022, to lead the Ghana delegation to the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly, to be held in New York. I will return to Ghana on Friday, 23rd September 2022. During my absence, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, act in my stead. Yours sincerely and best wishes, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. The fifth, dated 28th September 2022, reads, Mr. Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the Constitution, I write to inform you that I will be traveling outside the country on Tuesday, 29th September 2022, on a working visit to Bamako, Mali, as part of an ECOWAS delegation on the current impasse between the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire and Mali. I will return to Ghana in the afternoon of the same day. During my absence, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, act in my stead. Yours sincerely and best wishes, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. This ends the communication from His Excellency the President. Honourable members, in accordance with our standing orders and the practice, I will want to respectfully refer the nominations of the Minister and Deputy Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection to the Appointments Committee for consideration and report to the House. As will refer. We now take item 3, communication by the Speaker. My intention is to give welcome remarks today. I will give opportunity to the leaders to also do so. Tomorrow, I'll be delivering my ruling on the preliminary objection that was raised on the motion that was before us the last day of the last meeting. I'll deliver that tomorrow. We have a few things to transact today. If not, I'm ready to do so, but I think it's better and you'll find space tomorrow. So these are my welcome remarks. Honorable members, I'll be taking very serious sanctions against people who disrupt proceedings in the House. I mean very serious sanctions as permitted under our rules. I will not go beyond that. I mean what I say. My welcome remarks. I welcome you all back from the long recess of Parliament. As you all know, recess is neither an annual leave nor a vacation. It is part of the calendar of Parliament meant for members to recede to their constituencies to enable them have more direct contact with the ordinary people to effectively perform better the advocacy and interactive part of representation. I believe you have had some quality time with the people and explained the state of the nation to them. I hope you also learned a lot from the interactions, and you are now back to plenary meeting more equipped to represent the interests of the common man and woman on the street. And we need these inputs and buy-in in the business of the House. Who said business, as we all know, is the business of the people. That is the only reason why we are here. Honorable members, the long recess is also a period set aside for the global community of parliaments to network and to rethink about global issues and particularly the current situation. It is a period to review and to share experiences of various jurisdictions to explore new areas of parliamentary work and governance, and to innovate and create solutions to current and emerging problems and challenges of the world. Some of you have been pivotal in this area of parliamentary business and the new emerging function of parliamentary diplomacy and international relations during this recess. But before I dig deeper into that aspect, let me acknowledge with deep appreciation the hard work of a number of the committees during the recess. I particularly single out the Public Accounts Committee for the focus and the way it has gone about its work. This is service to the House and to the good people of Ghana and must be acknowledged and applauded. The chairman and members of this committee utilized a larger part of the research work on the many and voluminous Auditor General's reports on various aspects of public finance and performance audits, including the decentralized agencies of government sectors. I know various committees of the House carried out similar duties, and I take this unique opportunity to thank all the members of these committees for a good job done. This underscores my proposal for the House to consider designating a period for members of committees and caucuses to focus on visits to various government projects and programs and to submit comprehensive reports as an integral part of the oversight functions of Parliament. Honorable members, beyond the aforesaid, I believe we all are back fully energized for this meeting. Let me say a few words about the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association's conference. Honorable members, it is very important for me to inform you of the performance and standing of your parliament in the Committee of Parliaments. The Parliament of Ghana during the recess held high the flag of the nation and excelled in the number of global competitions. We have harvested a lot of successes during the course of the recess, and this calls for recognition and celebration. You may have already heard that your speaker, the Right Honorable Alban Bagui himself, was unanimously elected President of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. The Majority Leader, Honorable Oseche Mensah-Bonsu, was also elected as Vice Chairman of the Executive Committee of the same Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. These are rare achievements in the lifetime of any parliament. And these achievements constitute valuable global recognition and honor on the Parliament of Ghana. The Minority Leader during these conferences caused a lot of waves and got a number of standing ovations in his contributions. This shows the mettle of the Parliament of Ghana. The annual conference of the association, held in Halifax, Canada, conferred these honorous positions on me and the Majority Leader and Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. I think this is historic and worthy of note in the records of the nation. Honorable members, for your information, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association is made up of more than 180 regional and national parliaments all over the Commonwealth and beyond. Some members of the Francophonie have submitted applications to join the association. I want to take this opportunity to, on behalf of the Parliament of Ghana and its members and staff, sincerely thank the members of the Commonwealth and the executives and members of the association for the honor and responsibility conferred on us. We appreciate and value the trust and confidence reposed in us, and want to assure all that we will stand and measure up to the billing, if not beyond. We are also truly grateful to all. My position as President of the CPA presents Ghana with the unique opportunity to host the next CPA annual conference in 2023. This is expected to bring huge benefits to the people and country. Apart from giving us the opportunity to showcase Ghana as the center of the world, it also creates an opportunity for us to market the unique democratic governance of this country. The leadership of the House has begun preparations to officially inform His Excellency the President of the nation of the decision to hold a conference. We've also taken preparatory steps to make it a memorable one. It will require all hands on deck, as each and every one of us is expected to play a role right from planning to playing and to delivery of excellent service at the conference. We will be relying seriously on the partnership of the private sector and civil society. The choice of Ghana as host is a significant recognition of the country's role and progress in parliamentary democratic governance and international affairs. Unfortunately, not long after that, we were hit by the passing of the then patron of the association and the head of the Commonwealth. I am referring to no less a person than the late Elizabeth II, the longest reigning monarch of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth. She was on the throne and reigned for 72 years. May we, in unity and solemnity, rise to give a minute silence in honor of a long, peaceful, eventful, progressive, and legacy reign in the world. May we do so now. May his soul and the soul of all the faithful departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. Honorable members, we no longer have Hail the Queen. We now have Hail the King, and I hope his successor, His Royal Majesty King Charles III, will continue where the late Queen left off, with the efforts to foster unity and global peace. Again, on your behalf and on behalf of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, I, with all humility, confidence, and pride, welcome His Royal Majesty to the throne. I have already signed the book of condolences and sent a message of eulogy to the royal family and the United Kingdom on your behalf. It is our fervent prayer that the good Lord will counsel and guide His Royal Majesty, grant him good health, long life, and a kind, humane, and loving heart to lead the Commonwealth to the promised land. Honorable members, it is important I inform members of the elevation of two other members of the House to very important global positions. Honorable Dr. Emmanuel Mafo has been elected to the position of chairman of the Global Parliamentary Group of the Climate Vulnerable Forum of the Interparliamentary Union, and Honorable Nete George to the position of the General Secretary of the Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. The two members will definitely be very busy. They will be called upon from time to time to lead these organizations worldwide. let me, on behalf of all of you and the people of Ghana, especially their constituents, congratulate both of them for standing tall and excelling in these networks of global giants. I trust these illustrious members of our parliament will deploy their rich experiences in those fields to the benefit of the forum, network, and the global parliamentary community. May I take this opportunity to, on your behalf, congratulate these two honorable members. Members, I mean Dr. Emmanuel Mafo and George Nete. I congratulate both of you. May I see you on your seats. I will cross-check from my records whether they have any permission from me to absent themselves from Parliament. And tomorrow you will hear from me on this matter. Honorable members, our last meeting came with so many expectations, opportunities, and challenges. It began with a focus on Parliament's oversight responsibilities. We played the role expected of us by standing our ground and demanding that the Minister of Finance present before the House the total and detailed expenditures of the COVID-19 fund. Also, who would have thought that this House will say no to a loan agreement and an agreement on energy brought for approval? The House withheld the approvals. The House withheld the approvals and placed the agreements on hold until better details are provided the House. This is no mean feat, and I want to commend members for standing to the task and asking that the right thing be done. We used to do that in the first and second Parliament of the 8th Republic. I don't know what went wrong, and Parliament became some ingredient in the tummy of the executive. We have to extricate ourselves from that. And I'm committed to leading this House to do so. Honorable members, when I see you in your private meetings, I will call your names so that your constituents will hear you. This is how you are performing on the floor of the House. Please, read the standing orders. When the Speaker is talking, the Speaker is heard in silence. Read the standing orders. As part of the oversight responsibility and post-legislative scrutiny function of Parliament, you all recall I paid a surprise visit to the National Food Buffer Stock Company and the school feeding program to gain first-hand information on the state of affairs so that the legislature could be directed on how to respond to the challenges. We heard these challenges from the caterers and others. And I want to refer you to a very important statement that was made by one Jacob Javits, a former Attorney General of New York. And this is what he said. I quote, "When scrutiny is lacking, training corruption, and man's baser qualities have a better chance of entering into the public business of any government, unquote. Does this statement ring a bell? I read it again. When scrutiny is lacking, tyranny, corruption, and man's baser qualities have a better chance of entering into the public business of any government, unquote. As a result, the leadership of 5 committees, namely education, gender, children and social protection, health, food and agric, and finance, were directed to investigate these organizations and report back to this Honorable House at the start of this meeting. I hope the investigations are concluded and the committees are ready to submit the reports to the House accordingly. Failure to do so will apply the rules. Additionally, we were privileged to have the President of Mozambique, His Excellency Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, address this House in May as part of efforts to establish bilateral relations with Mozambique. He was the first president of that country to do so. And these bilaterals foster cordial relations with other nations and help build networks with legislatures elsewhere. It offers the opportunity to better understand legislative issues, learn and adopt best practices to enhance our capabilities as individual MPs and as a House. We look forward to more of such relationships. And let me, on your behalf, extend our gratitude to His Excellency the President for his no objection to the request of His Excellency Felipe Nyusi to attend upon the House and to deliver the address. Your Excellency, we are grateful. And now we say a word on absence from sittings of Parliament. And this is to give you notice of tomorrow. The House, in consonance with orders, in consonance with our standing orders, saw 3 MPs referred to the Privileges Committee to explain why they absented themselves for 15 days without the permission in writing of the Speaker, in alleged violation of Article 97(1)(c) and the standing orders of Parliament. Honourable members, Article 97(1)(c) highlights the importance of representation in Parliament during meetings. Article 97(1)(c) highlights the importance of representation in Parliament during meetings. The article frowns upon unexcused absences from Parliament and imposes severe penalty for members of Parliament who run foul of it. This is because MPs represent the nation, the people, and the parties, and the right to representation is fundamental to the proper functioning of democracy. It is gross disrespect of the nation, constituents, parliament, parties, and the constitution for an MP to absent himself from parliament without permission for 15 days out of approximately 48 sittings of a meeting. Don't forget, the earlier constitutions used to talk about session, and they used to talk about 15 consecutive sittings. The 1992 constitution talks about meeting, and the word consecutive has been removed from the article. Honorable members, such absences potentially impede the work of the House because they deprive the House of the contributions of the member and also affect the quorum requirements. This is partly the basis of the provisions on privileges, immunities, and contempt in the 1992 Constitution. I am more than ready to deliver my ruling on the preliminary objection raised by Honorable Osechi Mensah Bonsu, the Majority Leader and Minister for Parliamentary Affairs on this matter. And as I indicated, I will do so in extenso tomorrow. The current meeting. This meeting generally referred to as the budget meeting would definitely have a place of pride and priority in the presentation and consideration of the budget. But we will also make progress with work on various outstanding businesses of the House, as well as new ones. You have heard that I received a report from consultants on a proposed bill, Parliamentary Transition Bill. What occurred on the 7th of January 2021 should be a thing of the past. We have to legislate and make sure that it doesn't happen again. We also have other bills to consider, and these include the conduct of public officers, contract agreement, national sugar industry development, petroleum revenue amendment, and as I mentioned, the budget, and tax exemption bills. I'm sure we will now not be talking about tax exemption, since the chairman of the Finance Committee is gazing at me. These are all still under considerations. I expect us to bring a full closure to them during this meeting. The Affirmative Action Bill. I've written to the Minister for Justice and Attorney General to submit the bill to me in whatever state that bill is. It is the duty of Parliament to pass laws, not that of the executive. And whatever consultation they are doing, Parliament will do that consultation. This lack of affirmative action, legislation on affirmative action, is taking us back to prehistoric days. And our Parliament is not one that is admired again because of the marginalization and the suffocation of women. We have to sit up. I'm using this opportunity to let the minister know that I urgently need a copy of the bill, whatever state it is in, because I'm aware that Cabinet has approved it, and we can work on it and improve upon it. We are also expecting the report on the bill on promotion of proper human sexual rights and Ghanaian family values. That is also a priority bill. It's causing global waves, and we need that to look at it and bring finality to the issues. The House remains expectant of the various committees to report on these bills sooner than later. Now the World Cup. Ghana will again be represented at this year's FIFA World Cup, this time around in Qatar. This August House is expected to play a pivotal role in making sure that the players and technical team deliver to the expectations of Ghanaians. This is the time to right the wrongs that characterized the 2014 edition in Brazil, one which led to our early exit and brought so much shame and dishonor to Ghana football. We have an opportunity to reposition our country in the world of football, I mean. Preparations for this, I am persuaded, started long ago, but we need to sharpen our focus and ensure that the national football team gives a good account of itself in Qatar. As leaders, it is our duty to inspire and motivate the players, technical team, and the supporters. The country should leave no stone in resourcing and financing the event, despite the current state of the economy. The benefits of this venture to the country and people are immeasurable, and we should not toy with the contest and the opportunity. I want to assure the Black Stars that this Parliament is solidly behind them, and they should confidently go for the gold, go for the cup, and come home with glory. With this, I would like to conclude. As we begin this meeting, let us all be guided by the hopes and aspirations of the people on whose mandate we find ourselves here, particularly the current situation in the country. Let us bear in mind that the survival of future generations depends on the choices and decisions we make in the House, for they are the only reasons why we are here, to protect their interests at every material time. On this note, you are once more welcome, and the third meeting of the second session of the 8th Parliament of the Fourth Republic is duly opened, and I pray that the Almighty God guides all of us in our going in, our coming in, and our going out, and particularly with your relationship with your constituents. May the good Lord continue to bless us all. Thank you for your patience and attention. I will now give the opportunity to your leaders to also welcome you back from the long recess. Starting with the minority leader, Honorable Haruna Idrisu.
Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to thank God for the grace of good health for you and our elected members of Parliament, and to warmly welcome them all to the second session of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. My colleagues from the NDC, many of them are returning back home after competitive democratic elections to elect representatives for the constituencies that will determine their own fate tomorrow. This morning I had cause to caution many of them to work to manage conflicts that they themselves have contributed in creating, which conflict, if not managed well, may as well spell doom for many of them. I pray that we are able to manage the egos. But Mr. Speaker, may I use this opportunity to congratulate you on your elevation to the high office of CPA President, and the fact that, Mr. Speaker, you preside over the Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference International next year. Mr. Speaker, I wish you well, and I trust that in pursuit of parliamentary democracy that you are showcasing, even as we were in Kigali with your engagement with the Speaker of South Korea and Belgrade subsequently. I should commend you and also use this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate the CPA Vice President and a member of the coordinating committee, the Honorable Osechi Mensah Bonsu, our leader. And Mr. Speaker, to add that I was proudly his successful campaign manager to that high office of CPA Vice President. And now, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the pursuit of foreign policy, partisanship ends at the water's edge. Mr. Speaker, in particular, I want to recognize our clerk, Cyril Nsia, and a group. For the record, I need to recognize Justin Muturu, the former Speaker of Kenya, Honorable Chenoli Lichesa, Deputy Speaker South Africa, and in particular Dr. Abbas Bundu, the Speaker of the Sierra Leone Parliament, who tabled your nominations that was seconded by Dr. Christopher Kalila of Zambia. So, leader, I wish you every success as I carry the flag of Ghana behind you. Mr. Speaker, as we are back, the state of our country requires this parliament to sit up and act in the national interest to save industry from the imminent threat of collapse, to save the economy itself from further hemorrhaging. Mr. Speaker, it is only this parliament that can act and act united. Yesterday at the business committee, Mr. Speaker, I had called to serve notice to the majority leader and chairman of the business committee that I will lead my side to file a motion for the removal of the Minister for Finance. To put it properly, I indicated strongly to him that as a matter of urgency, the Honorable Minister for Finance and the Governor of Bank of Ghana will have to appear before this House, Mr. Speaker, urgently to explain to us the steps they are taking to save this economy, to save businesses, particularly with the unacceptable and continuous epileptic fall of the cedi, which has increased the cost of doing business. And Mr. Speaker, our traders and businesses are suffocating. And therefore, I am convinced that the Minister for Finance will have to be removed by this Parliament or censured, because the President has said publicly that the President is helpless and that he is happy with him, even with a deteriorating economy. Mr. Speaker, under Article 82 of the 1992 Constitution, I don't have the numbers enough to have succeeded in a vote of censorship where I require 2/3. Understandably, this morning my heart is warmed. I hear that a number of our colleagues opposite will support us and support to save this country and the economy from any further deterioration in the hands of Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta. Mr. Speaker, I invite them to go beyond the rhetoric of a press conference, to join us wholeheartedly and support us that we are filing the motion of censorship pursuant to Article 82 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I believe as you retire, we have filed already. It's been filed. That is why you were served notice. Mr. Speaker, the motion is before you. As you walk back to your office, I'm sure you will do that which is needful. But Mr. Speaker, as I have said, we didn't have the numbers, but we are convinced that he is not competent enough to proceed further to hold this economy and this country to ransom. Now President Akufo-Addo is helpless. Let this Parliament help him. Let this Parliament help him. He has said so publicly. He still describes him as a shining Minister for Finance. How can this minister, the cedi, I'm told, is now the worst performing currency, not in Africa but in the world. Not in Africa but in the world. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the majority leader, and I, with the chairman of the Agri Committee, and a number of our colleagues were in Brussels as part of our activities whilst on recess. Mr. Speaker, whilst we were there, an important matter affecting the cocoa sector was brought to our attention. Again, the Committee on Agriculture and the Committee on Environment will have to act and act expeditiously in ensuring that Ghana complies with the EU requirement on matters relating to the regulation of the cocoa sector and meeting the minimum benchmark that is required of matters related to environmental issues. A proposed regulation to provide for a complaint mechanism, third parties will be entitled to submit substantiated concerns of non-compliance to it. And Mr. Speaker, we need to act. Ghana will have to strengthen our bilateral ties with La Côte d'Ivoire, even to determine how cocoa prices are determined globally. And I think that the foreign minister, the Minister for Trade, supported by our committee
was the chair of the Public Accounts Committee, we wanted to have this committee established. Now, the advice by the then the then Chief Justice was that this committee should be established on the lines of a committee, or if you like, commission of inquiry. And so it should derive its strength from Article 278, and that we need an eminent jurist to be part of that committee. So they were negotiating this forwards and backwards, and eventually the committee did not come up to be set up. Now that we want to do this, we should have further consultation among ourselves and come to some determination. I'm in agreement with him that it's taking too long. Since 1993, we've not come around establishing this committee. And reports, we debate the reports, we don't know where to take them. This is an obligation imposed on Parliament. So we should have some dialogue with the Attorney General, the current Chief Justice as well, the Chair and Lady Ranking Member on the Public Accounts Committee. The two of us, the minority leader and myself, should have such a meeting, and then we see the best way forward for us as a Parliament. So the burden is not entirely solely on my shoulders, as he wants to push it. He wants to exonerate himself from responsibility. That's part of it. He's part of the leadership of this House. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are all witnessing the rapid depreciation of the Ghanaian currency, the cedi. Mr. Speaker, I said we are all witnessing the rapid depreciation of the Ghanaian currency, the cedi. I would have wished that we slate the governor responsible for managing our foreign exchange receipt and payment to appear either in a committee of the whole or any form to brief us as to what is exactly happening to the Ghanaian currency. Mr. Speaker, honestly speaking, the Constitution requires the governor of Bank of Ghana to report to Parliament twice in a year, on the position of Ghana's foreign exchange receipt and payment. The governor had consistently avoided Parliament through the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, I believe that in times like this, it is only right for the governor to be invited and to ask him measures that they are putting in place if they require support at all. Mr. Speaker, in these times of national crisis, we should all get involved. We cannot just rely only on the governor to do, obviously, his mandate. But maybe the brilliant idea may come from the majority leader, Swami Messi himself. Maybe brilliant idea may come from a backbencher. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that we should, as a matter of urgency, invite the governor to appear before us and to take us through what they are doing to save our pride city. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I referred to Article 184 in my earlier reaction to an issue that has been raised by the minority leader. Article 184 of the Constitution provides the Committee of Parliament responsible for financial shall monitor the foreign exchange receipts and payments or transfers of the Bank of Ghana in and outside Ghana, and shall report on them to Parliament once in every 6 months. Speaker, the report mentioned is not a report from the Bank of Ghana, a report of the Finance Committee for your own engagement with the Bank of Ghana. So, Mr. Speaker, if the committee has invited the bank and they are refusing or they have failed to appear, I haven't had that report from the committee. And the ranking member has also not given me any indication at all. So bringing it to the floor as if somebody is deliberately hiding something is a bit unfortunate. However, if there are genuine problems that we have to contend with, let us know, and then we'll see how to go about it. The ranking member is saying that we should call him before the committee of the whole. I'm not too sure that is the imperative of Article 184. But we all recognize that we are not in normal times. If you want to come under that umbrella, and of course, you are used to the coloration of various umbrellas. So if you want to use an umbrella to bring him here to address the entire house, that's something. Maybe it's an application that we can think through. But let the Finance Committee itself do what is required of them to be done. Don't shift the blame.
Very well, honourable members. The business statement as presented is hereby adopted by the House. Item 7. Are there any papers to be presented?
Mr. Speaker, I believe that we can do the laying of the presentation of these papers. Just a presentation, and after that we can take.
I asked you if there are any papers to be presented. I asked if there are any papers to be presented.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So we could do the presentation.
Very well. So, item 7. Statement of public business, presentation of papers. A. By the majority leader and leader of government business.
Special Audit Report of the Auditor General on the recoveries made from disallowed expenditure in the Auditor General's report from 2017 to 2020 and payroll savings as at 30th September 2022.
The report is duly presented. It's for distribution to members. Item B. By the Attorney General, Minister for Justice.
Mr. Speaker, with the indulgence of my colleagues, if I could just lay these documents on behalf of the ministers. All of them, and then we exit. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honourable Minority Leader. No objection? Very well. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Plant Variety Protection Regulations 2022. Industrial Designs Regulations 2022.
The regulations are duly presented. They are referred to the Subsidiary Legislation Committee for consideration and report. Item C.
Mr. Speaker, given the temperament of the minority leader, I want to engage in further discussions with him, but let's go to D, 7D.
Very well. Item 7D.
Building Regulations 2022.
The regulations are duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation to consider and report. Yes, Honorable Member, please hold on. Yes, Honorable Member for...
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
I notice we consistently refer regulations to only the subsidiary legislation. But Mr. Speaker, this is a building regulation. The subsidiary legislation committee is going to be looking at just the regulation, but it's about building. I think that at least the leadership of the Works and Housing Committee should be part of this, because it's coming out of a law that has been passed, so that the regulations reflect what we are expecting. So, Mr. Speaker, I plead with you if you can add at least the leadership of Works and Housing Committee to the subsidiary legislation on this particular matter alone.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader. This is the suggestion coming from the Honorable Member for the group.
Mr. Speaker, it's a fair comment, except that drawing attention. Usually there is this pre-laying meeting, the consultations that go on. I think that if the suggestion had come earlier, at that level, it should have been part of it. Here, it is just doing the reconciliation whether or not it sets with the Parent Act, right? But I think that really the advice would have been sought for and better needed if at the pre-laying conference or meetings they had involved the Committee on Works and Housing. Notwithstanding, it's a fair comment, and I believe we can live with it.
Well, if I understand the rules strictly, but the Supreme Court decision, once it is late, we can't do anything to it. It lies there unless we recommend that it should be annulled. So, if there's any meeting to discuss at any point in time, I direct that the leadership of the Works and Housing Committee be invited to participate in it. Thank you. Item 7E.
African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation, the Niamey Convention.
The paper is duly presented, is referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs to consider and report. Item 7F.
Annual reports of the University of Professional Studies for the year 2021.
The report is duly presented for distribution to members. Item 7G.
Report of the Ad Hoc Committee to recommend for appointment an auditor to audit the accounts of the Office of the Auditor General.
Very well. Honourable members, I'm being guided here. In respect of item F, I should rather refer to the Committee on Education to consider, because it should go to the committee before it's reported to the House. So, the earlier order that it be distributed is hereby annulled. The order now is that the annual report of the University of Professional Studies for the year 2021 be referred to the Committee on Education to consider and report. And item G is a report of the Ad Hoc Committee to recommend for the appointment of an auditor to audit the Auditor General. That is for distribution to members. That brings us to the end of the presentation of papers for today. Item 8. Are we ready to move the motion?
Mr. Speaker, I heard my deputy leader, who is the leader of the delegation, indicate that the motion should be moved. But initially, the issue was that not too many members had copies of the report. I understand the report has been circulated to members. It was done before we adjourned. But today, being the first day, to plead that we step this one down, we stand it down, and then perhaps deal with it tomorrow. And that being the case, Mr. Speaker, I want to move that we do adjourn until tomorrow at 10 o'clock in a phone. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion for adjournment. Thank you.
Honourable members, the motion for adjournment has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the House adjourning proceedings for today, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The House is accordingly adjourned to Wednesday, October 26, 2022 at 10 o'clock.
Tourism Ministry is doing, especially as we cruise into December, which has become the world's tourism hub every Christmas. Now, I don't know if there is any other place that people would rather celebrate Christmas, if not in Ghana. So thank you so much for making time to join us this morning and for making Ghana the #1 destination for tourism in Africa. So before I yield the podium to the Honorable Minister, permit me to acknowledge some dignitaries who have joined us this morning. I would like to acknowledge directors from the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. If you are here, we acknowledge you. We also have with us the Executive Director, National Commission on Culture, Ms. Janet Edna Nyame, with us this morning. We have the Director, Bureau of Ghana Languages, Mr. William Boateng, with us. Okay. Also with us is the Deputy CEO of the Ghana Tourism Authority, GTA, Mr. Eko Samson. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also joined by the Board Secretary of Ghana Tourism Authority, Mrs. Stella Osei. Also with us is the Director, Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park, Alhaji Osman Abubakar. Also with us this morning, we have the CEO of Ghana Tourism Authority, Mr. Akwesi Ajiman. We also have the Executive Director, Ghana Museums and Monument Board, Mr. Kinsley Ofosu-Nyamwa, with us. I also like to acknowledge the presence of the Acting Director, the Dubois Center, Reverend Rubin Kwajofio. Also with us is the Executive Director of National Theatre, Ami Apia Frimpong. If you are here, we acknowledge you, Madam. With us this morning is the Board Chairman of Ghana Tourism Development Company, Lawyer Kwame Champong. If you are here, we acknowledge you. With us also is the Executive Director, National Folklore Board, Ms. Benis Dey Kuma. We are also joined by the Chief Director of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Mr. John Yao Agbeko. Also with us is the Project Coordinator, Ghana Tourism Development Project, Nana Safo Kantanka. we also have the director beyond the return secretariat, Miss Annabelle Mackenzie. If you are here, we acknowledge you. And we have the Deputy Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Honorable Marco Krekumante, with us this morning. And as I mentioned earlier, we have the Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Mohamed Awal, with us this morning. So, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, I will now yield the podium to the Minister for his presentation, and then we'll come back to you for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. My Deputy Minister, Mark, Chief Director, Chair, Ghana Tourism Development Company, my heads of agencies, directors at the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Project Coordinator, Ghana Tourism Development Project, friends from the distinguished ladies and gentlemen, staff of the Ministry of Information. Let me thank you, Honorable Minister of Information, for this opportunity. I also want to thank you, friends from the media, for having time to come to listen to us to render our stewardship Ghanaians through you. We appreciate your presence. Thank you so much. As said, I'm going to do it with 20 minutes max. And then I'm sure my colleagues help me with our perspectives on that. So, ladies and gentlemen, the tourism, arts and culture sector is now in terms of contribution to Ghana's GDP. After cocoa and gold, we are number 3. By 2025, we want to be number 1. And we are going to be number 1 by the grace of God, 2024-25. As a culture sector will be the number contributor to GDP. Why do you say so? We are targeting 1 million visitors this year. Each visitor spends an average of $2,400. Before the COVID, they were spending $2,600, $2,800 per visitor. They spend between 1 week and 10 days. We hope it, and we are working towards that 2024-2025 to have 1.5 million visitors and to grow exponentially from there on. So if you have 1.5 million people visiting, they spend 12 days to 2 weeks, and they spend about $1,500 per person. Or they're hitting 3-point-something billion. That's the international arrivals. Domestic tourism want to get 1 million people this year. When people go around the country, there are many benefits to it. They learn a people's culture. We also reduce income. People go from Accra to region, they spend money. And we create a sense of national unity and cohesion. So this year, we think tourism, arts and culture, by 2025, should be generating not less than $3.5 to $4 billion, and that would be the number 1 contributor to Ghana's GDP. We would do it with your support, and the evidence is clear. The World Economic Forum report on travel and hospitality 2021 has ranked Ghana as the best destination for tourism. We've never achieved this feat until this year. So in West Africa, Ghana is the most favorite place to visit for leisure and opportunity. We're hoping that our plan projects to do that in 2026, 4 years before we've achieved it. What means that the whole world eyes will be in Ghana. That means a lot of tourists come, they spend money at hotels, they go around and do leisure entertainments, they buy crafts, they buy everything. That brings money into the economy, foreign exchange to Ghana. So we are now ranked number 1 as the most preferred tourism destination in West Africa. We are number 2 behind Ghana and Gambia. Now number 1 in West Africa. And number 11 in Africa. Our projection is 2025-2026. We should be getting to number 3 in Africa. In West Africa now we are number 1. That's a plus for us. With information, I want initiatives that we've done in the last 1.5 years since I've been the minister, and our very, very supportive and very capable directors and ministers and directors in the ministry. They've helped a lot. I don't know it is. It's not mine. It's a collective good of the ministry. So, what initiative one is capacity building. In this area of tourism, arts, and culture, people want to be appreciated. So I build the capacity and knowledge of our participants. All players of the tourism, arts, and cultural value chain. I build the capacity, give them knowledge, not technical knowledge. Also, best for them to be able to, if you want to be able to appreciate somebody, thank him or her for coming to the hotel or to patronize item, your goods and your services to come back. We are treating 20,000 people along the tourism arts and cultural value chain training. We've done over 3,000 training. We have to build a capacity and deliver quality service to clients who come to Ghana. For culture, for arts, and for tourism. A satisfied customer would not only come back, will bring a lot of people next time. That customer will spend more time spending money in your country, and that means that they're creating jobs to your people. So, customers the capacity of people in tourism, arts, and culture value chain is a serious component of our work. We're getting 20,000 in the next 3 years. We've done with 3,000. Hopefully, by 2025, we'll have done with 20,000. Build our capacity and deliver quality service to clients and travelers along the value chain of tourism, arts, and culture system. Domestic tourism drive. Because the year target to achieve 1 million people within and travel around the country. These are tourist sites, our heritage sites, our leisure sites. As of September 2022, got 54711 people going around the country. From Axim to Paga, from Ishi to Wa, from Ho to Accra to and to Bono. Given that the last part of the year is the most busy part of tourism and culture, we hope to achieve the target. The Lebanon gives us 15% of our target. December is a very demand for tourism. So domestic tourism, we of course achieved that. But compared to 2021, achieved 60% growth. January to September this year against 2021, the growth in domestic tourism is 60%. But for our target, we 70%, and we hope that by December we'll get to that 1 million mark. In terms of international travel, international tourism, we was targeting 1 million people by December 2020. As of September 2022, we've done 645 and 47 international arrivals during September. Compared to the last achievement, we achieved 50% of international arrivals. So domestic tourism, we got 60% achievement over last year, and then 57% international arrivals over last year. We are not there as the formula, but the last quarter, like I said, is the time for everything. It's a peak of those domestic travel. Because Ghanaians love Christmas, we love activities, and foreigners will come and do things. And to achieve all those things, there are a number of initiatives to make us achieve that. But before that, we're hoping that with both domestic and international tourism, we should create about 150,000 jobs by Christmas. Because like I said, when tourists come, whether for art courses, for culture, or for leisure, they go to chop bars, they go to restaurants, they go to cinemas, they go to festivals, they eat, they drink, they make contacts. All places they are spending money, and the economy, the rural economy, they spend money, and we have to reduce income. They move from Accra to rural, that's where they spend money, and that engenders in the rural settings by creating jobs and opportunity for rural folk. So that's all. December in GH, as Deputy Minister for Information, December is our peak in terms of tourism and culture. The GTA has approved 50 events for December and GH alone. We launched December and GH. I'm going to launch it about 3 months ago. And around the world, the hotels fully booked. all hotels, the major ones, fully booked for the and GH. So Airbnb and co-house. We are calling out our people instead to go into the right areas in the village, to stay with the people. As a plan, and when that way, we take $50. I'm not for $50 for every day. $50. And eating well for them. So 50 events have been endorsed by the government authorities. For example, some activities include Afro Afro Nation, Kwaba UK, Rhythms on the Kids in Tourism, which was a Jew and a case of Ghana. All this will be done in December. Artists will be taken good care of. There will be a lot of performance for the artists and the track visuals. Then we have product development component. To achieve our competitiveness, Ghana has really competitive advantage in West Africa. Are very peaceful. The global peace has rated Grand Ghana as one peace. We're the best place for doing business. We are hosting the African Free Trade area. That means we are sent for meetings, activities, conferences, and events. After Secretariat has given Ghana opportunity to be a mass center. So for us to achieve 1.5 million visitors and 2 million visitors over the next 5 years, we are dropping. Like I said, when visitors come and they don't only stay longer than money, they come back with family friends. So to that, we are dropping our tourist sites. If you remember the World Bank, we're spending $350 this year and next year to make them track and retain people. 350 million cities. That this year, next year, to improve forest practices across the country. These are some of the things that the money will go into. Kori Heritage Slave Camp Upper East Region. It's an area that developing. There is one camp. We're going to develop our documents to an attractive tourist site. People go there, the rare areas, they live with the people, they shop, they enjoy, and they spend money. And they give you some Bori Kente Museum. Kente is one of the biggest things that Ghana has of our attractions for club. There's an she's been the brave woman in Ghana. Very powerful. The colonial history. Done, and then it for Aaspro. All this will come in the first quarter of next year. Then our National Museum, that Excellency President opened a couple of months back. 7 years the museum was closed for lack of maintenance. When we came back with the present directive and support, we rehabilitated it and opened it on the 10th of June. Kinsley, 10th June, eh? Good. 10th June, rehabilitated open. And in the last 4 months that the museum was rehabilitated and open, we've got nearly 30,000, 29,293 visitors. The 4 months visitation, raking nearly 300,000 Ghana cedis. 15, before the place was shut down in 2016, the highest visitation was 12,000 the whole year. Bringing us only about 27,000 the whole year. But in 4 months of the present house after rehabilitation opening, we've got nearly 30,000 visitors, breaking nearly 300,000 Ghana cedis. So there's still opportunity and resources in Ghana. We need to leverage them. And the good thing about it is that there are young people who are visiting the museum more than any other person. It's not just foreigners. Ghanaians want to learn their heritage, their history. If you don't know your history, how do you know your future? Students, young people are patronizing it. The data is there. So we opened the museum. For 1 year, 2015, only 12,000 people visited, and about 27,000. And 4 months into opening, we've gotten nearly 10,000 people visiting with nearly 300,000 Ghana cedis accrued to the place. We are not only expanding our cultural heritage, but building resources. And let me assure you that as long as we have the opportunity, and is in power, the museum will never be shut down again. It won't happen. We would ensure the museum will never be closed down. We have a business model that will make sure the museum is going. The CEO is here, Mr. Kinsley, very effective, very business-like. Like most of my CEOs, most of the directors, museum would forever be open and go. We can go there now. We close it down, we are fixing it. By March Independence time, inshallah, Kwame Nkrumah will be open to the public. It's not only being rehabilitated, it's modernized and expanded to give the image and name to Kwame Nkrumah that he deserves. By March, it will be done. Over 30 million is being spent on it. It will be a real Pan-African park museum for Kwame Nkrumah. What does it do? As before the closure, we're getting about 89,000 visitors to Kwame Nkrumah. By the time we're going to open it, we're going to have 400,000 visitors per annum. 400,000. What does it mean again? Resources coming in, jobs being created. Government getting resources, more Ghanaians being employed to manage Kwame Nkrumah. It will never go the way it went again. Cape Coast Castle, Elmina, Shai, Morley Park, Kakum, they're all going to be rehabilitated between this and next year and make them attractive to tourists, both Ghanaians and foreigners. We're not only targeting international arrivals, we're targeting domestic arrivals. It's very important for us. And then we are going to build 5 amphitheaters, domes. One area that we lack in this country is that we don't have multi-purpose venue for activities. We're going to do 5 this year. In fact, I think the process has already begun to procure supplies. This year, next year, we'll have done 5 amphitheaters. And then we'll do another 5 next year. So by 2024, we'll have done all the system regions will have been covered to create the venue for our artists to perform and for events to take place. Again, what I would do, we're creating jobs, creating opportunity for Ghanaians. To make international arrivals even more competitive, Mr. President Akufo-Addo launched Destination Ghana UK. We did that in April. What that meant was that the president wanted to tell the whole world that after the COVID-19 devastation, Ghana was ready for business and for tourism. Well, April, 2 years, we all knew that nothing happened in terms of travels and hospitality. So the president launched Destination Ghana in London to remind the world that COVID is going down, restrictions have been done, Ghana is open and ready, so please come back. And for us, we see tourism not just for leisure, as an opportunity for trade and investment. When people come to have leisure and they stay, they are for opportunities for trade. They come back to invest. So tourism is not just for leisure, it's an opportunity for investment and trade. So the president launched that in the UK, and we also launched the same Destination Ghana in US, and my colleagues launched Destination Ghana in South Africa, reminding the world that Ghana is now open after COVID-19. COVID-19 pandemic made tourism to go down by about 72%, both in terms of revenue and in terms of people. That cripples most economies. So after COVID-19, we want to tell the world that we are ready and open, so come and enjoy yourself. We have a lot of advantages as a country. Ghana is at the center of the world. No other country is at the center of the world. Ghana is a very peaceful nation. Ghana is seen as an investment destination. And we have 65% of all the forts and castles that were used during the slave trade located in Ghana. That means heritage tourism. African diaspora want to have linkages. They always want to go to places where they think they have some historical ties. That's why Ghana is an advantage. 65% of forts and castles during slavery is located in the country. Leverage it, market it, and that will give you advantage for it. We are also reviewing our cultural policy. Ghana's cultural policy is outdated. There's a team of experts from all sectors, academia, industry, everywhere, chiefs, looking at our cultural policy. And by January, the review process will have been ended. We are doing stakeholder consultation now. We're sending to cabinet for approval and for Parliament to ratify it. Cultural policy will put Ghana on the map. Well, culture is very important for us. Culture is everything. It doesn't only link you to the past and present, it gives a direction to the future. So within that, we are having the culture to make it modern, realistic, and then usable for people. So by January, hopefully the cultural policy will have been done, go for cabinet approval and parliamentary ratification, done. Also developing a tourism policy. The policy tourism has is not just policy, it's a bits and pieces of everything put together. We want to make it a comprehensive, integrated, sustainable policy that will guide us and make our tourism competitive. So we are doing all this to ensure that the tourism, arts, and culture sector, is a greenfield, becomes #1 contributor. We should be making $4 billion beyond 2024 per annum and creating at least 150,000 jobs every year. That's how to go. It's an area that government is committed and putting all this money. That's why World Bank is supporting Ghana government, spending 350 million Ghana cedis over the next 2 years to revamp, modernize our culture, tourism, and artistic sites. Not to let people come, but to have people coming and spending money, creating jobs for our people. The President Akufo-Addo, very much committed to the sector, not the president of the sector. So he wants you and I, let's market our culture, let's market our artistic values, let's market our tourism sites, and make Ghana the most preferred destination in Africa. We want to build a Ghana brand, and that brand is what? Peaceful, resourceful, stable, attractive nation. Everybody should come in, enjoy, and create jobs for our people. I'm grateful for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Honorable Minister, thank you so much for the brief but very, very insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching us, we are live on GTV, we are also live on ETV. If you are on Facebook, we are streaming at Ministry of Information. We are also streaming at Happy FM Online and also at ETV. I believe the minister's presentation was so good that there is no need to even give a summary before I invite questions. But because of the quality of message, I think it is important that I give a summary in another local language so that viewers at home will have the benefit of all the good news that the Honorable Minister has presented to us. Mr. Emo, Ene Anapai and Sempankwana, Minister for Tourism, Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Mohammed Awal, or Diabre, or says Ghana has said, we Sikakoko, any cocoa free honoma, a sector, a discadodo, nani, the Bregana mining tourism sector. Na sa sector non so say sector bia eye ahoho ene adehia omo pese omo kwa ahomegye mo bi pensra hwe obi pese obeje nani obi framona na eba opese obeye bibia ogana opese obedi dwa omo na omutimi etu anamo eye nhyehyeye a eboa ema sa niam ni nyina akoso wano na edi enti na nde wabahase a obebo daru da uboni nyina pese o kire ye niam papa ekoso o sector num na osre ye nyina se ye nko ommoa na ye mboa ministry no mommo daru because utie ne minister na kan ya or say direct and indirect jobs enam anamopo matu ye de abrega na nurse adishie polypoly be say 150,000 and no more benefited from the sector fi say ahoho bedru krom ha say ya ebia nipa no bepe baby obeje na home obeko hotel na Airbnb sikani bi beko adishie botom obi nso so ho obeto aduane obefa car obefa trotro obefa uber ni nyina ye sikani bia na titru kra ne adwadifonya obi ohonom a wabedru no afi na okope akuaba bi ayasene obeto ahwene obeto kente obeto ntoma obeto aduane obeto to niam bebre ama dwadie nso so Ghana ha ama ne homene so enti enhyehye o ma nyina ene mpuntu omode aba site bebre ebi a minister bobo so say okọ Pikoro Heritage and Slave Camp project a omo ye adwuma ho sanso na okọ bonwire nso so a obo nso omo esiesi ho sanso na se okọ ejeso a ya Santoa Museum eno nso so omo ye adwuma ho na National Museum ɛno nso so ɔmo siesie ya bɛyɛ mfie nson na ɛnyɛ adwuma bi amfa mfaso mmerɛ Ghana man no minister kyerɛ mu sɛ ɔmo bi ebosome nnan ni ɛyɛ mfaso bebree na Ghana man na di afiri so na afei nso so ɔkyerɛ sɛ ɔmo yɛ nhyehyɛeɛ a NCC ɛkɔ so ɛyɛ Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park renovation ɛkɔ so hɔnom no sika polypoly bɛyɛ 30 million Ghana cedis ɛna aban ɛtimi de ahyɛm sɛ ɛbɛyɛ a endru March 2023 no na hɔ ayɛ kama a endru independence na obi akɔ hɔnom no nso ni bɛgye sɛ okɔ wiase afa na baabi a baabi ɛfrɛ hɔ sɛ hɔ yɛ Memorial Park for your first president na kyɛ sɛ hɔ nso so bɛdi mu enti minister nso so adeɛ titiri ɔbɔɔ so ne sɛ ɛyɛ amphitheaters nso so ho hia Ghana ha pa nti ɔmo sisi bi a yɛ hyɛ ase afiwe emunum na ɔmo de gu kwan mu sɛ ɛbɛyɛ ayɛ artist nso so ɔmo bɛnya baabi akɔ di ɔmo dwuma na aba mfaso abrɛ na ɔsɛ Ghana deɛ sɛ wo boa me atɔn Ghana yɛ ɔnneɛma papa bebree hɔnom a obetimi aka me agyina so de atɔn Ghana ebi ne sɛn nka wiase yɛ nipa Ghana yɛ no furuma yɛ wɔ wiase mfimfini pɛɛ ɛna woyɛ no nso so free hɔnom a Ghana ha sei asomdwe wa ha sei ɛna wohwɛ ɛyɛ slave castles ne nneɛma na tete ɔmo de na nanom kɔnkɔ aso mu baabi a na ɔmo ɛboaboa slaves ano a dodoɔ na nso so wɔ Ghana ha sei a wohwɛ West Africa ha ɔse about 65% de ebi wɔ ha na ɛsɛ wɔ nneɛma papa bebree a woyɛ Ghana de hye a wobɛtumi atɔn bi ama temamufoɔ ne ahohoɔ na ɔmo aboa ama ɔmo mpɛ sɛ ɔmo ba nsrahwɛ no nso so ɔmo ani agye Ghana ho. No, my basa baby. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we invite your questions. If you have any question, this is the best time to ask. If we see your hand, we'll bring the microphone to you, and you mention your name, media house, and proceed to ask your question. Okay, so we'll take 5 questions for the first set. So let's start from the back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we'll come to you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. My name is Fred from ABC News. My question has to do with the plans the ministry has for coming December. Minister, in December 2021, inflation rate was 12.5. As at this year, that's September this year, is around 37%. Now, here's the case that the cost of living as an affordability is one of the main keys people consider in choosing a tourism destination. Here's the case that cost of living in the country is rising, but the minister made mention of the projections you've made for December. Did they put into consideration this, and how are they going to mitigate that? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable. My name is Julius from the Finder newspaper. Please, I want to find out how much was spent on the National Museum rehabilitation, and how soon do we aim at recovering that cost? Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. My name is Clefa Wright for the Ghanaian Times. Minister, I would want to find out the status of the Marine Drive project. Is it still a project on the table, or it has been discarded? Secondly, I would want to congratulate you for the rehabilitation of the National Museum. But then I would want to find out what are we doing with the Science Museum, because it continues to be a dent on our image. So I would want to find out what is the status of that particular project. And then the last one with the amphitheaters, where exactly are they going to be located, and when do we see actual construction begin? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the question.
Yeah, my name is John Awuni. I represent Kesben Media. My question is from Foundation of Creative Arts Professionals, FOCAP. They are asking that it seems the Creative Arts Agency is not quite working to their expectation. The reason they are giving is that when the act was passed in 2020, that's Act 1048, the Creative Arts Agency Act 2020, Act 1048, the act mandates that the president appoints a substantive executive secretary to man that. But at the moment, Madam Jankroma Akufo-Addo is in the acting capacity as compared to that of the NFA, that's National Film Authority. The Act 935 has made the president to appoint Juliet Asante as the executive secretary and then David Donto as the board chair. And at the moment, they don't seem to see that agency working very well. So if minister can say something on that. And secondly, when the minister did a presentation, I didn't see anything about Abreu Gardens. What is happening to Abreu Gardens, that botanical gardens? And then thirdly, still on the NFA, the same agency that's the focal foundation of creative arts professionals, they are saying that there are issues over there because Madam Juliet Asante seems to be doing the appointment by herself without consulting the board chair, and it even brought a petition to the ministry, and the minister instructed them to go back and then work. So what is happening there? And finally, in the
John,
COVID,
please, your colleagues also want to ask questions. So please let us be brief and limit the questions to maximum 2. There was another hand here. So we'll take the two of them together and then invite Minister for his responses.
Okay, thank you. My name is Patrick Ofoinuji. I report for Ghana News Agency. My first question is that there have been incessant calls for the creation or for the establishment of a national arts gallery. And the argument is that we are not only losing out on the creative works, the intellectual works of people, but we are also losing out on the revenue that must be generated. And so we want to know what is the ministry doing with regards to that. Then my second question is that the Chalwati Festival, recently we had the Chalwati Festival and it was massive. But speaking with the organizers, one of the things I gathered was that there was this struggle between the organizers and then the AMA with regards to giving rights and space to people who would come and vendors, people who would come and sell their products there. I know they said they have reported to the ministry and the ministry has taken that up. I want to know what has become of that confusion, and then what is the ministry doing? Even though the next Chalwati Festival is far from us, but what plans is the ministry having to make sure the next one is rid of, or it's not having, or we don't experience such things? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. We'll take the last one from the back.
My name is Richard Brightado from TV3. Honorable, mine is on sanitation. What do you have to say about the current state of sanitation in Ghana? And also, to what extent are you involved in the Operation Clean Your Frontage? I say this because just behind the Accra Regional Hospital, there's a dump site. It's just right opposite GH1. So just to let you know.
Richard, sorry to cut you, but you know we have a ministry responsible for sanitation. Usually when they come for the briefings and you ask questions, because they have oversight responsibility, they are able to, address specific questions and also provide solutions in the instance. But especially when you ask a minister who does not have oversight responsibility at that ministry and who does not have any prior knowledge as to this question, it will be difficult to answer specific questions for other ministries. Unless it is in relation to tourism, I don't know if he will be in any position to answer that question. So, Nana, we'll come back to you. Okay. Minister.
Sorry. Thank you, Minister. The water. Sorry. Thank you for your questions. The tourism, arts, and cultural sector actually employs 680,000 people, the Ghanaian economy. And 2 out of every 10 jobs, according to World Bank, is created by this sector. 2 out of every 10 jobs is created by tourism, arts, and culture. But as of now, 680,000 people are employed by this sector. That makes it a very veritable sector to spur economic growth and development. December and GH, he said when people come, cost of living. Ghana, the government President Akufo-Addo is taking measures to improve the cost of living. The government is not just throwing the hands in despair. We are engaging IMF, but we also have our own homegrown initiatives that we are employing to make sure that we turn around the economy. We would turn around the economy in due course. What we need is Ghanaian support and patience. Believe us, we would do it. It's not easy. It's been occasioned by many factors, including the war in Ukraine, COVID-19. We had, as the President said, to protect lives. We made sure that nobody died needlessly out of COVID-19. But trust us, we would fix this economy and get Ghana going. But when people are coming to Ghana, they are not going to benefit. That's why they come. If you are spending $1 getting 7 cedis, you're going to get now about 10 cedis or 11 cedis. So they'll come. And they'll bring the dollars to this country. So those coming, they don't have an issue. If I was going to spend $100 to give me 6,000 cedis, 660 cedis. Now if I spend $1,000, I'm getting about 10,000 Ghana cedis. Before then, it was just 6,000 Ghana cedis. So it's new to their benefit. They'll come more. In fact, more people are going to come. Yeah, it's there. But we are working to fix the economy. We'll do it. We're not running away. The President is very committed to fixing this economy and making things come and Ghana working again. We'll do it. We need the support of Ghanaians. We'll do it. Museum, we spent 1.5 million cedis to fix the National Museum. And I'm saying that in 4 months, we've accrued about 300,000. So within a year, it will be sorted. And we can expand and do more. Marine Drive is not under my ministry. Before I got there, it's under the presidency. It's not under the Ministry of Tourism and Culture. 2019, it was moved there. I only went there last year. So Marine Drive issues are the presidency. And the Science Museum just engaged a lot of architects to give us new drawings, want to modernize it and make it better. We have a lot of space there, want to modernize and make the Science Museum better. We think science and technology is the way forward for us. So we're not abandoning that museum. We'll fix it, modernize it, and make it functional to support science and technology drive of the President's agenda. We'll do it. Process to appoint a staff of Creative Arts Agency. It takes a while, but we've gotten the technical clearance, we're waiting financial clearance from Minister of Finance. And that's almost done. So give them legal status. We have not abandoned Creative Arts Agency. They're working on it. Iburi Gardens, my colleague, GTA CEO would answer Iburi Gardens. The art gallery is also something that the museum's board is working on. We're trying to do, once from the science, we want to do that. We don't want to preserve everything about Ghana. Like I said, if you don't know your history, you cannot know the future. So everything Ghanaian, everything museums, everything artistic, everything culture, we'll preserve it. Sanitation. Thank you, Minister. But we are working together with all other MMDAs in the sanitation sector to improve it. We've taken note of your concern. But the Minister of Sanitation is doing very much under the constraints to fix it. We work together and make sure that we improve sanitation. What sanitation affects impacts on tourism and work on it. Kwesi, come on, you're on the rest. Minister, with your permission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. On Iburi Gardens, actually work is currently ongoing. We signed an MOU with the Department of Parks and Gardens, which is the agency in charge of Iburi Gardens. But we signed an MOU with them, and work is currently ongoing. There are 4 areas that we are looking at. 1 is to have an events grounds. 2, build and expand the washroom facilities there so that visitors who go there will have a very good experience. And then also build a car park, which is almost complete. And then also the entry gates, both from the Iburi Township and also on the road going to Mampong. Those are the works that are ongoing as part of the first phase. Per the MOU that we signed with the gardens, there are other facilities that have to be put up there. We're looking at the accommodation facility to bring in some strategic partners to the table. So it is work in progress. Chalewote, yes, the minister has asked us to engage with the organizers. So I don't know the last time we spoke to the organizer, but last week we had a meeting leading to the Chalewote Festival itself. The ministry supported the festival. We worked with AMA, had several stakeholder engagements between AMA, ourselves, and the organizers. One of the issues that keep coming up is the issue of vendors. You have food vendors coming there, and also the issue of sanitation on who cleans up the place after the festival. So AMA is an interested party. We are an interested party under the auspices of the ministry and the organizer. But at least we've had a very good conversation, and last week we did meet, and I know that by the next Chalewote Festival, things will be different. December in GH, just to add to what my minister said, the people coming in are also bringing foreign exchange, but we've also made a deliberate plan to spread out the events across the country so that it's not just in Accra. So hopefully you will see more events in other parts of Ghana happening this year. The 50 endorsed events, we plan to have it outdoored on the 1st of November, but we are still receiving applications for people who want their events endorsed, and I can say that by the time we are done, we're hoping to have almost about 80 or so events spread out across the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the responses. We'll take the last set of questions. But before then, if you just joined us, we are live on GTV, ETV, and we are also streaming on Facebook at Ministry of Information, ETV, and Happy FM Online. Nana Poku, please.
Yes. Okay. Good morning, Honorable Minister. In this country called Ghana, we used to have some national recording studios. For instance, I remember of Ambassador Records in Kumasi and GFIC here in Accra that enabled up-and-coming artists record their artists. In fact, Nana Padu of blessed memory did his first recording at GFIC. Today, I wonder if you have that national studio that will encourage young and up-and-coming artists to come out, because it is so difficult to come out from the private studios. If you are not lucky, you can be in the doldrums for 10 years, you can't come out. So what is the minister doing to come out to a national studio that will enable the young ones to come out their music? My second question, Honorable Minister, we used to have an organization called ECRAG. Their duty was, as it were, to review music on the airwaves, such that when you sang a song and there was some kind of profanity and obscenity, those things were taken out. But today, all kinds of words are being used in our music. I don't know why the authorities have sat down to watch and they don't do anything about it. We are Ghanaians, in fact, for God's sake. And so we cannot allow anything, anywhere, anytime to come on our airwaves. So what are they doing, as it were, to check some of these excesses in the musical scene? And then I also have a problem. Today, I don't know whether high life music, which has been the identity of the Ghanaian, where its future is, because we don't know whether we are in the Western world or we are in Ghana. The high life, which is really very authentic high life music that identified us as people, as Ghanaians, is no more. It's been adulterated. So what are we doing? In fact, this question, I wanted to go to the Deputy Minister because it's in the arts and culture to answer that question.
Thank you, Nana. I saw one hand at the back. Okay.
Honorable Basho, good morning.
Basho, good morning.
Femi Opokumi for Kingdom FM. Basho, my question is, you said last year, Nanke was a National Festival of Arts and Culture, Ebaso last year, but due to COVID-19, you last year, to find out from the minister through the National Commission on Culture, say, should we expect this year, say Tourism Act in Wakaso, da be ne yen hwe nim anas emma soso a o ma yen hu ni sa me da se
yeah, that's it. Okay, so we'll take the two hands. I was looking for someone who hasn't asked question, but I'm not seeing any new hands, so we'll take the two of them.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy with the, what's the name, the Kente village. But just last week, a chief was calling for it to be patented, and I don't know if minister has considered patenting Kente, because once we are creating the village, then we must get the full benefit of that particular act. So I want to find out if that call will be heeded.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll take John and.
Mine has to do with the during the COVID, at the peak of the COVID. I think the World Bank supported $50 million for the creative art industry, and the disbursement has already been done. So I just wanted to know how the criteria that was used to disburse the funds and whether it's being put into good use. And then finally, on the issue of the NFA, that's the National Film Authority, Minister did not talk about it as to why the Executive Secretary is doing the appointment without any consultation with the board chair, David Donto, which created a lot of issues over there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. We'll take the last question.
Thank you. Some industry players, specifically those in the hospitality industry, they are calling for an amendment of the Tourism Act at 817. Their argument is that the disbursement of the tourism fund, it's left solely within the power or the remit of the Ghana Tourism Authority. They think that they are the people the fund affects, and for that matter, anytime there should be disbursement, they should be part of it. So they are calling for an amendment to include private sector so that they can also make an input. And then secondly, with the Marine Drive project, the people, the artists, the artisans, those who make the container and all that, they, my understanding is that they've been moved, some have been moved to, they are supposed to move to Kaukudi. Structures are being put out there. I know it's not within the this thing, but I just want to link it to, the argument is that the structures there are not disability friendly. So I want to ask if the ministry can help take that up for them to see. They said they made complaints severally on that, but they still haven't heard anything in that regard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll take the last question.
Thank you, Honorable. My name is Joshua Smith. I represent Think News Online. So about the museums, I just want to find out from the minister, since we have one here in Accra, are there plans to have museums in the various regions so that I could be able to tell the story of Ghana?
Okay, thank you. So we'll go for minister's responses and also his final remarks.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for your questions. The museums, we don't have only Accra. The Accra one is called National Museum because Accra is the capital. We have museums in various castles. And we plan to have museums in most of the key provinces across the country. It's something we're going to do this year and next year. Like I said, we have diversified and rich culture, and they're very unique to various specific locations in Ghana, so we want to have museums across the country. But we always have some museums around. The studios are expensive venture. We want to do modern studios. The NFA is leading the charge, having a lot of discussions with key stakeholders. We had a lot of engagement with people from America in particular, and they want to do Referrals and Co. It needs a lot of planning. So we're working on the museum. The NFA is working on it. I personally have been around the world looking for it. The NFA executive director has been doing that a lot, CEO. So museums I want to work on. Because I see it's largely private-public partnership. States, I don't think states should do it. We have TV3, we have to finally sell it. The studios are TV3. But modern studios are very expensive and they are very big. We need some land mass that we can do. It's going to be outside Accra. So working on the studios. The aircraft high life thing, my deputy would work on it. Like you said, he does area. So come on. The patenting, the folklore board is working on inventory. With support from our development partner, they are looking at inventory of all the kente and other tangibles that we have in terms of cultural tangibles and heritage. So that they are doing the inventory. Once they finish the inventory, we'll do the patenting. It will be done very soon. And the tourism grants. Last year, we disbursed $9 million, equivalent of $9 million. And this year, we are doing 10. By end of November, it should be done. And let me emphasize that it's not everybody who can get. I mean, the demand is so huge. Even put 100 million, you still won't get everybody getting it. Especially after the COVID, the effect of the COVID, business have gone down. So all the 15 regions are getting COVID grants. The criteria, very transparent, it's available. We have the data. And women consume about 62% of all beneficiaries of the grant. It's been done now. 62%. Present charges to make women 60. We go beyond that to make sure that 62% of women, those beneficiaries, 62% constituting women. NAFAC, 9th to 16th December, we'll have NAFAC. It's coming on. It's coming on. Minister, with your permission, I'll ask Mark. Your police say they're not hearing from you. Come and talk. Before I'll conclude. Minister, before I conclude. So, Mark.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And then my fellow Deputy Minister, you qualify to work on one of the Akan channels. You speak so well. Yes, it's to do with ECRAG awards and then High Life, adulterated. Okay, I will touch on the sound studio that you mentioned. My boss gave an example that Ghana Films was sold, and Ghana Films had a studio in it. My first project as a music producer, that was the place I went to, a national studio. And so with the film studio he's talking about, you cannot have a film studio without a sound studio. So the sound studio will be part of a film studio. They interrelate, they always interconnect. ECRAG, music content, profane. Years ago, you couldn't play music that had strong words. And in broadcasting, it was called NTBB. The meaning of that is not to be broadcast. And so I'm happy we are in this ministry. The broadcast law is still in the process. I think the law is the problem. When we get the law right, it will fix some of these things. And then, if the content is not good, one of the ways to tell the whole world that it is not good is to reject it. Consumers just reject it. If we all think that culturally it's not good, we just must reject it till we get the law. Others, I see some young men saying no. Others will also consume it via phone. How do you control the phone? So, in the meantime, let's all think about this and get some of the ideas on board. But it's a challenge for not just Ghana, the whole world. Because of the phone and the tabs, it's difficult to have control over content now. High Life. It is difficult to have a particular genre played the same way. Over time, it would evolve. And so the Kwame Eugenes and the Kiddies, the Kim Promises, what they are doing could be called High Life. I am sorry to disappoint you that it will never get back to Dr. KJC and Kwame and Pedu again, because they also came with a type of high life that people in the 50s like Akwesi Ayah, F. Kenya were all also against. That's how the evolution comes. You don't have control over it. Just that we must encourage them to have the identity of our guitars and our chordal progressions in them. We are working hard to enlist high life with UNESCO so that Ghana will be synonymous with high life, just like reggae has done with Jamaica, so that we won't have confusion in future like we are fighting over jollof. Yeah, I think that is my last question. Cool. Thank you.
Okay, so there was a question on the Tourism Development Fund, and I just wanted to highlight what the Act says so that we are all clear on it, because the Tourism Act 2011, Act 817, says that there is established by this Act a Tourism Development Fund. It talks about the object of the fund. The object of the fund is to provide funding for tourism and tourism-related projects and programs. And then to achieve the objects of the fund, monies from the fund shall be applied for tourism, relevant tourism activities as the board, and this is the board of the Ghana Tourism Authority, determine, including in particular, marketing and promotion of tourism. So a lot of the things that we are doing, when you hear of Destination Ghana, December and GH, how we are promoting the country, it comes from the Tourism Development Fund. And who are the beneficiaries of these promotions? Is the industry. When people are coming in, when the hotels, Minister mentioned the hotels are full, they sleep in hotels that are owned by the private sector. Then it says capacity building, market research, and development of tourism infrastructure. So some of the product development activities that have been mentioned over the last year alone, if you go to Nzulezu, Golu, Gushegu, I can mention so many projects that have been done under the Tourism Development Fund. And then development and promotion of other entrepreneurial activities, which are all private sector led. The fund is not administered by the management of the Ghana Tourism Authority. The fund says there has to be a board with a representative of the Controller and Accountant Generals as a member of that board. That is the oversight body for the fund. And in addition to that, it says the board of GTA must have a private sector person represented. And in the board of GTA, we have a private sector person represented. But the act is of 2011. We are in 2022. So if there are proposals for it to be, we also need, at least we will hope that the fund will have said that 20% of the money should go to Ghana Tourism Authority so that it can help sustain our operational activities. So just to clarify, thank you.
A question was on the recruitment of people at the, or staff at the National Film Authority. Just to say that the Executive Director, Ms. Julienne Asante, does not recruit people by herself. So far, we have about 14 staff working at the NFA. And these people were taken through the process. We first sought clearance from the Public Services Commission, which was given, and then financial clearance from the Ministry of Finance, which was also given. Then they were taken through a properly constituted panel that interviewed them and finally engaged them. So nobody is taking anybody at the NFA by herself or by himself. Thank you very much.
colleague ministers, chief director, board chair, heads of agencies, directors, staff, friends from the media, let me take the opportunity to thank you so much for your patience, for your time, for your insightful questions that made us richer and better. I want to say that we cannot achieve our goals and our commitments to the public without your support. We need the media to highlight and project tourist attractions, cultural attraction, and then cultural heritage and assets that we have in this country. Ghana can achieve much more than we're doing now in the cultural, tourism, and art space. As I said, the sector employs 680,000 people permanent in this country, and we want to employ 150,000 more every year based on what we want to do. We can do that with your support. We are committed and convinced that as we improve the attractions, tourist attractions, improve the cultural heritage and diversity, tourism, arts, and culture will not only create the jobs, we put Ghana on the map and make Ghana the most preferred brand in Africa. Jobs, jobs, wealth for our people. Thank you for the opportunity and good morning.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. I believe the final remarks said everything, so I will not reintroduce any, conclusions or appreciations. So thank you so much for joining us. It was so beautiful to, see you and your delegation tell your own stories. I believe Ghanaians would love to hear more from you. So let us do it again. And to the press, the ball is now in your court. We don't have the platforms, you do. So we beg of you to help us amplify all the things that Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, and their respective teams have, given us today, so that Ghanaians will, get to know what's happening within the sector and also take advantage of same. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Enjoy the rest of your day. Tourism Ministry is doing, especially as we cruise into December, which has become...
You're doing great things around the world. You're doing great things around the world. Yeah, you're doing great things around the world. You're doing great things around the world. Great peace. Yeah.
Welcome to another episode of Diaspora Link. I'm your host, Diallo Sumbri, exclusively here on GhanaWeb TV. I'm not even going to say a whole lot about our special guest today. We're just going to get right into the interview, but I promise you, you're going to love it, and I promise you, you're going to want to look them up. You're going to want to become a member, and you're going to want to officially join the Aaspro movement. Let's get into the interview. Welcome back to Diaspora Link. As I mentioned in our intro, I'm excited about our guests, as I am every week, but this week I'm super excited because we have somebody who has been doing what she's been doing for 10 years and is major in terms of connecting the diaspora, Ghana, and the African continent. So, Crisabel.
Yes.
I got it right.
See,
I was worried. I was worried.
Thank you.
How we start, this is called choices. I'm going to give you two choices. And when I give you these two choices, you have to choose one and say why.
Okay.
Okay? Really simple.
Sure.
All right? I'll try to make the choices as difficult as possible, all right?
Sounds good.
Okay. So first, let's go Ohio versus New York, and why?
New York.
New York.
I mean, is that a trick question?
It's not. No, somebody might have chosen Ohio because,
okay.
you know.
Cornfields, grass.
Hey, I like corn.
Okay. New York.
New York.
Yes.
And just because it's the city,
the
is
world
more,
at your fingertips. Everything that you can have around the world, you get in New York City.
Okay.
As far as I'm concerned, it's the best city on earth.
Best city on earth. Okay, let's try this. How
Except
about...
Accra.
Hold on. See? Hold on. Now, see, I was going to say Accra versus New York, but now that you already clarified that, I won't do that. All right. Well, since you lived in New York, and I'm sure you've eaten Caribbean food before, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So how about curry chicken versus light soup?
Curry chicken.
Curry chicken over light soup?
Yes. Yes.
Ghanaian ancestry.
I'm not a big soup person.
Okay, you're not okay.
And I would rather do peanut soup or groundnut soup. So that's why I would do curry chicken any day.
So if I would have said groundnut soup versus curry chicken,
then
you
I'll
might
be
have
in
said
trouble.
Groundnut soup. Then it might be.
Exactly.
You might have to kind of figure out which is which.
Exactly.
Okay. How about this? Afrobeat music versus reggae music.
Afrobeats.
I'm
not a reggae person.
You're not a reggae person at all. Any kind of reggae,
No.
dance hall,
I
Bob
mean, I'll
Marley,
dance to
ska.
it, but Afrobeats any day.
It's in your
Any
blood.
day.
It's in your genes.
You're sitting and you move.
Okay.
That's it. Or I'll move.
Okay.
Yes.
How about this one? A standard European women's business suit or an African wear? You would choose this all day. Because I know a little bit about you in terms of how you've had to work in the places you go. I'm sure you can wear this. But, you know, there are some people who would choose the other.
I have made a name for my African jackets. I like to mix it up. So I will do the Western, maybe a black dress inside, and I'll do an African jacket any day. I like color. I like sunshine. So no blacks, no. I joke that if I ever became a lawyer, I would just be to one day show up in court in a yellow suit. That's it.
I got you.
African fabric any day. All day, any day.
African fabric. Okay. Mercedes-Benz versus BMW.
Mercedes-Benz.
Why Mercedes over BMW?
Well, I think BMWs are too low. I think they're beautiful to look at, but I just feel like they're too close to the ground. I just like Mercedes.
I understood. Choices. One of the reasons that we play choices is that we believe our choices do not have to separate us, but our choices can actually bring us closer together. So, as we begin and continue this effort of bridging the gap in the diaspora, it's always good to find out what some of our choices are. So now we're going to move to our next called Top 5.
Okay.
This is called Top 5. It's fairly simple. And in Top 5, I'll give you 5 categories and ask you to choose the top. It could be a favorite, it could be a best, or it could be the thing that comes to your mind right now.
Okay.
Favorite book. If there's one book that you could suggest to our listening audience that's had an impact on your life or is one of your favorites, what's the name of that book?
Nelson Mandela's Long Walk to Freedom.
Nelson Mandela's Long Walk to Freedom. What is it about that book?
It's basically Nelson Mandela's autobiography. But there's so many life lessons in there. So for example, one I never forget is how he talks about sustaining his life in jail by boxing. First of all, exercising is in there. And then secondly, it was kind of just something that kept him going, finding what it is that gives you that inner peace in the middle. And then in another section, he talks about how it was never about him, right? So for example, he has the prison guard who comes in and has a routine, you know, to do XYZ with the prisoners, and he never hated him. He said that was one of his best friends because he was doing his job. So it's separating the issue at hand from the bigger issue, and sometimes that's all we need to survive.
Great, excellent answer. Next one, favorite musical artist or genre. So you can, if you choose a genre, you can just say this, or if you had to pick, no, for you, let's stick. I'm throwing genre out. I'm not Afro. No, genre. I threw that out because I can. Artists. I would like for you to pick one musical artist across all genres. If you had to choose one.
Ooh.
There we go. I need it. See, as long as I get one woo, I did my job, and I got a woo. So here we go.
I have many, so now I'm just like,
you gotta pick one
because it's a time or a place. It could be classical, it could be African. It could.
I understand. 100%.
You know what? I'm gonna go for something very random. So it's, if I'm gonna get the name right, I believe it's the Soweto String Quartet. Based in Soweto, South Africa. These are jazzy-like African beats musicians. Not many people know them, but my dad introduced me to it way back. I think when I was a teenager or something like that. I heard it, and it's just the blend of Western and African. It's just amazing.
It left an impression on you.
Absolutely. And whenever I'm just like, I need a pick me up, I go there.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Favorite food or kind of food? So it could be like Jamaican food or a specific dish.
Oh, this one's easy.
What is it?
Plantain.
Period. Kelewele.
Any type of plantain.
Any type of plantain.
Roasted, boiled, fried, spiced.
Really? I don't think I've ever had anybody who said plantain as their favorite.
That's it.
So do you have...
Oh, that and chocolate, but yeah.
Plantain and chocolate. Oh, you got Nan to the bone.
Hear?
You got
Yes, I am actually. I bleed red, gold, green. I really do.
Okay, plantain. Yes. Favorite sports? If you had to choose one sport, what's your favorite sport?
Football. Not American football.
Which one? This one or the soccer?
Yes,
soccer.
Football.
Okay. And that's, did you play soccer?
No, I did not. I'm actually not an athlete at all. I'm usually a cheerleader. Okay. So I like to swim. I do other stuff just for fun.
Gotcha.
I'm a horrible competitor, so I don't like going to sports, but I'm major cheerleader.
It's good to know thyself.
Yes, I'm a Black Star fanatic.
Black Star fanatic. Okay, so maybe next year we'll have a better chance. Okay, all right. Last one. Favorite place to vacation? It could be some place that you've already been or some place that you want to go.
Zanzibar.
Zanzibar. Zanzibar seems to be a theme. I think we've had several of our guests say Zanzibar. So is this your go-to place when you need to get away and have a vacation? Zanzibar is your spot?
I mean, I'm yet to be able to say I've seen the whole world, but I've done 39 countries, and Zanzibar is still my number one.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much for playing.
Thank you.
We have Crisabel with her top 5. Again, as you meet new people, you might be sitting next to somebody on the plane, you might be at a networking event, and you might need to just kind of break the ice to find out something about somebody. Ask them what their top 5 is. You'll find out a lot about people, maybe something that you have in common or something that you don't. And that's what we need to do as we continue to bridge the gap in the diaspora. So now we're going to move in to the interview and find out more about Crisabel Dosi. Did I get that right again, the whole name?
Oh,
if I did, or what did I get wrong? Tell me, break it down for me. Dosi.
That's it.
Don't worry, y'all. Okay, Crisabel, so you are Ghanaian to the bone. Both parents from Ghana. Tell us a little bit about your upbringing. Where were you born? You know, what was your journey from Ghana to and through the diaspora?
Right, so I'm very Ghanaian. I was born in Kolebu in Accra, Kolebu Teaching Hospital, to be precise. But 6 months after I was born, we left Ghana. My father worked for the WHO, World Health Organization, as an ophthalmologist working on the eradication of river blindness. And so his work was based mostly in the French Africa regions, where the disease was very prevalent. So we moved to Burkina Faso when I was 6 months old and stayed on that side till I was, I think, 7, and then came back to Ghana. I did primary school. I joined from first grade, end of first grade, all through junior high, and I did high school in Ghana, and then I went to the U.S.
Okay, hold on. Can you please shout out your junior high school and your Ghanaian high school?
Yes.
Because I'm sure you have some classmates.
Absolutely. I went to St. Teresa's School for 9 years, so that's kind of a long stretch. One of the best schools in Ghana, if I may say so myself.
There you go.
Yes, and then I went to Ibri Girls High School in Ibri. You know Ibri, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I pass it every time I'm going to my village in Yamabetchide.
Oh, exactly. When you go through the mountains.
Exactly,
yes,
not far from the police station.
Correct, exactly.
Yep.
Yes.
Right
before Y Junction.
After Mumphy.
No, before.
It's before Mumphy.
Before. So you do Ibri, Mampong, Mumphy.
Ah, okay. Yeah. I'm thinking about a different girls' school there, but anyway, I'm getting it together.
You know the Ibri Gardens, right?
Yes.
Yes. So
you're there.
Just before.
Okay. Got it. Okay, so go ahead. Continue.
So yeah, and then I went to college in the U.S.
Okay.
I went to the College of Worcester in Ohio, liberal arts college, small. And then I did Columbia University School of International Affairs for graduate school.
How did you find the College of Worcester, or did they find you?
No, I found them. When I was looking to go to the U.S., so first of all, I'm the last of 4.
Okay.
My 2 sisters did their university education in the U.K.
Okay.
And then my brother went to the U.S. and said, absolutely, you're going to the U.S. This is what it's looking like, tertiary education for the new world, basically very more practical. So that was a done deal. We needed to now see where. So then when I was searching for schools, I went to, at the time, it was called the USIS. It was U.S. Service Information Center or something like that. And they have a counselor that helps you to go through colleges, decision-making, all of that. And what I didn't know, because my brother went to Vanderbilt, was that he went to a huge school, and I felt that I would get lost. So my one criteria was that I wanted to go to a smaller school. That's it. And then looking through, it's like 3,000 colleges. You don't even know where to start from. So the counselor helped me narrow it down and then mentioned to me the idea of the liberal arts colleges that are smaller, focused in, more practical, all of that. So that was of interest to me. And I went through the process and chose 6 schools, and then she added the College of Worcester. And then interestingly, in the application process, I got into 4 of them. But Worcester was the most friendly, so for the first time, although I was well-traveled thanks to my family, I was going to leave home. And so having a school that actually, before I left, already felt like home, did it for me. So that's how I ended up in the middle of nowhere in Ohio.
How were they the most friendly?
I'm here in Ghana. I'm not going to get a campus visit. They send me a video.
Oh, okay.
Literally any question I had, they would answer. They introduced me to their faculty, they introduced me to staff, administrators, they introduced me to past students. Just the other schools did okay, but it felt more formal.
Understood.
Worcester, I felt more wanted at Worcester, let me put it this way, even before I got there. So it made the decision easier. It wasn't my top choice going in, but it made the decision easy.
In Columbia?
Columbia, I was already in the U.S., so it was a different ball game where I was looking for a program that fit what it was that I wanted to do, international affairs.
Okay.
And when I did my search, there were the Harvards and all of this, but for particularly doing economic development on Africa at the time, Columbia stood out at tops.
So at the time when you went to graduate school, did you know that you would eventually be coming back to work on the African continent? Was that a focus in choosing your study, or was it something that came about as you studied?
So I studied economics in Ghana, and going into Worcester, I thought I was going to do economics, which is where the U.S. education system is amazing.
Okay.
I was introduced to the international relations class and ended up falling in love with that. So I finished undergrad with an international relations degree that included economics, but it was political science, it was a language, it was some geography, so it was a nice mix. And And then I went through and went to grad school. So I was already intentional as I was entering graduate school. But the answer about coming back ever, I'm from a family that's patriotic as it comes. My grandfather was, on my mother's side, was the first, what they now call the special prosecutor in Ghana. At the time, it was the director of public prosecutions. He was the first African to hold that role, and taught us about, you know, his life during Nkrumah's time and all that work that he did. So we always had home as being here. You go out, you contribute, but you come back home. So nobody really told me, but it was just kind of in me that at some point I need to make the journey back.
A part of the family legacy. It wasn't like, oh, am I going to go back home and contribute? It was just, this is what we do. This is what we do. Exactly. And you mentioned earlier that, I think you said 49, 59 countries, 39?
39.
39 countries. Yes. Are all African countries or just around the world?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. What we're going to do before we go to our break is something called Africa in 60. And we do this because, surprise, surprise, surprise. We do this because, I'll tell you why we do it afterwards. So basically, we're going to give you 60 seconds, and we want you to name as many African countries as you can.
Okay.
Okay? All right.
Countries.
Timer. African countries. Yes.
Okay.
You ready?
No, not yet. Hold on.
We normally don't allow people to drink water before we do Africa in 60, but for you...
I'm ready.
Don't worry. For you, okay, so, timer. You ready?
Oh, so I need to see them really, really fast.
Well, you can say them as fast or as slow as you like.
You want me to do 60?
We want to do as many as you can do in 60 seconds. We're going to give you 60 seconds. You ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Ghana, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, Mali, Benin, the Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Equatorial Guinea, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Nigeria, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Senegal, Cape Verde, Mauritania, Mauritius, I said Mali already, Niger, I should be able to do more.
Go east.
East, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Central, Cameroon. I just watched the Africa Cup. Comoros, maybe Ghana.
Go south.
Algeria, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Namibia, Zambia.
Stop. See, other people might say that but I didn't really help you. I've just given you in terms of direction. Yeah. That was about 30. You did about 30 or a little more than 30. So that's excellent. Good job. Great job.
I should be able to do 52 if you give me more time.
No, I'm sure. But you know, the point of it is most of us aren't thinking about it. But for some of our viewers, this may be their first introduction to Africa. Somebody might run across it on YouTube. And what we want to help people understand is that Africa is a very large, diverse, and a massive continent.
Absolutely.
That we're not monolithic. There's no such thing as the African country. That it's a continent with so many countries, so many diverse cultures, languages, etc. So thank you for playing.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be right back, and we're going to dive more into this interview with Crisabel and find out what happened after Colombia, where she is now, her traveling back and forth, and is actually how she's helping to change diaspora relations, business, investment, impact around the world. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent. Their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our Birthright Journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much, other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkagroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkagroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. Welcome back to Diaspora Link with our guest on today's show, Crisabel Dosi. When you say
well
Dosi,
done.
Or?
I said well done.
Well done. FYI, when you say Dosi, you have to say Dosi. Just to let y'all know. Okay. All right, so you went to Columbia.
Yes.
You studied international relations, economics. You've had this background. You come from this family where returning home was never a question of if, but when. So from Columbia in New York, you went to Washington, D.C.
Yes.
So talk to me about what you did in Washington, D.C., how you created Aaspro, what Aaspro is. So let's bring us up to current.
So I graduated from Columbia with a master's in international affairs. During the economic crisis in the U.S., if you remember, in 2007. And so it was a tough time for finding jobs, basically. And so everybody was just trying to find their feet. I did have a one-year opportunity to stay in the U.S. because I was international. And I wanted to make use of the 1 year. So in my job search, I actually found a Ghanaian girl who told me about a job with a small business firm doing U.S. policy, actually. So I joined them and started learning things like Medicare and Medicaid, things I had no clue about. But very early on, I let them know that I was interested in international affairs and this is my background, but I'm here to learn because the technical aspect of the job is the same. And so I went into that organization, and then we started applying for USAID contracts. Fast forward to 2010, I decided for several personal reasons that that was the time to head home. So my New Year's resolution that year was that by December 31st, I'll be in Ghana. Transitioned out. By June 1st, I was on my way out. I got a job. I'm not one to do the risk-taking and just get up and pick myself up. I needed a job. So I got a job with an international NGO and headed home.
And that international NGO was?
U.S. International NGO actually came and opened their Ghana office.
Okay.
Yes. So essentially, Aaspro was born from a literal dream.
Okay.
So June 1, I'm on the plane, Delta Airlines, and I think I fell asleep, but it's 10 years ago, so 11 years ago, so maybe I didn't fall asleep. But I basically had this whole idea looking around the flight, how lovely would it be if everybody on that plane was doing what I was doing, which at the time I thought was a one-way trip home, because I did have a one-way ticket. But then I didn't know anybody doing it. So I started thinking through, what can we do to get more people to come home? So I actually get home and I start writing my stories. At the time it was called Facebook Notes. And I would write what I called the good, the bad, the ugly about my everyday life in Accra. So it was things like, after a few months of my stay, I would realize that I felt lazy. And I was asking myself, what's going on? So in the US, I would easily put in 12-hour days and I'm okay, I'm still upbeat. Couldn't do it in Ghana. Meanwhile, I'm working with a US entity, so there's some explaining to do as to why I'm not so energetic and things moving. So then I do a lot of introspection, and I realized there was two simple things: traffic and heat. It's as simple as that.
Say the first one again.
Traffic.
Hey, listen. We you know what? Now we about to dive. Now we about to get in. Let's go.
Yes. So once I realized those two things, and I'm lucky because at the time I was living at my mom's house in Tesano, which is in the city. But I know colleagues now who live in Dawinga and drive to Rich. It takes them 2.5 hours in a day.
Every day.
So just put yourself in that colleague's shoe.
Nope, I will not. I absolutely will not. But I know. But I hear
you get it, right? So they come to work 2.5 hours. They go home 2.5 hours. That's 5 hours in the day, and you can't make up the 24 hours, right? So how much are you left with to actually be able to give your all? Then you throw in the heat. Whether we like it or not, the heat drains you. And if you're not intentional about knowing about the heat, you're not going to hydrate as much.
Right.
These sound really tiny issues, right? But for somebody who's thinking about coming home or has just come, when I write about that true story, they're like, oh my God, you're so right. I'd also been thinking about it. So very quickly I started almost naturally getting a community of people who would react to these posts. Now here's the catch. Those who really liked the post were returnees like myself or people who would go in and out. Those who had stayed home really did not like my post. You know, why are you talking evil of Ghana? You know, we've been here, you guys go, you come back, you're not open-minded, and, you know.
So that's not just me.
No.
Because I've always felt like you can't really say anything, even constructive criticism about Ghana for people who are here. It's like, well, if you don't like it, go home.
Yes.
And then you might be thinking, but you want it to change too.
Right.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, but that's exactly it. So I started that, and then the two other points. The one was also the fact that naturally I was hanging out with people who had come home. At this time, a lot of young people had come home because of the economic crisis that I mentioned in the US. Folks working on Wall Street were laid off. If you have an H-1B visa, you need to come back home because it's tied to your work, and the work no longer exists. But interestingly, a lot of them came home within the private sector and started running the show in a way that we've never seen before in Ghana. My brother had come maybe about, at this point, 6 years earlier and opened a technology software firm, and he always told me that his biggest struggle was they would go do these proposals, presentations, and they were the best by far, but because they were older, they wouldn't give them the job. So we have this thing in our culture where elderly means wiser, you know. But fast forward to 2007, 2008, well, actually I came in 10, you have all these young peoples all of a sudden in high places in the telcos and the banks. So something was changing. So I'm observing all of this, right? And I'm hanging out with these guys and we're complaining a lot. Then the last piece was, like I mentioned, my brother came home earlier, set up a software company, has his struggles, but doing really well. My sister comes from the UK, stays for a couple of years and just can't do it and leaves. So I'm doing all of this assessment and saying, if I want to stay, what do I need? So I selfishly created this group, you know, because for me, it was a win for me to find, I realized the solution was having a support network. However it is, it could be church, it could be Rotary, it could be, you know, in this case, a network around people who have come home looking to make a difference and like-minded individuals. So I called 11 friends over to my mom's house over lunch, and I always tell people food works. We had fun discussion, and then I told them this idea of trying to create something that would just support each other intentionally as we navigate this journey home. Because we needed to work on the bridging, the us versus them. It's not going to help anybody. We all have a role to play in developing our country, so we need to have more conversations. Then there's another us versus them, the returnee versus diaspora. It's just so many. And you mentioned different cultures. Yes. So how can we do that? And then what I also found was a lot of people came home to make a difference in their own small way. But a lot of people need help to do that. So if we come together as a community, an intentional one, then we can support each other in giving back. And so Aaspro was born April 16, 2011 with 12 people. And since then, we created an online listserv where you can ask any question under the sun.
Wow.
So from where is the best barbecue pork in the city to I'm looking for a job in mechanical engineering, and people would answer questions. To date, the only question that we haven't gotten an answer to is where can I rent a tuxedo in Ghana?
That's the only question.
Only question. Business proposition, though.
Yeah, but, well, maybe because in Ghana, do you rent a tuxedo or do you just get one made?
But that's my point. It's a different culture.
Right.
But that question
Exactly.
has come up 3 times.
No.
So
It's a great point.
It's an interesting cultural thing because it comes from those of us who were probably in the U.S. and are used to it. I'm going to this ball. I just rent. I won't. We don't do that, right? But outside of that question, pretty much every question, because now we've galvanized 3,000 people who are having discussions. And guess what? We have people who are sitting abroad thinking about coming home, majority who have come home from abroad, and then those who've never left but are interested in the idea. And our biggest resources typically are those who've never left. So that alone shows you the bridge that we have. So we've done that, and then the other big thing we've done is we created a mentoring program for high school students. We decided that, you know,
High school students in Ghana?
In Ghana,
okay.
Yes, because we decided that when you travel abroad, whether you like it or not, you gain some maturity as a foreigner in somebody else's land, but also for the most part living on your own. You come back learning things like work ethic, being on time, and all of these things. And the question was, how do we impart some of those knowledge in the younger generation? So it's not academic at all. It's more like a big brother, big sister mentoring program.
Do you have to be Ghanaian to be a mentor?
Oh, no.
So I could be a mentor?
Of course.
I'm signing up.
Thank you.
I'm going to message you, and I would love to mentor a young person or two in Ghana.
Lovely. So that's it. That's really it. Everybody has it in them wanting to give back, so we curated the space, and we've enlarged it over time. On the Aaspro side, you did mention, you'd heard our organization because you saw our logo during the second Diaspora Summit, Homecoming Summit in 2000, I want to say 19.
It might have been 2019. I know there was one.
It was in July.
There was one before 2019 that I didn't attend.
Yes.
Right, the first one.
Yes. So that's another angle that we've gotten in. So we're good partners with the Office of Diaspora Affairs at the Presidency, and we supported in organizing that conference. So we try to find like-minded institutions who will help us answer some of the questions we get, you know, who will help in the enabling environment. During COVID, when we couldn't meet in person, one of the discussions we had, because majority of our members are entrepreneurs, was how can we help support them? So we brought together government agencies, we brought together seasoned entrepreneurs, and we had webinars looking at how we called it Beyond Survival Thrive. You know, so how we can thrive, how we can leverage COVID. Is it technology? Is it agriculture? Is it tourism? And pick on some of those areas to support. So that's basically what we do and why we exist.
How did you come up with the name Aaspro? Because that's different. That's very different.
It is.
And let us know, is it an acronym or just give us the history behind the name?
Sure. Credit to my mother because she nicknamed me Aaspro when I came back home. So Aha is for here.
Okay.
Spora, stem of the diaspora. We're here from the diaspora.
Aaspro.
That's basically it.
That's basically it.
Yes. And
Nice.
it kind of depicts who we are. You know, we're these global citizens who've come from all over the world and we've come home.
And are your members, so help me understand, is this a community that you join and become an official member? And then once you become a member, then you get access to the online platform, you're invited to the virtual events, to the conferences and things like that, right?
Yes,
And
that
are
is
there
exactly
levels of
correct.
membership?
No, so initially really, and we've evolved like any organization over time. Initially, it was just a referral system. So I'm an Aaspro. I know you've just arrived to Ghana. I talk about it to you, we're interested. Or I bring you to a happy hour, and then I write an email to the management and say, hey, can you add Diallo? And you're added. Then at a point, we realized that there's some data we need here that we don't have, because people started asking us, so who is in your group, all of that.
Right.
So we created a short survey form that you have to fill before we add you. So we're semi-intentional about who we're adding, but we're not, like I said, it's not only people who've returned home. If you're interested in what we're doing, a lot of our mentor volunteers are actually Ghanaians who've never left. You know, so we built over time. We advertise all our events on social media, so they're open to the public, unless it's, you know, seated and needs numbers, really. But as a member, we want to know who you are, and that is the database we have of almost 3,000 people, where we can tell you where they're from, such that, for example, the British High Commission at a point wanted to support us and bring our community together. Prince Charles was in Ghana, and they asked us for who the Ghanaian UK people are, and I was able to give them 400 people as an example. So building that community also is important.
So what is the future for Aaspro, right? So as I understand it, currently it's an online community. You do in-person events, right? In conferences.
Yes.
And as you said, it started as a referral system, answering questions. So helping people
transition.
Helping people transition to Ghana specifically, right? Back to Ghana. What is the future for Aaspro? What do you guys have coming down the line?
So first of all, like I said, we turned 10 last year, and the plan was to have a conference, thought-provoking, action-oriented conference to kind of look back on what we've done, but also move forward, thinking about how, as our community and beyond, we can change Ghana. So we came up with the Ghana Action Forum that was initially slated for December, but now it's on March 3rd and 4th. And the idea of the forum is to have a discussion with industry leaders who are actually in the act. So on the government side, we've selected people who are directors or CEOs that are actually the ones galvanizing funds and making moves, be it in the SMEs, trade. We have a topic that I'm actually particularly passionate about, which is called A New Frontier for Ghana, where we're going to look at how do we want to see Ghana, how do we want to position our country, and what is our role. Now, in this conference, the key is going to be that after every panel, together, we come up with an action or two, and we're going to track those actions. So it's not just going to be, come, let's have a great conversation, feel good about ourselves, and go to sleep. No, we're actually going to create some actions, and we're going to track them. Will we attain all of them? No. But I think as citizens, we have something, citizens and like-minded friends of Ghana, it's important for us to be able to come up with 2-3 things that we can do on our own or together that we can track. So I'm excited about that. It's going to happen on March 3rd and 4th. Looking ahead for Aaspro, for me, it's a movement, right? So one of the things I have never shied at doing is sharing our stories. We have what we call Aaspros of Africans. We're building a portal. My vision is to see 1,000 Aaspros on that portal who are telling people why they came home, how amazing it is, some of the challenges that exist, and why somebody should do it. So that's something we'll continue doing. I've never shied away from wherever I am telling the story of the returnee experience because my hope is other African countries will do this. And I've had people come to me and say, hey, I like your model. I'm like, here, take it. Do it in Zimbabwe, there's a group. Do it in Nigeria if you want it. Create it unique for you, but it's important that all of us African countries have these organizations that are supporting us and really promoting brain gain. So to me, if you ask me what my goal is for that. And then the very last one is to intentionally create the support. A lot of the support we've been doing has been more fluid. I hear of a job, I post it on the listserv, somebody gets it. Now I want to do a bit more than that. How can I connect entrepreneurs to, say, openings for opportunities within government or within the private sector in a more streamlined manner? We're looking at starting a buddy system where if you are in the US and you sign on and say you're coming, you actually are connected to Diallo, who's already been here, maybe doing what you do.
Connect with me. Just it's long days and long nights. We work hard and we play hard.
That's
so get ready.
So we tell you the story, we help you hold your hand, but in turn, what I want to do with that is then when you come, you need to be a mentor to somebody else. So then slowly but surely, organically, we're creating this movement, really. So it's not about Aaspro, it's about the bigger movement.
What's really important about what you're saying and that I love is one of the things that I found, and one of the reasons why I wrote my book, A Smart Ghana Repatriation Guide, is the amount of misinformation, right? Or just tainted information that I found as I started coming back and forth from people like, oh yeah, you can get citizenship. All you got to do is buy a piece of land and you're a citizen. Just the number of things. And I'm just like, yo, why would you do that? Like, why would you give misinformation knowing that you really don't know? You know, why would you do that? You know, our time is running short, and I really wish I could have you here longer to learn a little bit more. But before we go, what I would like you to do, this is something you do all of the time, but I need to figure out a way for you to make this special for us here at Diaspora Link. And, you know, give us your top 3, right? Your top 3 things that you would suggest diasporans who are looking towards moving to Ghana do. Like what frame of mind, your top 3.
Number 1, make the journey because you want to. It has to be a personal decision. Don't do it because you heard it's the new thing. Don't do it because we had a blast during your return. You know, do it because you want to. And if you do that, when the going gets tough, there's a bigger reason for why you'll stay and keep going. It could be a give back. It could be hiring people in the entrepreneurial journey, or whatever it is. It could be family. Make sure it's about you, because it's not easy. Like any new place, it's going to have its challenges. So that's 1. 2, come with an open mind. I tell everybody I meet that don't come in December and then think you know Ghana. Don't
Hold on, say that one more time.
Don't come in December and think you figured it out. Don't come to Accra and think you figured it out.
Accra is not Ghana.
No, it's not. Come in August, in March, when life is usual. Maybe in August, July, when it's raining. See it properly. See it for its best and its worst. And then you make the journey, and then you have a better perspective. But be open-minded. Don't think you have all the solutions. A lot of people come, and, you know, to be fair to those who have stayed behind, they're right. All we do is complain. I turn my complaints into a solution, Aaspro, right? But come open-minded, knowing that people did it before you, and your biggest asset is going to be the humans you meet here. Now, if you come that way, you will leverage them, and then you keep going. Lastly, come. Sometimes the biggest, seriously, the biggest decision is, we talk about it a lot, but it's just making the move. And sometimes, like Nike says, just do it.
Just do it. I want to thank you so much. You've spoken and said so many things that are close to my heart. One of which that I'll share with you is, when I first started coming, even though I would, you know, 1 year came 2 times, next year came 4 times, next year came 8 times, I was like, people was like, yo, man, you doing it? I'm like, I haven't done anything yet. What do you mean I'm doing it? I haven't done anything. I'm just coming here. And then I kept setting different bars. Diallo, you're not really doing nothing until you ship a container. Like, you're not a real returning to, okay, then once you ship a container, it's like, okay, I shipped the container,
else,
right?
Yeah.
But one of the things that was very near and dear to me, that I love that you said, is come during rainy season. And what was really important for me to do, to make sure that if I knew that I could do it, was to be here for an extended period of time through December, the rainy season, and just what are the different phases.
Exactly.
So I appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you.
I appreciate the passion that you have around it. I appreciate the way you do it and the level at which you do it.
Thank you.
Which is a high level for professionals. I believe that you do it well, and I love the fact that you encourage people to look good while doing it, just by setting an example, and I think that's important.
Thank you.
So, you know, I definitely, like I said, want to become a mentor, first, number 1. I'll definitely join and become a member. I'll find out more of the requirements, and we hope that our viewers today check out Aaspro and become a member. This may air after your actual conference date, but we'd love to share for people to get information about the conference online and do what we can do to help spread the word about what it is that you're doing.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Crisabel Dosi.
Yes.
Here from Aaspro. Thank you all for joining us for another episode of Diaspora Link, exclusively on GhanaWeb TV.
You're doing great things around the world.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of Diaspora Link. We really hope you enjoyed this conversation with Crisabel Dosi, founder of Aaspro. We hope that you join the movement. I really love this conversation, and I really love what they're doing. So we're encouraging everybody to get involved with the Aaspro movement. We'll end today's show, as we do every week, with proverbial wisdom. Today's proverb is, examine what is said and not who is speaking. We'll see you next week on Diaspora Link, exclusively here on GhanaWeb TV, every Sunday, 5 p.m. GMT.
You're doing great things around the world. You're doing great things around the world. Great things, yeah. You're doing great things around the world.
With over 40 years of experience as a supporter, with 6 World Cup appearances, Abraham Boakye has become the face of national team support in this country and beyond. He has received multiple awards from FIFA and CAF for hoisting high the flag of Ghana at various tournaments. Today I speak to the man who has become the face of national team support in this country. One-man supporter, Abraham Boakye, is my guest on this edition of Sports Check. And once we come back from this break, we talk about his experience and of course, the 2022 World Cup. This is Sports Check, and I am Perez. Let's welcome. Welcome back from the break. This is Sports Check, and one-man supporter is my guest. One man, Obi, I say, a shot is saying, about the saying we develop a salary for support.
In short, when you football about fact. But yes, careful. We try from primary school, middle school, about secondary school, we still secondary. We try. I was the best dressed player. We boot to my host. We all primary name. We boot to my host. So we dream. We name ball. We yarn near dream ball. The best since we are sports captain. The ball and go hand Jesse or I could test myself. Satamu said, "Father, a village Accra. I see big former German since. Oh, whom said me yes, I did, and not pay myself, and not doctor sent by him. From there, no, could have bought much beyond the call, by a coverage, uncoverable African couple beyond the call. Until the Basan said, the Pukuntino, Okofi, Francisco, me, as I could see up here, Moba. Georgia Tamu never be enough. In Jomko National Camp, near my crab is made much community. No one yet did Billy by no one yet do as I can pull by Uniba. Jumbo 15 minutes. Full time, no 15 minutes to full time, near my bed, Polo Nivaza. So I was happy and I've been Billy. So it seemed to have all the history. If you remember, I don't call my copy, baby. And I'm not quite too quapabushi. Yes, can buy fitted, not your scan. But it that's not going to be an amateur teachers. Maybe a colleague normal, but government no farming can't take up. I'm take up no more. Unfortunately, you could on there is an inquiry and that's then Bobby chanting of England or air pandit or common trains. Must be. This is a lone ranger. One person supporting the whole country and they are winning. One man supporting. With a flag against Brazilian 5,000 supporters because Ecuador and Brazil they share border. Sure. So they came in numbers by buses. To one put jackets here. The Miss Mo said the flag not cool now. Masamba. Call Masamba never come and dance from Negane, Shebusaka Moshe. So I must say the lone ranger. One person supporting the whole country and they are winning. That's one man support.
It's not a winner.
And we do a graphic newspaper publish it. One man support. It's not me.
Why? I mean, from that time I've been seeing it.
Yes.
Why? But
the catch a quite good show, man. The engine. So we go my name as here. Come go my name as that. The agreed in shot. Any come for, and I said, on my mom. Now, see, you should frame it there. The dream is now starting.
Okay.
From the new dimension, this is just only the beginning. I'm going to give the best out of me. Sure. Let's support Ghana, Ghana, and do against it.
What kind of first work out of
94, America.
Okay.
But the Ghana qualify, but
it's not now supporting country.
Oh, we could hear me.
Oh, okay.
In America, there, you can't leave them. Just a baby as support one. And the data Cameroon Suyadi. Okay. So the Cameroon Suyadi, which Jamaica, me and Jam Africa.
So now we're stadium time now, shares are going on.
Go or say now, okay. Time out, you're killing only woman passing now. Say, government in the Korea, a black, if you need coaching the Korea. In Jama, no more players, no. Jaros. Don't man pass gra. 98 France in Singapore, that Ghana qualified. 2002 Japan Korea in Nigeria for Korea. 2006 Germany. Qualified.
Germany.
Yes.
Fire code through process now started after Ghana qualifying. Process been a similar now. We Germany as supporters.
I dear Ghana for Germany no dear. I dear we are seeing any soy. The first time, at least, it me share Czech Republic. It's a wake up no. So we are down or first match here. It me up them.
Yeah.
Italy share you know. A man nefisi abemo. But Ghana me share the best team in Europe that time. Czech Republic, the best team. It me show mo Cologne. Ejijinai. It me go sha America. I can say ye pa. Na akwara obi wo no. It is suma than home. Because you are all my team. Brazil. Then Ronaldo no nya de nyina kan utibo ma. Omusi umtasia. Eno kra no. Unfortunately for Ghana, Asian names of yellow card me no. And only the progress Asian. Jam midfield park, the game will be a different results.
So 2006 now say FIFA ball about
2006. The 2010 and beyond. And no FIFA bulletins only. Yeah. FIFA bulletin 2010 beyond. Yes. Well, am I any Majaya? You call Nürnberg, the Costa America, about Dortmund. Yeah.
2006 World Cup, and then I will remember like the biggest memory from that World Cup.
The biggest memory is supporters a queen na obia DJ obia mpra idwanyu mra yina both time na bring so come do bia omo niska pa no so na bring or support obia e man ye de fe Kabo Maskani. I only who said Ghana beat my baby. Okay. And at that time, summertime, Germany so a grow up a more dead. I didn't send by 11 when we are born. Indeed, we are bomb matching. We had Trabas in Nitrimu, Babidu, Canadian sign. You know, both them may be a fair, a man yet dead. And my we are seeing them who said Ghana. And near there, Mikaipa say, and he get by.
All right. So this is Sports Check. We've been speaking to Abraham Boachi, alias Swama supporter, who has been telling us tales about his devotion or mission as the #1 supporter of the various nationalities. We are going for a brief and we'll come back. We delve into others. We are going to talk about the 2010 World Cup and the 2014 World Cup. This is Sports Check. We'll be back. Welcome back from the British Sports Check with me, Perez Ezwako. Earlier on, we spoke about with one man supporter about his journey from the 1970s to 2006. Now we are going to talk about the 2010 World Cup, 2014, and also build up to 2020, where I'm very sure you'll be in Qatar, the general of the supporters, of the country. Mama.
Yeah.
So 2010,
oh yes.
2010,
oh. I want the we are seeing Nancy say, and not the be a criticize when you have vision. That time now we are seeing now support to plasters against you by some other countries here, Buddha be no, you see, Nanka. That time on the current administration of Ghana Association, my grandma so. That the Bima Ghana football pa. Me, with the Ghana Football Association, mammy, 2 years. I did me yaman. Blaster, what did Tom be at all that time?
But 2010 then, was the guy saying, yes,
yes.
Today now, my year of course, but from inside the stadium, then my year man, you are seeing now who are FIFA.
I would say consistently, 2010 after the World Cup, and man to Germany and 20 man to Germany, World Cup, and so your supporters now your current stadium is empty. You have 160 supporters. You have Boban Palma, Germany. T-Mobile sponsor that tournament.
Yeah.
That means Glow sponsor. You the Glow no come. T-Mobile report to you. FIFA say Glow take ambush marketing. Because I'm crying now. I'm crying. The cameras. Media ni agree so. Because tell me empty any one bob buying. Inti the report crab blade grow. Emma then Chama Danuga. Emma the lawyer friend say a third match and she grow because I'm also going to find $10 million. Inti FIFA who and now who South Africa no and no capture into a mutual report for 2010 bulletin. My the Ghana supporters was the best supporters in the world.
But me young go through the match and time now you miss out on penalties shootout and you to qualify. I should be an hour stadium net also.
Yeah, me and I said Ghana in particular, the whole continent of Africa were disappointed because now Africa is move into another level by semi-finals. It's not for Ghana, it's for the continent of Africa, 52 states, 54 states. And because Africa are called semi-finals Spain. And that match was not only Ghana, a lot of people were disappointed.
Who's saying?
As soon as they say it's an understatement. As soon as they now you're saying your opportunity to play penalties. Now your men say Gyan will not ball now go penalties. I say Obia. Oh, ensure tona ne mame kura. Ne bi say on this home go yi. O go yi ntwa no. O kwa o so mo nyina ho na ensure abuna kura san go yi. Your men say what the effort beyond to change? As a Mojan, I say go no, but over share in the 5 kicks no. Thomas and Javano above number Paragino. As if say he has nothing to take. And the ya, and yes, a Mojan, no boy.
Remember 2014, and also Okoye, and home the SMP by Crawford P. Can say, I am also going to smoke can be now all the issues that happen because even. The former sports minister, Free Ankara, was say, or no, my advice to the current sports minister, and he said, if he doesn't want to see any CV, he shouldn't send supporters to the World Cup. Was supporters leader no. Then it's see from supporters view, then it's see Brazil.
Chami, question you say what been pa the boy baso. say afisa me na o CNN and as a BBC. No, question be say why are there pa? Why are there pa? A chief for Ghana for a prayer, a tiffy, a toyenia for but you are saying a very, very important issue. I say, you know, it's in year every day. If it's a free, young cry, madam for irrespective of party affiliations or madam for pa. 2. We call Jamafe Commission. We cannot create. I'm a Jamafe Commission, Jamafe, his lordship Jamafe has why am I? Ale Elvis abo pass be save na. Me catch here no. Me catch Elvis say, Elvis, wake up here be koi. My survey of Brazil. My that ko survey ni na. What you're going to do is say, me go for ship, me go for cruise ship aba. If any pa 4,000 bed and everything. Now, but Brazil have a ball ni na no. Ensure na no. Except as a Ghana, for instance, from a flower, no about sugar coffee, no about tema, no about cra, then quaco, Winneba, no Cape Coast. And what you need is a cruise ship. Because Brazil wake up, no, hotels name near Manema, I am ma. Flight arrangements can be called to and fro, no, it's not there. And let's go with cruise ship. It's cheaper and convenient. Into a friend for 6,000 a year, you fire musicians, you park crowd, so a bit my bubble and net or wine cotopuno. You may be a crew, see a thing I know, officer by who's on the ship. And they could do Nata, let's say a packet shore. You bubble at the years, you have buses, not be fine. Let the Akubu the Abba, no be Akoda. Kanti, Bibiaum, everything is the sort of room. You bought a time when you qualify near another city. And once you ship on a tunako, you don't need accommodation, you don't need aircraft lifting dependent from another city to another city. And I'm who they on Timasem, you take Kubiasem. Let the people who Kata, Nata. Yeah, qualify a corner seat, say Kumasi. Flight, I don't make away. Accommodation, I don't make away. Now, you would not tell people to do as Wakaso. What he, and me call Jamafe Commission and me catch and say, and yet, Elvis, not being a set, Nesca Visa, Nipana, it influencing, now a new to the ministry, when Nipa influencing. That's the reason why man of a failure. It will fix one fucking born in a year, but when tea a foot now, every Sankano were the party full soldiers and the call Brazil and also the call South Africa. New supporters na a year near Mabasa. A party full soldiers are or no fees or tea a crassy. Now what to Abamau? Now obey minister. Now so much them qua now. Crisabel not Jonazi. Obe so sakwe boom. Tiafutu ya medima Ghana for no. Me the futu media ma whoever is in charge of this 2022 is there. Some kofa for fans ebe kan wa onya Ghana for. Yeah. They deserve to go. But own treatment is different. Right. And to group them different place. Now group we supporters into different place. We don't want millions of dollars, give it to them. Only your party people. But don't be flying there. Now me who's on my way $200. Now blame $50. What is the problem? No. But the people who don't be careful. You can't omunda. And the cost stadium crowd. Na say you cost stadium my ground. What you ever buy? You transit. Almost all for ball. Almost the cheap. Almost to avoid if you are bringing quasi and transfer on her ball. You ain't go for Ghana for no. Yeah. Fancy no. I don't be careful. Makono. So yet Gwenny Munia Boban near Sunny a year. Almost the cheap. Almost see you money. Almost to their brains and transfer on her ball. No near come. We're not to question. Almost Bano or to their ball. Now your college will number 10. No walk through. No swing here. Yes, yeah. And to question Ghana for them. That is the cost. Indeed. tape na mo no recording mo yi na mo kama Ghana fonte
one man 2022 no supporters are here now more respect
ye ni ano say ye train dia ba be ka kire yen sababa ka say obi a supporters no mama mo say ye supporters we 46 groups are Jamafe commission ka say yan kan ho mo a and the problem by but Jamafe kan say no nye supporters no ya tete mbebe the problem by you e party full soldiers no the problem by what I say but ya kan ho bum ba ko I Ghana supporters I mean I'm a president yo a secretary Kasim Awa Osman, you will organize that. Mandak Usubrina, you will a security DPO, Labaran. You will OFA, you will away.
If you want to say supporters group, you know, Shamaya more involving visa rackets here inside there. The Shamunya slots be 10. If you're not real supporters by 5, no matter on Kano. That's our business be a more as be our leader now over the years. As a man of a
oh, we know a fallacy. Once you beat Tanwa, Ushia no born him, Mount. Ye cry supporters no, ye penny pama, ye per se a support woman. A beer, Yakofa 100, Samunche. Now obey 46 supporters unions. Nako 500 here in Cha, Mimi group, Kasim group, Brilliant group, Labaran group, Summit group, Ales group, Polo group, We group, what you're saying? We'll be a 5-5. The 5-5, no, now, don't bear 100, 200 now. With my overtime, I didn't create. Yeko Brazil say, for example, Yeko Brazil say, Mimi group, I'm 15.
Okay.
15 by Nipa more than 120 active ones, you know. They kind of say, yeah, bus. Bus in here ties. 15 a child, what you do is say, Obi and only big a crack. Now, infant top ties in what's your name. Omen could be, you know, and some benefit say. At least man could be now kwa what do it be kakra get that ties a good bass now because the of commission they catch no 15 no omu do the team be kakra you go top ties 12 bass name you know plus spare tie 14 you go as here and na omo ankasa e balloting whoever wins you know no oh yes and omo anko be benefit say your bass you ties a go as here what I say and you no crazy
mama yeah we be anko we 22 no 2022
yeah
the san ko share Uruguay be
yeah
the name Portugal Cristiano Ronaldo
yeah
we sure say 2014 can and then South Korea so ball
yeah
what predictions say there
when you say wake up we know I mean coach kakra bi qualification no kra no do e bi no now kra to a Thomas and Bokra on top na me say ye but it took some people like me and the musicians be Isaac Ampon, Isaiah Kojampon, and Nicolas Omana Champon. No studio angel number say one person put demonstration and born on board one of which is I'm hiring qualifying Kofubi in the Machina the day ball Nigeria penny be doing always card the other day. It is how can I sit down for you people to come and go to demonstration? Na me meteo. And I'm Germany in a Cambo say government if you know say you don't qualify for wake up we are help more because before they go wake up no if you stop way
yeah
President Amiros late or the Ekoi John Dramani Mama president or the Ekoi 2018 Nana Dubai you know Russia and me uncle. On quite about Republicans though. When you born no more. In 2022, Nando soon call wake up. Like I said, the time of office 210 now, uncle office. Young Tia said that Nando must go to wake up. and the first time will be a demonstration against GFA. Yeah, press briefing was say when you say you call demonstration, you know. Now, the best thing is qualify. Say Ghana Nigeria, yes, we have 2 years before. Yeah, the Koji police support the other day. Yeah, and the pen will be trans. No, can say, Madi Amoyen, very good. Then we young wake up conversation chair demonstration, you know. Sure. And then a moon train. After. Nay, nine vampire bone, Konyan Kobo. The bonnet qualify we are near Jai. Yes, okay, what can I say? The statement say, see, no. You fact, probably a mammy can say, one mamma, my. Mama enya da janye nti sisi decided ya we dey enkobo yin enkobo lucky ye book masia yes enkobo. The first time Ghana and Nigeria supporters no ye ball friendly match against the big match ye bono Medina what I say Ghana supporters and Nigeria supporters ye ball 1-1 what I say the best the big time the first time and ye koya draw masia yes enkobo it's not quite a draw.
Osha team performance now, Uruguay, South Korea, Portugal. Osha a bit to qualify to the next stage.
Well, me problem is say, yen the supporters no, yen ya mobilize who say aband no. They are ready to give the best out of us because the integral part of the team no. To win a match no depend on the 3 categories: playing body, technical team and the supporters. So if these 3 things work very well, we have to have a successful match. Tiana Mitaka supporters, but team the way the team is going, in perceive to Nika. Your quality players, but you need quality team. Okay. We took players to France, Spain by a team because elite ka players no ye be who on nimbo but cohesion is not there. And a statement that did yeah no umbusa mo sem kan say team free Aljazeera but sanomo can say was he senior players in the ya trade now cool
one can say o match o say about team na maybe a beer apart from senior players na a beer because some more harder than obi and who are guaranteed so obe part of the squad into one state clearly so once we a senior player they all the argument in said maybe because obi a senior player and maybe coach no consider okay because we a senior player now
well me some comment in me and can't because me see na no asem no from Aljazeera direct me can be because like o can sad dia a coup like a coup because o cancer for the pressure to coaching so that's as well new players are so and so will not be happy what I say be a ball now but what they know so who can say you say oh and yet but the catches you can son can say can idea when you was in the account no team no there media Medibo it's not a bad team so yeah no no yes had be your kata the ball me no no yes had be kata because who here so you can say to be kappa free up ko but si jack to dem mu a now to me kappa enya pe unu za yeah see to me kan ko a ko to me ka there but si jack tom o just say now to me kappa we do ikra no bu na ko sana match na tie nti Mr. Ghana for say yinya mutaka ni hwade but in team no anyasa okay there should be a transformation all right because your quality players almost something to take what I say into no ebeko yi all right man that's
all right man so this is Sports Check and we'll wind up with our conversation with Abraham Boache, one-man supporter. So come your way, another edition. I'm Perez as well.